Hello and welcome to Day 7 of the Overwatch World Cup 2023 EMEC All-9 Qualifiers. I'm Jim Basco, that's Epitomes, and that's CB, and we are privileged to bring you all of the action today. Of course, for the later half of the day, I'll be joined by ZP and Hex, but we're starting the day off strong with the Star Squad. Epitomes, CB, how are y'all feeling coming into Day 7 here?
Am muted inside of EMEC. But yesterday we had so many good matchups. It was a really exciting day and a lot of really good back and forth as well. But I think there was also just a really big match right at the end, and it could throw everything out of balance over in Group A.
Yeah, CB, let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule and recap some of the matches that took place yesterday and take a look forward at some of the matches that are taking place today. Of course, yesterday we finished off with a banger of a match between Spain and France, where Spain definitely upset France at the top of their group 2-1. But today we're starting things off with Saudi Arabia versus Germany, Poland versus Norway, Turkey versus Finland, and then after we've got Sweden versus Iceland, followed by my favorite match of the day, Spain versus Great Britain. Then we've got Netherlands versus Portugal, and we close out the day with Italy versus Denmark. So CB, obviously looking at the day today, your favorite matches, your favorite moments, what are you looking forward to?
I mean, Spain versus Great Britain, like that has to be the one that everyone's looking at. After Spain's upset over France yesterday, that match is going to determine a lot of things going forward. And also, I would probably keep an eye on Italy versus Denmark later on, because those two teams are still also potentially in the conversation for making it to playoffs here. So, I mean, whatever happens in those two matches is going to set the stage for tomorrow, where we're going to have that grand crescendo at the end of tomorrow of Great Britain versus France. That's what I'm mostly looking forward to. But today, we got a lot of work to do to get there.
We've got a lot to do to get there, and of course, before we hop into the gameplay itself, let's make sure we talk about the format, right? The EMEC All-9 Qualifier Challenge showcases two groups competing in a round-robin first-to-two tournament. It's a single-stage tournament split over 2 weeks. We are into week 2. We've got 2 days of action left. It all ends today or tomorrow. Okay, with that said, there is so much action just around the corner, and CB, you said it best, right? For Group B, it's pretty much shaken out. We've got the top 2 of Group B moving on to the main event. That's Saudi Arabia and Finland. It's pretty hard for any other team to make that cut. But at the top of Group A, the top 3 will be moving forward to the main event, and currently, it's France, Great Britain, and Spain in those top 3 spots. However, Denmark and Italy, like you mentioned, are still in the running here. They have enough matches, they can still make it happen. So that Denmark versus Italy match, gonna be very important. That Spain versus Great Britain match, gonna be very important. Just tons of important matches just around the corner. With that said, though, CB and Epitomes, I leave y'all to it. We're starting things off with Saudi Arabia versus Germany. Have a fantastic match, and I'll catch you guys on the other side.
All right, thank you so much, Jim. And like he said, starting things off with Saudi Arabia versus Germany. Saudi Arabia pretty much a favorite to win, and also going to probably make that playoff spot, which a really good record so far in a Group B, 5-0, only dropping 1 map total to the number 2 in Group B, Finland.
Yeah, and Finland definitely also, so Group B is pretty much locked up. I think it's pretty much determined that it is going to be Saudi Arabia and Finland, but there is still one matter to discuss, and that's the matter of seeding, because there still does exist a world where Finland can overtake Saudi Arabia for that number 1 seed. In order for that to happen, someone has to beat Saudi Arabia, and Finland has to try and win off of map differential. Saudi Arabia still have 2 matches to play, that being this one against Germany, and tomorrow they're going to be facing off against Sweden. So we're going to keep a close eye on those matchups, but again, like I keep saying, we haven't been able to take our eyes off of the Saudi Arabian squad. They've been just so supreme, ruling over Group B with an iron fist. They've got that claw grip on the number 1 seed. Finland wants it. Saudi Arabia has to do all they can here to protect it.
Yeah, and Sweden is just an unknown factor at this point. Right at the beginning, right out the gate, they didn't come out so hot, but they've started performing very well. Saudi Arabia, of course, always been performing at the top of their game. Every time we look at this squad, there is not a single one of their names that is not in our mouths, because every single one of them performs so well, and it comes together very cohesively.
And I'm going to give some love to Sermajed specifically, because the fact that they're running that pharmacy comp, you want your flex support to be both lethal, like Sermajed is, and survivable, like Sermajed also is. Gonna gonna have a tough time dealing with Fi and QR, who have been a very formidable front line here for Germany on that DPS line there. We're also seeing the debut here of Pandy coming in for Germany. That's a little bit of a new wrinkle in things. Pandy and Sukrax, I think this might spell some double flex support shenanigans coming out for Germany, unless there's other circumstances that are leading to that sub. But it is nice to see a new face here. Hopefully that means that Germany has cooked up something that can take a shot at the Kings here yet. Everyone has tried to take a shot at them, but no one else has been quite in Saudi Arabia's caliber. Let's see if Germany has what it takes with this lineup.
I think this is definitely one of the best shots that they have. It seems like they are cooking in that kitchen. We're headed to Nepal, which can be, like we know very well, one of those maps where you can play the Pharah, play the Echo, and also play those long-range hitscan DPSs that Quartz also favors. But the thing about Saudi Arabia now is that there is so much footage of the way they play, and there is so much knowledge that they are just the top of their group, and everyone is going to want to have a chance to topple them, make a statement, and if there was ever a chance to do it, it's going to be today or tomorrow. Germany has a pretty good shot with all the VOD review. Sometimes VOD review is not enough, but being able to counter strat and force them off of their comfort picks could be a very viable way to make Saudi Arabia play into your hands.
And Germany has at times shown to be a very intelligent team, the way they've been able to counter some of these strats here. All right, it looks like we're probably going to go for a little bit of a pause there. I was looking at Saudi Arabia and I was like, none of this makes sense. Haku on the Pharah, that's backwards. That's not gonna, I don't think that's gonna stay. Unless Saudi Arabia are just like so confident the fact that they're going to playoffs that they don't really feel the need to try anymore. Maybe they can switch it up, but without KSA, we're going nowhere fast. Like I was saying though, Germany, they have at times shown to be a very intelligent team with some of the strategies that they're able to employ, some of the ways that they're able to coordinate as a team in order to accomplish one common mission. The mission, again, like you stated, is to try and force Saudi Arabia off of their comfort pick. Maybe try and force a map where they bring in Yubi and try and play something a little bit more resembling meta. You can't keep letting them get away with having the Pharah Echo, having Yazan in the sky unchecked. You have to try and do something about that while also worrying about Quartz. It's not an easy task, but Germany might just be up to it. We'll have to find out when we go into the map here. And Nepal, not a great place to start. I mean, especially like you think Village, you're definitely going to want to see some of those flyers come out. That's a very popular Pharah map. Shrine, you can also get away with it. I think Sanctum is going to be Germany's best chance at getting ahead here.
Yeah, and you know how we have that meme about so-called free thinkers when they see a Winston? I feel like after EMEC qualifiers are over, there should be a so-called free thinkers when they see a Pharah, because there is very viable ways of dealing with it, taking out Ashe, taking out the Cassidy, very viable ways to stylistically counter that Pharah playstyle, but Yazan is really just so good on those birds, and then Saudi Arabia is really good at peeling the pressure off of their flyer, and even when you do leave, when you are able to take care of that Pharah of the Echo, you have Quartz, who is just that unknown factor.
Yeah, putting pressure on the Pharah or the Echo, like that's only one part of the assignment. Like it's a flow chart. Like you have to be able to deal with the Pharah, you have to be able to deal with the Mercy coming through for the res, and you have to avoid Quartz's wrath from on far hitting all those deadly headshots. It's a lesser team would you would just kill the Pharah and suddenly you just win because the ground game wouldn't be there. But Saudi Arabia is not a lesser team. They are the undisputed kings of this group so far, and no one has been able to successfully take any shots at them. The only team that has taken a map off of them is Finland, and they're in second place. So again, that race between Finland and Saudi Arabia, we have to see if someone else is capable of stepping up. I think maybe the reformed Sweden might have a chance. I wish it mattered at this point because I would love to see this Sweden go on to playoffs. But I mean, that's just not in the cards with how abysmal their first week was. Germany, though, is still a team that we can't take too lightly. They are one that is a threat where you still kind of favor Saudi Arabia overall. Germany's not one that you can just, you can't sleep on them.
Yeah, Germany is solidly middle of the pack as well, right alongside Sweden with just one more map there. And Germany is a very smart, adaptable squad. We've seen them adapt in the past very well, and I think that they do have a shot of maybe taking maybe a single map off of Saudi Arabia, but even a single map would be huge for that round differential and could make the group a little bit more competitive as well.
Okay, this is an interesting strategy here. They're going to have Pandy on the Zenyatta. I imagine the strat here is to put the Discord Orb onto Yazan and make it so that QR can have fewer shots to try and pressure Yazan, put a little bit more punishment down there, and if need be, swap it over to KSA, try and win a little bit more pressure on the tank battle. The Zenyatta gives options. We haven't seen a lot of our little Omnic friend, and we're not going to be seeing much more of him if Quartz has anything to say about it, but it's at least a solid thought process. It just doesn't pan out in this first fight.
Yeah, immediately Yazan also knocking Alex off of that map. Fi not able to find too much here right at the beginning, and that Cassidy being taken out by Quartz to attempt to counter a little bit of that Fi, so Yazan can kind of worry about raining down damage on the ground.
And it's like everything that Germany is playing right now is kind of to counter Yazan when you really take a look at it. Like you have the hit scan soldier, you have an Echo to kind of duel her out. You've got the Discord Orb, you've got Baptiste with the hit scan to pump in the damage. They kind of just want to grief Yazan here. But if they're not able to find anything for their money there, then they're just kind of wasting time. QR nearly falling to a little bit of a duel there from Yazan, but still able to, still kicking, still sticking around. Meanwhile, Alex trying to find a way in on the point, nearly gets melted out of the mech there. I mean, Germany still trying to find their footing.
Yeah, now Immortality Field cooldown has been forced out by Saudi Arabia. Sucra's going to be the first to get an ultimate on this board other than the Valkyrie here, and immediately that res comes through from Haku mid-air before Yazan even touches the floor, but Sucra's still taking down Haku. Now it's Afara without a pocket on the objective, and also KSA just dancing around for the contention. However, Yazan still able to find so much without the pocket in hand. Now the Diva, no tank for Germany side, and Fi looking to duel, but Quartz not going to let them have it.
So Sucrax did step 1 and 2 pretty successfully there, but wasn't able to fully deny the res, so yeah, Yazan does come back to fight another day. Germany are going to have a lot of ults here, and they managed to take down Quartz, so it's going to be a little bit more safe, especially if they can deny the res again for them to go back in, try and put the pressure on Yazan, and hopefully flip the point here. They're going to invest attack visor to try and get in. Haku is down. Germany have a shot.
Yeah, able to take down both of the birds, no resurrection possible here, and point just flips just like that, and they did put everything into their grief Yazan and Haku basket, but in this case it did work out for them. Saudi Arabia disengaging off the back of it.
Yeah, 2 birds meet stone. Here we go. Germany, now they have to try and keep it going here. They have the Transcendence, which should be able to buy them time, as should the Duplicate, but they do have to try and win out a lot of fights here. Saudi Arabia at 95%. Ooh. Haku nearly lives with a sliver of HP. Yazan takes down Fi, and Saudi Arabia flipped the point. Time for Germany is running out.
There was just no contention from Germany there either. They were really looking to take down Haku and then Yazan in succession, and then once that failed, it seemed that they really needed to back off. After that, Barrage comes through and the defense matrix goes out. QR is able to take down Yazan though. Haku goes for the res, Pandy finds Haku, but Yazan is back in the sky. Oh, Pandy can't do much against that. Yazan right up in the face with the rocket blaster. Now overtime being activated by Fi dancing around the point. Immortality Field comes through to save Fi and give them a little bit of extra HP. Quartz comes in on the Tracer though, looking for the fight. The point does flip over to Germany's side, but QR is being thoroughly harassed by Quartz. Fi, however, after taking up the Tracer, has been able to find the tank of Saudi Arabia. Germany still holding on to that point for a few seconds longer, and QR managed to successfully get away from Quartz's harassment. Yazan, however, is going to have some revenge for his teammate after being chased, and now will find both a DPS and a support. Not a lot of burst healing for Germany here, and it's an emergency ball for Alex to try and come and contest this point a little bit longer.
I mean, everybody from Germany is on stall heroes now. I mean, Fi's on the Hanzo to try and help pressure out Yazan, but, you have the ball, you have Pandy swapping over to the Lucio. We're trying to just stay in the fight here. 56% for Germany. That's a great boop onto Sucrax off the side there, and that's going to be Saudi Arabia taking Shrine. Germany put up a pretty solid fight here, though. I still think if we go to Sanctum, that's going to help benefit Germany heavily. I think they can get a lot more value out of the Zenyatta pick there. Village, though, I don't really like Germany's chances. They have to win both of them now in order to try and win this map. But, I mean, here we go. We're going to Sanctum. This is where Germany, in theory, should be able to get the job done. They're going to swap over to that Ramatra rush composition here. I think this might be a good look, actually. You know, just trying to run over KSA. Everyone else from Saudi Arabia is going to be mighty oiled up and slippery, so hard to try and just collapse on top of, but you can still control a lot of space with the Ramatra. You can still get a lot of work done. I mean, swapping from the Zenyatta to the Lucio gives you a better ultimate to deal with the Rampage from KSA. You know, you can't transcend through the anti-heals, but you can sound barrier through it, so it's a good look for Germany so far.
Yeah, Germany looking to get that first touch on the point as well. Quartz, however, is going to be harassing Pandy's backline, putting down a lot of damage onto this Lucio. They're able to survive for a second, but Pandy, or Yazan, getting a lot of damage down from above, and they haven't even considered it just yet. Yazan already finding the Ramatra tank down from Germany. No chance of a touch, and it's already a regroup. Germany, however, they've shown a lot more adaptability than we've seen from a lot of other squads thus far when going up against Saudi Arabia, who usually just tend to stick with those meta picks.
And the adaptability is something that I really like from Germany, but sometimes, like, at some point it has to actually like come up in their favor, and it just hasn't so far. They've lost Alex again very early on. Yazan is still able to fly here, and as much as I do like Germany's comp in theory, in practice it might not be so good because they're going to be trying to close distance and play up close, but I mean, you're not really making use of the long sight lines over the pit here. That's a great way to start things out, taking down Yazan, but QR goes way too deep to do that. The res is going to be there. They aren't making a great use of the longer sight lines to try and punish Yazan. They're getting punished every time they try to go in, with Quartz harassing their backline and Yazan constantly pumping in rockets from above. That's going to be Fi getting cleaned up as well. And Germany, yeah, they're not able to execute the mission statement of this composition.
Germany, they really should be abusing those long angles, but it feels like Saudi Arabia realizes this, trying really hard to get into their face as well. Saudi Arabia already up to 60% thus far on the objective, and Germany hasn't been able to flip point yet just once. They've really been corralled into these corners, and Yazan is still able to find one on the way down. Sukrak's going out. No burst healing now for Germany. QR does fall soon after. Alex uses the Nemesis form to save off some of the damage and give a little bit of health, and yeah, that sounded like a res from Haku, but I don't believe that he got it off. The Valkyrie has been popped for a little bit of extra sustain for Saudi Arabia, but they actually do disengage off the back of it, at least until Yazan comes back. Now the Annihilation from Alex to save off a little bit of the pressure and try and get the area control, but Quartz, huge pulse bomb onto Alex. Okay, QR, that was a little bit scary, and they're able to flip the point, at least manage to get a bit of percentage and give them some breathing room, but it's still not looking too good. The Kitsune rush from Surma dead, and the rest of Saudi Arabia all getting picks as well. Fi using the Blizzard prematurely, and there just wasn't really anyone to get frozen on the objective. KSA about to go down, but Haku comes in with Thermajed in the resurrection, and now that burst healing is back on the table, capturing from Saudi Arabia and already taking the Diva out of the mech. It is a meltdown of Germany's capture.
And there might not even be time for Germany to get a cap here. KSA is just going to go in with the Rampage. QR does take down Surmajed, and there is a contest on the point. QR actually kills two. This is actually going to be Germany flipping it.
They used the Rampage into Germany's spawn, but Saudi Arabia, they were just not paying attention to what was happening on the point. QR seems to pass everyone, finds two, but they're going to come back quickly. Five finds Yazan with a Storm Arrow, and once again, the flip is over. It's the emergency ball once again for Alex. A lot of stall heroes on Germany's side, but they're now trying to find two players that can kind of grief Yazan out of the sky. Five switching onto the Widowmaker. QR doing pretty well against on the Cassidy. It took a bit to get warmed up, but eventually they were able to start dealing with Afara.
I mean, the swap from Fi over to the Widowmaker means Fi's going to be pulled in two directions because Quartz has the Widowmaker as well. Finds the early pick onto QR. Yazan with a 2k barrage. I think this might just be Saudi Arabia taking it. They flip the point. Germany nowhere to be seen. Overtime Wick's going to burn, and Saudi Arabia will take Nepal.
Well, I think we did expect Saudi Arabia to be able to win this one out. We were really kind of giving Germany a little bit of hopium because we wanted to see someone who was able to contend with what Saudi Arabia was bringing to this group, but they just weren't able to. And when it comes to you're putting all your eggs into a Grief one-player basket, it could also mean that you're not playing on the heroes that are just comfortable to you. So in exchange for wanting them to play into your hands, then you are also playing into their hands in a sort of roundabout way if you're not playing what you're comfortable on, if you're not playing what you're good at, if that's the meta.
You can put all your eggs into whatever basket you want. Saudi Arabia has a lot more baskets than meets the eye. You'll turn into a basket case trying to grief Yazan and forgetting about Quartz and just getting the headshots coming in when you're not looking, or trying to take a duel with Quartz and suddenly he takes your head off and Yazan just kills two with a rocket barrage. Like, you can't... You have to be able to win out on all fronts here, because if even one is able to overpower you, Saudi Arabia still have a way to fight back in. And despite some heroic plays from Germany and some really interesting counterpicking, some strategizing going on from Team Germany, it just doesn't pan out, and so far they're still not able to get their foot in the door. Yeah, first map is going to go to Saudi Arabia. We're going to have another map, and it will be Germany's map pick, so they can try and counterpick a little bit more, try and go back to the drawing board and pick up something that might give them the win here. But, like, Saudi Arabia is just such a strong team.
Yeah, Saudi Arabia, time and time again, we've been impressed by what they've been able to show us, and they are just incredibly strong. No team has really been able to contend with anything that they've shown, and even then, it's just... you don't really scrim against the Pharahs. You don't really scrim against someone who only picks Pharah and then the other DPS is on the Widow or the Tracer, and you're like, what is happening here? And it is definitely very impressive, and someone eventually will learn how to counter the Pharah. I am a believer, but that day is not today.
I mean, someone eventually probably will, but we're running out of time because Saudi Arabia only have 2 more games to play. They've got this one, and then they've got Sweden. And the best part for them is that they don't even have to worry. Like, they have no pressure. They are pretty much a lock to be going to playoffs. They're only really playing for seeding, so they don't have that much pressure on them. They can just play their game. They don't have to get inside their own heads. The pressure, however, is on for Germany if they want to be the ones to dethrone the Kings. We're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be right back with Germany's map pick. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone. We just came back from a tantalizing Nepal from Saudi Arabia to take map 1 of this matchup in Saudi Arabia versus Germany, and we're headed over to wherever we can see Germany potentially winning this one out on their map pick.
You come into Kings, you best not miss, and Germany grazed Saudi Arabia at best on map 1. Wasn't able to take it from them. Going to take us to Blizzard World, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this has been a pretty consistent pick for Germany. I think whenever it's been their map pick, they've gone to Blizzard World. I just feel like I've seen a lot of Germany and Blizzard World in the same breath, so this feels familiar. This feels like something that they can work with, try and maybe utilize the long sight lines to punish Yazan, who is most certainly going to want to try and play the Echo here. But again, like, you can't just punish Yazan. Like, we already learned that Quartz is like almost like the real threat here. Like, even if you're able to deal with Yazan, who's going to be harassing you and being annoying all the time, constantly popping up in the kill feed if you leave him unchecked, Quartz is going to be the one that is really, really making you sweat, because anytime you're looking up, you're not looking straight ahead, and that's where he is with his scope, got you in his crosshairs, gonna hit the shot. It's just so hard. It's so hard to deal with the Saudi Arabian squad, and none of the teams in this group have been able to do it, and again, I cannot stress this enough. They have nearly run the entire table. Germany and Sweden are all that's left. If Germany can't do it today, it falls on Sweden. And, I mean, it would be really cool to see Sweden be the ones to do it, but again, it wouldn't really matter for either team at that point. Like, you wouldn't be taking Saudi Arabia out of the playoff contentions and by any stretch of the imagination. Sweden is already, like, long since locked out of it, ever since, I think, the first day of this week, where they had that really long harebrained scheme, the corkboard, where they're like, here's how we can still qualify. Well, part of that was that Iceland needed to beat Finland, and that was just never going to happen. That was true. Like, the second that match was up on our screens, we were like, oh, it's so over for Sweden. So
it's over, guys. We can't do it.
We don't want to look too far ahead for that matchup here. Yeah. Germany is still sticking to their double flex support shenanigans. I still like this. Yazan is on the Echo again. Quartz on the Sombra, though. This is a slight change of pace from what we might be used to what we like mentally associate Quartz with. We'll see how this ends up playing out, but Sukrak's Immortality Field forced early, and they find QR.
Yeah, and the thing about the double flex support as well, when you're playing flanking heroes like Quartz on the Sombra, it's going to be really, really tough to get them off your backs. Ooh, already a single tick, and it was a very last-second contest for the second one. Yazan, obviously, with the pocket, finding Alex. Actually, Alex just kind of fell off the map there, and then now we have just one person left, and it's QR with a very staggered pick. All the way back to spawn, they are sent.
The Discord Orb onto the Echo is a pretty solid strategy in theory, but it falls apart if there's no one alive to shoot at the Discord Orb's Echo. And so without QR being alive, like, you just can't put the pressure on. It ends up being all for naught, and everybody from Germany just corralled in that really small space, taking all the damage from the sticky bombs. Yazan's nearly got the duplicate. Quartz already nearly has the EMP. That's a lightning fast charge for the EMP there. Saudi Arabia, I mean, again, this should be a quick, easy fight here. Pandy's going to be on definitely on the chopping block as soon as Quartz gets that EMP online.
Yeah, and the duplicate also there for a lot of follow-up as well. The rest of Saudi Arabia looking to be on good pace for ultimates. They have the Valkyrie alongside Haku, so a little bit of extra sustain to follow in the DPSs if they decide to go engage. And here is Quartz just hanging around behind. I think he might be waiting for Alex to head somewhere else before going and trying to hack onto Fi, but no, they've noticed where Quartz is, and Fi goes down either way. He was a little bit focused on turning around and trying to get rid of Quartz, but in the meantime, Yazan has gone and duplicated the Cassidy, been able to find an ultimate off of that and get a pick. Although Yazan does eventually go down to that sticky nade, he is likely going to be brought back very quickly if Haku does have that resurrection available.
540 through point B. We see a lot of cart stall out there because of the spawn advantage, but Saudi Arabia, they don't even flinch, and Quartz gets to hold on to the EMP. Everyone was trying to look for that ability to come out. I think Quartz was even detected there and ended up having to hold on to it, but meanwhile, Yazan just duplicated the Cassidy, hit a 2K with that, and suddenly everything just fell apart. Here comes the EMP. Pandy is, going to just drop, and Sukrak's gonna follow. This cart's not stopping anytime soon.
Yeah, Saudi Arabia, they are running over Germany with an 18-wheeler truck right now. It feels like Germany just have nothing they can say or do, and there's so much stagger that's coming through from these picks. If you ignore either one of the DPS line, they are both just a bigger threat, and they are doing a really good job of distracting the enemy team from one another so that when they need to make those big plays, they do. Like, Yazan is really annoying, but then they realize Quartz has the EMP. Though they're able to take down Quartz for now and they're able to slow down the pacing of the EMP, they still have both support ultimates. They have the duplicate coming up from Saudi Arabia as well. Germany, on the other hand, they also have both support ultimates, but the pacing of their tank, because of that switch and also the DPS ultimates, is just not as good. The Kitsune Rush comes through and it's just shredding through Fi. They're missing that one DPS. Now, duplicates Zenyatta, an interesting choice, but job is done. A little bit of a Discord orb, and they're able to get a lot of health down and out. QR targets Yazan, but Haku brings him back so quickly that, and Alex has nothing that can really be said when surrounded by all the members of Saudi Arabia in this fight. They're able to stall out the cart for a few seconds, but once again, it is moving forward at a very fast pace towards the third point. And is there a touch? There is. Alex comes in with the Doomfist. The Rampage does go through. KSA finds Pandy in the back line. They still have Sucrax alive to try and sustain for a little longer. Alex's health gets very low momentarily, but Quartz switching onto this Widow, finding Fi. Now the Immortality Field will allow Sucrax to go for a peek and try to just suss out this Widowmaker, but still, even though the Doomfist is on top of this DPS line, they still have to go back and touch. They are too far forward with too much time left for Saudi Arabia to be aggressing too far.
I want to give all the props in the world to Sucrax, who seems to be the one who is finding the opening pickoffs for Germany time and time again, which is something you really, really need out of your back line if you're going to have any chance against a squad like Saudi Arabia, because like Germany's DPS have been phenomenal. I say as QR just takes a kunai to the dome from Surmajed, but like you still need something to try and make up that difference. Sucrax has been that, but is it going to be enough? Certainly not if Quartz gets a shot off on him. Yazan going to take down Pandy, Sucrax falls as well, and it's all academic from here.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's going to be a touch at all from Germany. I mean, QR would have to do it, and he's still on the Cassidy. So Saudi Arabia completing round one with 2.5 minutes left in the time bank. It was just so quick on the first capture, and the phase through the theme park was just nothing. There was no resistance at all from Germany. They were staggered that entire time, and they allowed Saudi Arabia's tank to just sit on that payload for the entirety of the phase. There was a little bit of contention over here on the third checkpoint, but other than that, it just felt like Saudi Arabia was in the driver's seat.
At 2:38 time bank, though, that's not insurmountable. That's still a pretty respectable, pretty beefy time bank. If Germany's able to force extra innings here and make sure they finish with some time in the bank, they still have a chance at this one, but it's going to be quite the uphill trek. I hope they brought their climbing boots, because they're going to need it. They've been dug into quite the hole here. I still like the double flex support backline for Germany, but it feels like overall as a team, they're kind of playing really scattered, really scared, and really reactive. And there's a lot of times where like the DPS players are getting caught out early. Like Fi on the Widow a couple times was just way too far forward and ended up just getting melted down by Yazan in like the middle of the fight. And like suddenly there's just no one there to pressure Yazan. There's no one there to put any pressure on the enemy Widowmaker. Quartz just has a shooting gallery, and you know, we just kind of continue as we've been going on this whole series there. Quartz trying to go for a cheeky grapple shot. Fine nearly punishes it, but not to be. Germany showing a wrecking ball look here. I'm not sure how effective this is going to be, but I'm here for it.
I mean, it's definitely interesting, and you know what they were doing was Okay.
What do you know?
Well, what they were doing was broke, so they're trying to fix it, and they tried to fix it, it didn't work, so it's broke again. Fix it again.
Yeah.
It seems like the wrecking ball is going to stay for now. Pandy on that Zenyatta getting absolutely domed by Quartz, and Quartz with another shot onto Fi, just on a rampage once again. Surmajed even going really far forward, trying to get that pick onto QR. Haku does go down, but with Surmajed in play, it's going to be really hard to shred any of the members of Saudi Arabia. Not to mention, most of Germany is still just hiding behind the choke point.
It turns out that Wrecking Ball is a fighting type, super weak to flying type moves. That would be pretty much Yazan's entire moveset. Just entirely melts there. And like Alex can still roll around in the backline, cause a little bit of problems, make everybody turn their heads towards him. But like, look at his health bar right now. Like, he's on death's door, has to try and roll away to get a health pack. There's not enough pressure onto much of anything right now. QR falls once again. Yazan taking down Alex. Maybe it's time for a new type matchup here. It's Sucrax finding the opening pick again, but this is just too scattered all over the place.
Yeah, it feels like Yazan is kind of allowed to have free reign whenever they're trying to focus down Quartz or even the back line, because Haku is just attached to Yazan at the hip, and there is not really much that Germany is doing against it. They're running that same composition. Theoretically, their composition should be able to counter the flying type that is Yazan, getting a bunch of frequent flyer points. But okay, QR able to find Yazan after he gets a little bit too cocky, and Quartz also peeking into the scope in Widow. A few mistakes from the DPS line of Saudi Arabia.
That's steps 1, 2, and 3.
Yep. Should allow them to go all the way up towards that point. Alex is still pressuring the backline, making a lot of space here. It seems like KSA wants to go for the contention, but isn't really too heavy on it. They do use the Kitsune Rush as soon as the DPS come back in. And Yazan duplicates the Baptiste. The Rampage also canceled as well. And immediately Germany taking down that Saudi Arabian tank means that Saudi Arabia has to back off. They're able to get that contest in, and with 3 minutes left to spare, they're able to get that payload out and down into theme park.
They used every ult there. Like, they didn't have the Valkyrie, but I mean, they used that in the previous fight, but they used the Kitsune Rush, the Rampage, the Sights, and the Duplicate, and they got nothing for it. In fact, they lost the point. And, like, it looked like they were about to full hold Germany there, the way that was going, but a couple early picks, a couple people on the point to try and take up the percentage, and suddenly a bunch of blown ultimates. Germany are still in this.
Yeah, it really felt like there was a miss in the communication there of whether or not they wanted to go for the touch. Yazan also duplicated a Baptiste as well, and now Alex going to keep that momentum going, taking down Quartz, and allows Fi to reposition a little bit more forward. Now the Haku coming in with a resurrection onto Quartz, but immediately after that, Fi finds Yazan, and the mines from Alex are going to find Thermajed. So now they only have that Valkyrie Mercy to rely on for the sustain, and that's not enough to keep up KSA.
What was that nade?
Queen goes down.
What was that
okay.
nade?
Okay.
That nade did a whole U-turn to get out through
That
there.
is not. I was just okay. That is interesting.
I don't know what that was.
This is still old patch, guys. By the way, this is not the newly balanced Cassidy magnetic nade, which is still kind of as bad, but not as egregious as what we just saw.
That ability is anything but balanced, but the Wrecking Ball pick is actually starting to bear quite a bit of fruit. I think they've decided that griefing Yazan is not the way forward. You have to grief Quartz, so they go for the Wrecking Ball. Alex is going to go in, try and pester Quartz. You can even see it on your screen right now, trying to harass the Widowmaker. Quartz can't get an angle, is going to die, and now Germany can keep pressing forward. They don't have to worry about those headshots coming through. They are losing in the neutral here over in this Mega Health Pack room, but this is a good pattern that they can keep repeating and try and find something with it.
KSA forcing a lot of Germany back. Alex does come back to regroup with the squad and try and get that little bit of pressure off of the backline and that Widowmaker, and it does so, but do lose control of the objective in the process. Quartz switching over to the Tracer, a little bit tired of being pressured out by the tank, and now it's the Kitsune Rush, and off the back of it, a lot of picks swinging towards Saudi Arabia's side. Pandy, however, able to find one, but Quartz that trick on swap onto Tracer, definitely a huge decision from Saudi Arabia, no longer having to be pressured out on those long angles because of the tank. But Yazan, this is a very cheeky flank that we have here. Sticky bombs immediately go out. However, with the Kitsune Rush coming through, or the Susu coming through, it's going to allow a little bit of that extra sustain. However, so much pressure being put onto the backline. Sucrax does fall. They still have Pandy to fall back on, but Saudi Arabia's picks are poignant enough that it allows them to push Germany away. Pandy, however, on the flank and going to swift step away to regroup with the rest of the squad. Yazan still surviving from that little cheeky corner cam that he did earlier.
I mean, it ends up being a flashy play, but it is like, he has to invest the duplicate just to stay alive there, and now look at the ult economy of Saudi Arabia. It's in shambles. Everyone is falling now. They only have a pulse bomb when they come back. Germany still have a way forward here. They've managed to get a team wipe. Sir Majed, the only one still alive, still in spawn. Germany are in this. They're still alive. They're about to come up on an Ant Matrix, a Bob, and they have the Deadeye. They can try and zone out here. Quartz, by the way, got forced off the Widowmaker a long time ago. Gonna switch back onto it. So now Saudi Arabia don't even have the pulse bomb. Now they have Sucrax, though. They killed him.
Okay, well, that's a good start. They still have the double flex supports, though, right? And they have a lot of the sustained burst healing. I mean, Saudi Arabia, they are getting a little bit confident, a little bit cocky as well, and making a lot of mistakes because of it. But they are still in the driver's seat thus far. Germany has been able to force the tempo with this Wrecking Ball, though, and it's forcing Quartz to just get into very bad positions and unable to escape as well. Even though Yazan was taking down, the resurrection from Haku, once again, coming in. They forgot the step 3 of take down Haku as well, make sure that resurrection does not come through. But Germany, they still have a minute left over to potentially full cap. They are very close to the end, and Quartz continually getting pressured. However, oh, not this time around. Quartz just ignoring Alex there with Haku at his side to kind of sustain out, and going to take out the backline instead.
It's crunch time now. Under a minute now for Germany to try and get the cap here. I mean, they have the ults to try and do it, but QR is going to swap over onto the Sombra. I don't know if there's going to be enough time to build up to an EMP, especially if they have to play slow now, because they just lost Pandy. They can't go in without that Kiriko. They need to try and build like a Kitsune Rush as well. I don't know if Germany's going to be able to finish with time here. If they finish at all, this might be only a drawable situation. Another stagger, though, onto Fi. This is disaster. They need to stabilize. They can't keep letting this happen. If they lose Pandy again, no, it's over. It's over. Germany cannot finish with time now.
And they also use the Amp Matrix there, and it's just no ultimates into this next fight, even if they're able to touch. I mean, the Wrecking Ball should be able to focus down and get a little bit of that touch and contention there, but the Wrecking Ball is nowhere to be seen. We have the Kitsune Rush to come through as well. Alex does find Quartz in the backline, but has not gone for the touch. It's looking like a really shaky overtime. It's going to be a dicey situation for Germany. They're able to continually touch with the Wrecking Ball, but now the duplication does come through. Yazan is sticking onto the Baptiste, actually, but the self-destruct does come through from KSA. It does a little bit of zoning, forcing that Wrecking Ball away. Alex doesn't have a lot of support here. They have Pandy to come in with the Suzu and the Swift Step, but okay. It was just a really messy fight at the end there. They are trying to contest, they're trying to keep Alex alive, and Saudi Arabia, they don't really feel the pressure. They're kind of there, they're kind of also trolling a little bit. They're like, why don't I switch onto the Torbjorn at the end?
Quartz just, running through all the chaos, swinging the hammer, just trying to find a kill is like, that just kind of sets the tempo for like how that whole ending sequence went there. I mean, Germany had a realistic shot, but like I said, a couple of those staggers just went a little bit they were too egregious. Like, you weren't able to capitalize off of it. Losing Pandy like twice in a row there, losing Fi in the middle of that, like, just so much pressure from Saudi Arabia. And of course they knew that, like, if they got those staggers, there was no shot that Germany was going to be able to take the clean fight where they had the ult advantage, that they had everything they could have possibly wanted to try and get force the cart through in OT, where even if they had, Saudi Arabia still would have had 2.5 minutes just to get a tick and still got the win there. So it's a Saudi Arabia 2-0, a pretty solid look from Germany, but still just not enough to even take a map off the Kings.
It did feel like they were getting warmed up here, right at the beginning. Towards the end, they started having their comp come together and everything was looking a lot more cohesive than it was at the beginning, and it seemed like they were putting the pieces together and we could see the bigger picture. The puzzle was all fitting, and then it wasn't because of these really, really cheeky plays. But at the same time, Saudi Arabia, they weren't really playing all that seriously. I mean, the pressure is off, like you said. They're pretty much guaranteeing themselves that playoff spot. They're basically playing for seeding, and since Germany isn't really in contention, I don't think they're too worried about this squad at all.
And I even said it the other day when we were casting this squad. I don't even think, Saudi Arabia needs to buy a ticket to land there. I think Yazan's got enough frequent flyer miles to get the whole team to BlizzCon for free there. So another great look for Saudi Arabia. They look as strong, as dominant as ever. Their iron claw grip on the #1 seed deepens just a little bit more. It still might be in contention, though, if Finland has anything to say about it. And there is still one more team that could potentially pull off the upset. All of the hopes and prayers of everyone else in Group B will lie now atop Sweden's shoulders tomorrow. Definitely be on the lookout for that one. That one should be a good one with this new reformed Sweden. But for now, we have to look to our next game today, which is, let me double check. I believe it is. What is the next game? I'm drawing a blank here.
Poland versus Norway.
Poland versus Norway is going to be our next game. All right. We're going to go ahead and get that one set up for you. We'll be right back after the break. Don't go anywhere.
It's the penultimate day of competition here at the Overwatch World Cup 2023 EMEC online qualifiers. I'm your host, Jim Basco. That's Epitomes, that's for Cat, and that's CB. And of course, we just watched Saudi Arabia take it really dominantly 2-0 over Germany. Epitomes, lay out some context for the viewers who may just be joining. What did they miss?
I mean, Germany is probably one of the only teams that could have potentially knocked the Kings off their throne. I mean, they're the only ones that really have a chance other than Sweden, since they don't really have too many chances left on day 7 out of 8. And now Germany, unfortunately, they could not do too much against Saudi Arabia. They definitely did their VOD review. They definitely knew what comps they wanted to run in order to just try and grief the Saudi Arabian players, and it didn't work out too well until they went ball at the very end, and they were able to not allow Quartz to play the game for maybe 20% of that last checkpoint, but unfortunately they were not able to win it out at the very end.
Yeah, it's tough when you're going up against the top of your group, but let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule. Of course, we're just one match down. We've got 6 more to go. Next up, we've got Poland versus Norway, which is bound to be great. Turkey versus Finland follows, and then we've got Sweden versus Iceland. Then, the marquee matchup of the day in our books, Spain versus Great Britain, followed by Netherlands versus Portugal, and we wrap out our day with Italy versus Denmark. CB, let's talk about Poland versus Norway, right? Set some context here for the viewers. What are we looking at?
Well, I mean, both of these teams are essentially locked out because, again, it is the Saudi Arabia show featuring Finland, and those are pretty much the 2 teams from this group that are going to be going on to the playoffs. Poland and Norway, 2 squads that are going to be on the outside looking in. Norway has put on a phenomenal show thus far, and they want to continue that. They want to make sure that they are giving their fans something to be proud of, something to remember, so that, you know, when they come back next year, we'll be like, this Norwegian squad, they were ones to watch. They've got this legacy. They want to try and build that legacy. Give us a show, you know, play a little bit for pride here. Unfortunately, that is all that is really on the line, but that's not nothing. That's still worth quite a bit going forward.
It is, and it's the World Cup, man. You know, at the end of the day, you're representing your country on the world stage in front of thousands of people all across the globe. So that's got to be pretty cool. So with that said, Epitomes and CB, enjoy the match. Poland versus Norway just around the corner, and I'll catch you guys on the other side.
And thank you so much, Jim. So on this Poland versus Norway matchup, some context for Norway, who are 3rd in the group currently. The only way that they make it to playoffs is if Finland lose to their next opponents, which I believe is Turkey. And Turkey right now, it's not looking too hot for them in Group B. They are number 6 with a 2-3 record, same as Germany. And if what our match with Saudi Arabia against Germany told us anything, then it's not the greatest of odds for Norway making it into these playoffs.
Yeah, Finland versus Turkey is going to be our next matchup after this one. Once we have this one all squared away, we'll be taking a look at that one, and that is definitely one to keep an eye on here. And, you know, going back to what I was saying before, where these teams are for the most part playing for pride and trying to go down swinging and give a show, both of these teams have been pretty good representation for their nations. I've seen a lot of really good things out of this Polish squad. Fake Jake has impressed me. I've been impressed essentially by this entire team. It just hasn't really come together. They you know, did fall victim to the group that had only 2 playoff spots and Saudi Arabia in it, so there was not really ever going to be room for this team, but they've still put on a great show, a very memorable team, definitely some names to keep an eye on going forward. Poland, you know, has a long history in esports, a very proud nation when it comes to esports, and I think this team has done them proud.
I feel like Poland has just had a really good run of things thus far, but Norway is one of these squads that have a lot of veterancy on it as well. Onigod represented Norway in every single World Cup thus far, very long history in esports, and they've also done a lot of, you can tell that they've done a lot of research, they've done a lot of cooking when it comes to playing against these squads, and I feel like there are so many moments of brilliance that we saw from Norway. It's just they once again also fell victim to that group with only 2 playoff spots, and I feel like if there was that one more, if they were like Group A, Norway could have definitely made the cake.
Maybe. I mean, Group A is still very contentious. There's a lot of turmoil going on over there, and maybe someone like Onigod, who has those hero moments, who has that clutch factor in him, could potentially help elevate Norway to greatness there, but it just was not in the cards thus far. Again, falling victim to being in Saudi Arabia's group. We're going to be taking things to Ilios to kick things off here as Poland looks to try and get that win-loss record up a little bit, try and make the fans back home just a little bit more proud. And Norway continues to plead their case for why there probably should have been a third slot, if you ask them, to try and get them to that playoff spot. It's very unlikely that they're going to take it, but hey, going down swinging here, giving a good show, it would be a great way to make the fans remember you.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Norway because the only way they can make it is if it's something out of their control. If Finland loses to Turkey, and otherwise, even if they went perfect in the next 2 matches, they would still be 5-2, and Finland would likely, if they don't lose to Turkey, be 6-1. So Norway losing to both Finland and Saudi Arabia, losing to 1 and 2, I mean, that's a lot to be proud of still.
Yeah, a solid third place podium finish. I think, mathematically speaking, even with the map differential, I think Norway is unfortunately locked out. I mean, well, I'm no math magician, so I don't really know. Crazier things have happened. I would just put my money on it being Saudi Arabia and Finland. But even if that is the case, if I'm Norway, I still want to be dominant. I still want to come out here and give a good showing. I still want to come out here and get a big dub, not drop a map, make it as close as it possibly can be. Poland going to go ahead and come out of the gates with that Junker Queen composition, very Jotes-esque. We're seeing the Cassidy with those U-turn grenades that we saw in the last series, and Psycho on the Echo for the side of Norway. Isaac on the Roadhog is not something that was on my bingo card for today, but if it was on yours, go ahead and mark that one. You might be the only person in the bingo hall that walking home with a prize today. ICAV might not be walking away at all, though.
It's giving the Overwatch 1 vibes where they would just try to hook people into the well on this map. But, I mean, now Norway, they're already contesting after that point unlocked, but Psycho is really looking for that backline. It's actually Poland that are going to find the first picks, though. ICAV being brought out here. ICAV is a player that I like to highlight a lot, especially on the DPS hero. Mostly known more in the World Cup here for his Ashe, but now taking out the Cassidy, and it's stylistically very great counter to Norway's Psycho Mimio combo with the Echo Mercy.
And Norway is done playing around. No more Hog. Gonna actually switch it over to the Horse. Looking a little more horse than my voice now. Psycho gonna fall early. Norway. Yeah, you can see Isaac's just going like, what was that? Like, now I gotta wait for my team. Ugh. Now Poland's gonna keep ticking up the percentage here. They're gonna surpass the 30% threshold about a third of the way home. So, I mean, Poland looking okay thus far. We'll see if Norway is able to find a way in here.
Fake Jake looking for the back line once again, just fishing for that little bit of damage that he can get off onto JP, which is the onus of the healing is really on for Norway's squad with Psycho and Mimio together. The Echo having custody of the Mercy, but now Pulse Bomb already charged for Fake Jake. Could mean disaster for a low HP Orisa. No, Fake Jake is actually the one to fall. JP able to get all the health back up on the tank, and the Valkyrie coming through. It's a Kitsune rush from Poland's side, and now a high noon from ICAV to attempt to find something and swing it in the other direction. Okay, that Kitsune rush just powers up Cassidy's primary fire so much. It's going to be Psycho who duplicates a Junker Queen, trying to get a tank and that little bit of extra health pool into the fight. It's not going to work out forever. Shreds out Psycho, and now Norway, they're left grasping for the straws of that last fight. They still have one ultimate left over, but it's not looking too good.
I mean, I don't know if anyone in the chat is going to remember, but like a while back, there was that patch where Cassidy's fire rate got buffed way up, and they called it Tommy Gun Cassidy. That's what that looked like there. And I mean, he's not quite as fast now, but ICAV still got the Tommy Gun going. Going to follow that up. Oh my, Suzu from JP there was so clutch. That was a huge rampage from Forever, but I mean, everyone's able to survive it. Norway, they might actually be able to flip this if they can finally melt down Forever, who's clinging on with just a scrap of HP.
Yeah, Forever was so out of position for so long there, but it's actually Psycho who falls. Mimio could potentially go for the resurrection here, but Fake Jake is allowed to get a lot of damage off, and now the Blizzard from Oni got to do a bit of zoning. Isaac still getting shredded very low, but the Valkyrie from Mimio comes in just in time. Still, Isaac goes down. Resurrection possible. Mimio goes for it and brings the tank back. They could flip point here, still being contested by the Lucio, just riding along the walls. Flipper doing a very good job at making sure that they can try and get some more players on, but Texel a little bit late to the party and just walking out onto the point. Poland waiting for the reset from their supports now.
All right, I mean, 99%, it's time for Norway to get a little bit more serious here, and their composition is still looking a little bit more serious, but they do have to expend a lot to try and get that flip. Poland holding on to both DPS ults. Neither ult is that particularly huge one, though. You do want to try and, like, at least get some zoning, get some space out of using the Deadeye, if nothing else. Norway, if they can find some picks here into the Kitsune Rush, they're going to have to watch out for the return of Tommy Gun Cassidy, but they might be able to weather this storm here.
Yeah, now the Deadeye from ICAV doesn't find anything, but Flipper is able to get a lot of damage down onto the tank. And now without the tank, they have to use that duplicate once again on Psycho. Looking for the Junker Queen, doesn't get the Rampage off, but it gives enough time for Mimio to resurrect Isaac. Now they have the Kitsune Rush of their own that JP had already used, and it forced Poland back enough and allowed Psycho to just shred down some of that backline.
Norway, I mean, that's a successful first hold there. They're up above the 50% threshold. They can keep this one going, and now they have the ult advantage because Poland, like, expended pretty heavily in that one. You know, no more Kitsune Rush, no more Deadeye. They're going to have to work up to another Pulse Bomb. It's really only Forever's Rampage that Norway has to worry about. If they can snuff that out early, potentially even just kill Forever outright right here. Going with the Blizzard, they might be able to hold here.
Oh, the Blizzard from Onigod is good, but Onigod gets so low and can't really finish off any of the kills. Isaac will be able to, though, a lot bigger of a health sink that you can put into the horse of the Orisa, and you have the Terra Surge now searching for with the Javelin Spin. Okay, that's a great Javelin onto ICAV, and now Psycho brought back into the fight. Lots of space being created by this tank and just allowing for the Mercy to bring back so many key resurrections as well. Okay, that Rampage was a little bit of a bust from Forever and maybe a little bit too panicked as well. Terra Surge onto Flipper is just going to take down the Lucio, and there's not a lot to be done here. Mimio even takes out the pistol for a second, while ICAV switches on to the Echo and actually takes down Psycho. There's the Kitsune Rush from Texel, but immediately after that Kitsune Rush does go down because of Kiriko, and okay, they're trying to wave them away once again with just that little bit of a hook, but the ball comes back in. Forever on the emergency ball, as we so often see near the end, and unfortunately not able to touch from Flipper or Texel.
Hey, look down the well here. There goes Poland's hopes and dreams. Norway going to go ahead and take Ilios well, running it back 99 to 100. It's very close, but it ends up just kind of being the aggression from Norway towards the tail end there that ends up winning out the day. They identify isolated targets. They just, you know, all hold W, int right on top of them, make it so that Poland are never really able to take an advantageous fight again, and Norway are able to, you know, run the table all the way back. As long as they stay serious, Isaac, I said stay serious, go back to the horse. As long as they stay serious, they should be able to just close this one out here on Lighthouse. Poland now actually going to bring out a horse of their own. We'll see who rules the stable yet again. Okay, that's a little bit more serious. From the Hog over onto the Diva. This is going to be an interesting look here from Norway. Also be on the lookout for Onigod with that Ashe to be putting a lot of the pressure on to Fake Jake from here on high.
Yeah, Fake Jake switching onto the Echo. It's pretty much a mirror composition except for that horse versus the Diva, which is really going to be looking for that backline a lot more, and Texel is going to have to be isolated there. Onigod already finding the high ground on top of the objective, but after the objective opens, Isaac finding ICAV and Psycho very easily finding the backline of Texel as well. Flipper looking to go for some kind of resurrection. Fake Jake actually able to find Onigod, but the first point should go over to Norway's side. Mimio able to get the res off onto Onigod, and with that, Norway have gotten that first capture.
Yeah, Poland actually going to go ahead and make the swap, so now we're in a full-on mirror composition here, so Mimio, it's giving plagiarism.
Okay.
Yeah, a little bit of swagger jacking from Poland onto Norway here. They do take down Mimio while she's busy typing there, so a slight misplay,
okay.
I guess. Shouldn't have had the chat open there. Poland might be able to capitalize without the fear of the res coming online, but Norway still have the tools that they need to try and stall this out. Isaac is going to be coming up on that self-destruct and can use that to buy a little bit more time.
Yeah, that Suzu already came out from Poland as well to try and save Fake Jake. They are able to take Isaac out of the mech, but the self-destruct is forced to be used, and the remech is very quick. Now Psycho finding Forever's own mech and taken down Forever in the process. Isaac just diving onto Texel, and there's not really much that Texel can do. Doesn't have any teammates to swift step to, and Forever is kind of left drifting around in the streets waiting for the rest of Poland to come back.
I mean, there was just a very high value self-destruct there. I mean, they're able to get the DMEC onto Forever before the bomb actually goes off, ends up killing the baby diva. Isaac's able to get the remech and just chase down the last couple stragglers. Very clean from Norway. They did it with they did that hold with potentially their most expendable ultimate ability, and now Poland is going to have a lot to try and chunk through if they want to get that. But chunking through Onigod and JP, yeah, that's how you start.
Yeah, JP already going down with the Kitsune Rush in hand as well. Mimio brings back Onigod, who almost has that Bob ready, and they're looking to use it to try and contest a little bit further. Fake Shake does duplicate onto the Diva, but guts out the mech very quickly, and Onigod finding Tech Soul in the back line as well. It's going to allow Norway to go up to 90%. A good pick onto Fake Shake and a little bit of stagger pick as well. Isaac does fall off the map though, so they're going to have to find a way to get that tank back in. Not going to matter, actually. There's not even a touch from Poland to activate that overtime, and it's going to be Norway for that first map of Ilios. A little bit of funny little trolling with the Roadhog at the beginning, but they got serious.
We do a little trolling, but yeah, once they get serious, they do take it pretty decisively. I mean, Norway coming into this, though, we talked about how proud both teams should be of what they've done and how they've represented their country. But Norway on paper is just like the stronger team across the board. Like, they have the talent, they have Onigod, they have Psycho, who has been a very consistent piece for this team. Mimio with both the trash talk and the reses and all of the stellar mercy play that's come out from her. I love that for her. But overall, like, this Norwegian squad, if there was a third slot for playoffs in Group B, this would be the pick for it, right? Like, there would be no one else that would even realistically come close to this team. Poland is, they were locked out, I think, as of even yesterday. So Norway just looked to be the stronger squad, and they just show it here across the board. Didn't even really feel like the most serious of games, but once they took it seriously, they showed us why.
Yeah, Forever at the beginning of the game said good luck, have fun, and then they really took that to heart and picked Roadhog right at the beginning there. So, I mean, Norway, they are a veteran squad, especially Onigod here looking to lead the charge with the rest of the team, but there's still a lot of contenders talent as well. Mimio also being a veteran of the Norway World Cup squad, so I'm not really surprised that we do get this result on the first map, but for the next one, it will be Poland's map pick, and they might be getting a little bit more serious instead of their haha good luck have fun attitude, but at the same time they have been locked out of playoffs because of their map score and just the amount of losses that they have in matches. So I'm not sure, maybe we are going to get a little bit more of that trolling from both of these teams.
Good luck, have fun. Don't mind if I do. I'm definitely having fun over here. That was a lot of fun to watch, getting to see the return of the Hog coming out. I mean, the only other tank player I think that's busted that out was Forever, so I mean, maybe unintentional, but also just like a little bit of extra layers onto the trolling here. Maybe I'm digging a little bit more for analysis because there wasn't a whole lot to break down there. That was just kind of, both teams going in, playing some Overwatch, having fun, and that's how you want to go out when you're on this stage, when playoffs seems like a fever dream, something that you are now effectively locked out of. You want to go down swinging, and you want to give a show, you want to have fun. That's what these two teams are here to do. We got another map of that coming up, potentially a third if Poland's able to take it. It's going to be their map pick. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with that after this break.
Although these teams might be locked out of playoffs, they're still ready to play for map 2 of Poland versus Norway. We saw Norway take it 1-0 over on Ilios, and we will be headed to Poland's map pick now.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams just coming out, like I said, for pride, gonna go down swinging, make sure to give everyone a show, and the stage where this show will go into its second, potentially final act is going to be Circuit Royale. So expect to see a lot of hit scan play coming out, a lot of long range heroes, your Hanzos, your Widows. You might still see some teams trying to lean in towards the Echo to take advantage of some of the wide open skybox, but for the most part, this is where the long range hit scan heroes reign supreme. You probably see some Sigma. We've also seen some teams try and play variants of Rush on this map, which is also another interesting look that I always do, look forward to seeing. Rush is like, it's always good. Like, it's just always fun. It's always fun to watch. It's always fun to cast. It's always fun to play. And at this point, these teams are pretty much just looking to have a little bit of fun with each other.
I definitely agree there, and it seems like Circuit Royale, you can have a lot of those long-range hit scan DPSs, and we saw ICAV last map on the Cassidy doing a lot of good work for Poland, and I expect to see that again. ICAV, once again, really impressive on the Ashe. Fake Shake likely going to pick into that Tracer if we don't see anything else coming out, more of a dive-oriented comp, but I'm definitely interested in what Poland has cooking headed over onto Circuit Royale.
By the way, I do kind of want to talk a little bit about the map geometry for a second, so I can, some people might be wondering, like, it might even seem obvious, but they might be wondering, like, why does everybody play, long-range hit scan heroes? Why don't people typically try and lean too much into the Tracer on point A? It's because there's really no flank routes. It's kind of just that one straight shot. Like, you just have to push the cart forward. There's no real way that you can get behind anywhere that the enemy is going to be holding, so you will see a lot more people trying to play those lanes, put some spam down with the Hanzo. That's why we also see the Zenyatta typically come out for a little bit of that extra spam, getting some value out of that Discord orb. You'll sometimes see the Genji because he's able to kind of utilize the deflect and the dash to get in people's face, but not to the same extent that you would see like a Sombra or a Tracer. So that's just kind of how Circuit Royale typically ends up playing out, and you can tell by Poland's comp, this is very much what we expect to be the meta on Circuit Royale every time we load into this map. Norway, on the other hand, this is not at all what we expect to see pretty much ever. Also, has anyone seen Onigod? Where is he? Okay, we found him.
Norway was playing a ranked game team composition for a second there. They're able to hold on to that payload. Poland is holding pretty far back around that first corner and choke point rather than trying to go for a spawn hold, and Norway switched to a pretty typical rush comp as well.
Norway was playing a composition that I very lovingly like to call the 7-day avoid, where I'm going to avoid the Roadhog, I'm going to avoid the Moira, and gonna Q dodge so I don't play into them ever again.
Exactly, just like go into Widow headshot for like 5 minutes, make sure that you don't see them again. Sigma on Poland's side is doing pretty well. They've already taken out the immortality field though to try and save some of that backline, especially Flipper, but ICAV here just getting so much value off of this angle, taking down Psycho, who's really in their face trying to harass this backline out since they have that squishy Zenyatta and really easily flankable. Forever now finding Isaac, the tank down for Norway. They're gonna have to back off. Onigod gets caught in the crossfire. The Norway's backline's still alive, but they're going to stay that way by hiding around that corner.
Yeah, and so, like, Poland playing this long-range poke composition, like, it's designed to try and keep Norway at arm's distance, and the comp that Norway was playing before they have now swapped onto a double sniper was all about trying to close distance and trying to get close. It falls flat if you just can't get close, which is why now Norway are going to be playing Poland's game here a little bit with some slight variations. They still have the Ramatra, they still have the Ana. I think Ramatra does a great job of dueling out the Sigma, so they can put a little bit of forward pressure here and give Onigod the space to hit some shots.
Onigod looking for the head of one of the backline here of Poland. Now going to go ahead with the nano-boosted Annihilation. They're able to only find the immortality field, though. Poland managing to save so much of the squad with only one cooldown. They did use that Amp Matrix to try and shred a little bit further, but Fake Shake also with the Dragon Strike finds the backline of Norway. They've also switched Mimio onto the Zenyatta, and it hasn't really netted them much here just yet. I have completely fully in control of those long angles with the Widowmaker, and Onigod not really able to find the same value just yet.
It was a great play from Isaac there to just walk through the Amp Matrix and try to block off all the damage, but the Zenyatta Discord Orb from Flipper and all of the pressure that was all the pressure being applied to Isaac just makes it feel like he's crumbling under the weight of the world there. There's not enough healing to bail him out, and he does end up falling, and suddenly there's no space for anyone else to play. The Dragon Strike just mops up, and now Norway, they don't have a whole lot of abilities to try and brute force this. Poland still have the Gravitic Flux. That could be a fight win of their own. They still have the Transcendence to try and negate whatever Norway's play here is. They're going to open with the Gravitic Flux.
YCAV once again spamming down that long angle. Psycho going down because of it, and Texel is only able to eliminate that immortality field without that cooldown. It's a lot harder to force Norway forward, and they've only just switched onto that Sigma as well, so they don't have the same ultimate pressure. Now with Fake Jake finding Onigod, not even the little bit of recon information that can be found from Onigod's ultimate can be used here. The Transcendence is there from Mimio, but Fake Jake once again, such a good shot onto the Zenyatta, and it seems like Poland, they are just so much more comfortable on these long-range poke comps, while Norway really prefers that kind of brawl.
Yeah, and now that they're playing the mirror comps, it's Norway that's giving plagiarism. No shade to Mimio there. I don't know how to spell plagiarism either. I'm very dumb, but I mean, you got 20 seconds left for Norway. They have to try and get a touch here, and they have to also try and get some kills to dislodge Poland. You still have Transcendences on either side, so this fight can go quite a long time. Isaac has to try and build up to that Gravitic Flux, but Forever has nearly matched it and nearly has another one.
Yeah, and the Gravitic Flux is so close from Poland as well. They have the recon, they've used that Amp Matrix to force a lot of positioning. Mimio uses Transcendence if just to try and push themselves forward. Amp Matrix from JP will force Poland back around that corner, but they still have a little bit ways to go, and it's overtime, and Forever's already found one. Psycho finally does get a little bit of value out of this Hanzo, but Fake Jake is just telling him that he is the king of this Hanzo, and the hero plays aren't there for Norway this time around. Poland completing round one without even a push onto first checkpoint.
Yeah, the Transcendence from Mimio gets forced out there really early, so once that expires, it's like Isaac's life is on the clock, and once he falls, there's no one to really hold the space. Again, your snipers can't take angles if there's not a tank pushing forward with the shield, applying pressure with those orbs and those accretions to try and push everyone else back. That Sigma duel is very important, the Widow duel is very important, but if your Widow can't get a favorable shot, can't get a favorable angle, then you're never going to be able to break through. So Norway, they just kind of stall out there. Again, that Transcendence getting forced early kind of spells disaster for them because Poland can just hang on to theirs and, weather the storm. Whatever Norway comes through, whether it's their Gravitic Flux or whether it's Storm Arrows or even an Amp Matrix play, they can just use the Transcendence, hold everybody strong, stay alive, and hold on the point. And that's a pretty solid hold for Poland. They have a realistic shot at winning this map outright here now. Norway are going to have to hold them even stronger, likely even closer, where they can take potentially 2 fights here. We'll have to see how far up they want to hold. If they go too far up, they do kind of risk not giving favorable angles to their snipers, and Poland can just bully them out with the spawn advantage. So looks like they're going to go for that first corner that we do typically see a lot of teams go for. Very smart, very wise. Take the fight on the cart, but you still have a favorable angle.
Yeah, Psycho really looking to have to contest ICAV and Fake Jake here. Onigod has been doing a little bit of work on the Hanzo, but unable to find as much as Poland has been able to with Fake Jake's own Hanzo. And even with the ultimate pacing that you're seeing here, Fake Jake is just building it up that much quicker. Same with ICAV. Their long-range poke compositions just have so much more to be said and have a lot more layers than Norway, who are simply just matching what Poland is bringing.
And Norway's also backing up a lot. They're giving a lot of space here, where they're only realistically going to have one fight that they can take, and a little bit of a sniper trade there, ICAV for Onigod. Losing Onigod's not going to be great. He'll have the ability to play the high ground when he comes back, but you need to make sure that you don't lose Psycho here.
Yeah, and Isaac is playing really far up to try and contest the cart and ensure that they don't push back this corner, because Poland is already approaching the final destination here. They are very close by, and Norway is just dancing around this corner. Not a lot to be done. Isaac does have to back off just a little bit and try and dance inside of this room instead of contesting back and forth. And Psycho is trying to take this Sigma down, but there is just so much health, and you really need to have that coordinated damage. Otherwise, it's just gonna all get healed back. And Fake Shake with the picks onto the back line, onto Psycho, is just so much promise for Poland to be able to win this one outright. Norway takes out the amplification matrix, but Poland has that immortality field. Now with the gravitic flux from Isaac, it gives them a little bit of space made, but the Dragon Strike also forces the positioning, and Texel able to find Isaac. Now Transcendence is a little bit too late from JP to save the team, and it's just going to be two supports in the backline trying to find something. Cannot contest. I mean, it's a Zenyatta and a Hanzo. I kind of expected this one if their tank ever went down, but Poland very, very good first hold and able to just push that cart in very quickly as well.
Yeah, they look very confident on the poke compositions. We're seeing their DPS getting the opening pickoffs more often than Norway's were. I mean, Forever on the Sigma looks really, really good. I mean, you did still see Isaac looking pretty competent at times there, but Forever was like matching or sometimes even lapping the Gravitic Flux charge, which just speaks to how much he's doing there on that front line. And overall, that definitely feels like a comfort pick for Poland, like something that they are very confident at. And Norway, they tried to plagiarize it. It didn't go their way. They, too little too late, weren't able to get as much on their attack as they potentially should have to make it competitive, and Poland just kind of run away with this one.
Yeah, and it was really difficult for them to play into Poland's comfort picks. You could see that Fake Shake and iCav were really in the zone at this point. Fake Shake finding a lot of value off of the Hanzo, and iCav, a player that I've been talking about a lot because I've been really impressed by his hit scan play. He was given the space to do work, right? But it's Fake Shake that really shone here. Getting that early pick off onto Psycho is what really started the momentum to allow them to push past this final point.
And you can even tell, like, by the composition that Norway came out with, that they do like to play more close range. They do like to play more of the brawl composition, and they weren't able to get away with that this time around. So great map pick, actually, from Poland, where they can play inside their comfort picks and completely make Norway as uncomfortable as possible and end up taking a map. So we're going to map 3 here. Not great for Norway, because, if you wanted to have even a snowball's chance in hell of making it to LAN at this point, you need to make sure that you didn't drop a single map, because now there's, no way the map differential is going to work out in their favor. I think they were already mathematically locked out, but even more so after dropping that one, so maybe don't drop the whole series. We'll go ahead and cut to a quick little break here. It's going to be Norway's map pick when we get back. Hopefully they're able to stay in this one. This one's getting interesting. We'll see you in a bit.
Welcome back. Circuit Royale turned out to be a challenge for Norway, the number 3 seed currently in Group B. And looking at a chance at playoffs, Poland might have just been able to lock them out with that map win. Now headed on to Norway's map pick of a push map. It's going to be interesting to see if they're going to be able to close this one out, or if Poland will head to a reverse sweep on Coliseum.
It's entirely possible if Norway didn't leave their trolling at the door. They certainly didn't leave it back at Ilios well where it belonged, and they brought it with them in their backpacks to Circuit Royale. Weighed them down pretty heavily. They couldn't pull off the rush comp that they wanted to play, fell victim to the pokey Poland, and now they gotta try and win out on Coliseum. This, I think, though, does kind of favor the rush a little bit more. It's a pretty solid pick as far as the push maps go, so Norway, you know, good map pick. I think this does favor them. You still will have to watch out for some of the long-range hit scans, have to watch out for some of the Hanzos. ICAV can still definitely be lethal there from far away if you give them a little bit too much space there, but overall, pretty solid map pick. You know, you just have to play this game like you want to win.
Yeah, I mean, Poland, that last game, they definitely looked very uncomfortable on the poke composition, but it also felt like they weren't really making the adaptations that they could have been. When Norway is, as we know, a very, very adaptable squad, they've been able to take out a lot of really non-meta picks that have ended up working out because they know how their opponents like to play. I'm a little bit surprised we didn't see them come out with a more dive composition, even though they don't have those flank routes. Still could have potentially worked out with them if they were able to get the jump on either Fake Jake or ICAV, but now headed on to Coliseum, like you said, it favors those rush compositions.
Yeah, so I'm expecting to see a Ramatra mirror coming out from both teams. I'm not sure if that's what we're going to get. We might see some surprises because, hey, these teams have given us a couple of surprises already. Norway looking like they're still full of surprises over there. It's attacker spawns. There's still time to do the right thing, Norway. Switch to that Ramatra rush. I think, you know, Poland's also a little bit off the goop right now. But yeah, like
okay.
Norway's chances of making land have essentially gone up in smoke, so now they are just playing for pride here. But I mean, realistically, they should have won this whole series, but they haven't quite been able to polish off the Polish. This is their last chance to do so here on Coliseum. We are seeing the rush, but it's the return of the Orisa coming out from Isaac, and Poland sticking with the poke.
Yeah, they do have a certain amount of control over the air with Psycho and Mimeo switching back to that Echo. So ICAV is really going to be the one that's going to have to deal with that, while Fake Jake is looking at trying to get the rest of the team down. However, Norway, they are pretty durable in the sense that they have a lot of healing, and Fake Jake and ICAV, in order to do damage, they're really looking for those one-shot potentials. So in order to get Oni God and Psycho out of the fight, and that should open everything up.
I feel like Poland's composition is going to be a little bit better suited to the high ground once they give up a little bit of space here, but they don't seem to want to do that, and you can see Norway just inching closer and closer. The Maywall from Oni God comes up. That's going to help them march a little bit further, a little bit closer to the bot, and they're pushing Poland back just with the sheer presence that this Orisa's giving them. They're still also kind of stuck in that little corner there. They're going to turn around and try and take care of the Echo Mercy behind them. But, I mean, you know, they're now fighting a war on two fronts.
Yeah, it feels like they are getting a little bit split up, and now Isaac finding Fake Jake because of that momentary loss of attention on the front line there, and Psycho should be able to get iCav out of the fight. iCav survives for a second longer, but Flipper doesn't. Isaac will also be able to finish off iCav, and Texel survives with the help of the Immortality Field, but it will not be for long. Actually, a little bit staggered as well from Texel here, and Poland is going to have to switch off the composition they've been so comfortable on, with iCav switching over to the Ashe instead of the Widow.
Losing Texel that late there means that they're not going to be able to get the chance to set up on the high ground, so it's good that they're making some of these swaps. I think the Ashe is a good pick. Flipper gonna swap over to the Lucio, so a little bit more speed, but this comp now feels at least a little bit disjointed. An early Amp Matrix from Texel might give them something, and actually it does. They take down two.
Yeah, that M-Matrix able to find both Mimio and Onigod. Psycho now without that pocket that he so loves. And now we're going to have that Echo having to retreat back, but not even allowed to. Fake Jake taking down after the duplicate has already been suspended, and now there's not a lot of healing that can be done when JP is being cornered inside of that room. Isaac goes down, JP to follow, and they should be able to push to at least that arch.
Yeah, but now here's the problem, because Norway can just play their high ground, and Poland's composition isn't going to be as great at shooting uphill like that. They're not going to be able to get as many Hanzo headshots. They kind of have to rely on, you know, Fake Jake just, you know, a broken clock being right twice a day. They just kind of have to put all of their eggs in that basket. Onigod going to go ahead and pop the Blizzard. Poland have to scatter.
Yeah, the Blizzard is going to allow so much area control for Norway, and it kind of corrals all of Poland towards Isaac, just firing away with a heat gun. Flipper is still alive, and Fake Jake is looking to kind of defend this support, but Flipper actually just goes and runs away. Fake Jake unfortunately down, and they should march that robot straight back to their own barrier and push it forward at least a little bit closer to that checkpoint. Onigod looking to play the close-up game and try and zone them out from the low ground.
iCav gonna fall late there. Forever is swapped over onto the Zarya, and I do kind of like this as a way to deal with the Orisa, but the problem is it's still gonna be really difficult to try and maintain space for your DPS. You have long-range hit scan, you have Ashe, you have Hanzo. You're not really gonna be bubbling them a whole lot. You got a Dragon Strike coming out, though. That does a lot of damage to Isaac.
Yeah, Isaac does get very low. JP comes in a nick of time, but because of that swift step towards the tank here, the Terror Surge does get a bit of damage down, but the sound barrier from Flipper is huge. It allows them to get so much more space taken. Psycho has to go ahead and duplicate the Zarya, trying to make a little bit of that extra space and that extra damage down, but Forever just shreds Isaac, and Psycho isn't going to be able to get that Graviton in time, so unfortunately, Norway does fall in this fight. Mimio even using the res, but dies for their sins, and Isaac going down late. Now a pause coming through, possibly a DC from either of these sides. Okay, Mimio just straight up left the game,
That might explain why she died there. You know, maybe a little bit of a disconnect there. Regardless, though, Norway still spent heavily in that fight. They used essentially every ult sans the Blizzard, which they did not have. I mean, thank God they didn't have it, because, you know, Onigod might have tossed that on the ground too, and then we would have been, you know, 5-0 there with ults for kills. Able to stay, Poland able to stabilize, able to stay alive. Again, potentially because of that DC, that might be working in their favor there. But they also spent a lot in that fight as well. It could realistically go either way. When we come back into the map, it's definitely going to be Poland in control, but they're still kind of struggling to find a composition that's going to break them through that high ground once the tide kind of turns the other way. And I mean, I think I'd have to double check, but I think Norway almost, if not did indeed get the checkpoint there towards the end. If they did, that's massive. If they even got close, that's still pretty big, because the bot will be able to push right under the high ground. And that advantage is, like, not entirely null and void, but it's so much more neuter than it would have been.
And it also gives them that little bit of spawn advantage if they do have that checkpoint as well. So even if Poland does take control of the robot and walks it back towards their own barrier, it's going to be a little bit tougher for them to get it towards the same spot that Norway was able to, because they're once again not going to have the high ground advantage standing around the arches. And if they do, then they still have Poland or Norway going to come back a lot quicker than they are.
And it's not only a spawn advantage. One thing that you might have heard, a little terminology that we like to talk about on push maps is the butt scratch. That's where when you get the checkpoint, the bot has to stop and, you know, give himself a little itch there, scratch the itch on his behind. Takes a couple seconds for that animation to play through, and the checkpoint, like, the barricade just stays at the checkpoint for the duration of that, like, 10-second animation. Not having to do that, though, once you've unlocked the checkpoint means that when you go back around the second time, you can just push right past the checkpoint. You don't have to worry about that. It's the thing that can stall out teams, and we've even seen, you know, C9s or teams just, like, completely losing because of that animation. So that's another huge benefit to getting the checkpoint early on. You don't have to worry about sitting there waiting, just twiddling your thumbs, waiting for the bot to keep going later on down the line. You can take your fights, take your space, and continue to press whatever advantage you might have.
Not sure if Norway is going to be coming back quite quickly, but even then, it seems like they are in a good position. Poland will be in control of the fight and the tempo, but once they come back and everyone from Norway has been able to respawn, regroup, then they should be able to swing that back in their favor. However, without the ultimates in the back pocket, it is going to be a lot more difficult to hold on and consecutively win those fights that they're going to need.
It does also feel like Norway understand how to play this map just a little bit better. It's why they picked Colosseo. Much to your chagrin, they did not pick New Queen Street. You were telling me how you wanted to say, you know, Happy Canada Day. You wanted to at least see the Canada map. Hopefully, I mean, there's still one more series. We might see it in our next one, but not today. Unfortunately, we are staying in Italy right now with Colosseo. But it does seem to be Norway's home turf right now. We are going to be starting things back up here in a second. It looks like, you know, PC malfunctions for Mimio have been sorted out. She's back in the lobby. We're unpausing here, and Norway are done and dusted. Poland are in control of the bot, going to push back towards that barricade and work their way through the arches.
Fake Jake in a pretty good position to be spamming up onto that high ground, kind of making sure that they don't take control of that right side. A good dink from far away, but it is not going to net them much since it is on Isaac. They could potentially stall that out if it was on one of the supports instead, but now they're just actually being allowed to push down into that high ground, into the underpass. With the amplification matrix from Poland, they should be able to force a bit of positioning. Only got uses the Blizzard and actually doesn't hit anything. So now without a single ultimate in Norway's possession, Poland should have the go-ahead to go forward, and especially now that Forever has charged up this ultimate, looking to suck in the Wilson squad, but actually misses. That's a huge whiff on a really valuable ultimate that could have netted them a lot more than it did. And in response, Psycho is just going to take down ICAP in the backline. They're missing a little bit of that long-range damage now, and the Immortality Field was the only thing that kept Forever up for a second there, now being forced back by Isaac's Javelin, and Forever does go down.
I mean, we've heard of Ajax sound barriers. You also heard of C9s. There's another insider term you might not have heard of, which is the Nene grab, and that's what we just saw right there coming out from Forever, who's actually going to swap over in shame to the Junker Queen. Something that might also duel against the Orisa pretty well, but the Javelins can just constantly push her away. She wants to play at close range. Can even just launch her into the sky like Team Rocket with that one there, can Isaac. I egregiously claim that Norway might have gotten the checkpoint. They haven't yet, but they are inching ever closer to it, and a one fight here will net them the checkpoint. Terra Surge going Forever off the high ground.
Yeah, got Forever at least into the fight for a second there, but they're going to try and regroup with the rest of the squad surrounding this tank. A lot of damage being done. The Immortality Field forced out in order to try and save Forever's life, and it's going to work out. The rampage from Psycho on the duplicated Junker Queen, though, is going to find so much anti-health onto Poland, and it allows Psycho to just delete the rest of the team, even though there is a Suzu from JP. Unfortunately, Poland don't have that kind of cleanse in their arsenal. The Bob from ICAV won't do much, and can't even contest, won't get a pick, and that's just another ultimate expended by Poland's side. ICAV going to switch over to the Cassidy now instead of the Ashe.
And there's the checkpoint, there's the butt scratch, and now the bot is pushing past the checkpoint, gonna start to round this corner and head up the hill here. And this is where it's going to get so much more difficult for Poland to try and flip things. Even if they get control of the bot, it's going to be really hard to match this. Amp Matrix to kick things off, though, but they've already lost Fake Jake. It's even.
Yeah, Fake Jake going down, but Isaac still has the tank, having not that extra little bit of space that can be made right at the beginning. Onigod is going to make up for lost time. Did have to use the Blizzard in the earlier fight and didn't really net them too much here, but at least stalled out for a little while they trying to get Isaac back into the fight. Onigod still playing around, trying to be a pseudo tank for the Norway squad, and it's just the rest of Norway going to look to regroup instead of fight up close and personal.
As Psycho's even like spending some time to grief Poland a little bit, do a little bit more damage, build up to the ult, and also slow down their approach. And you can see Norway, they're already ready to take a fight here at the middle of the point where we started back off. But Fake Jake falls early, courtesy of Onigod. The res comes out, but I mean, you've already expended that tool. Poland, you have to be perfect here.
The resurrection coming in as well. Isaac taking down ICAV early. They were trying to use the Deadeye, but ICAV is immediately punished for just standing still in one place. The Terror Surge from Isaac does come through, and there's JP with that little bit of Suzu health, but unfortunately, Isaac does go down still. Psycho is able to clean up the rest of the squad. The power slide from Fake Jake isn't going to allow them to escape, and Mimio might be able to get a resurrection onto the tank and bring them back a little bit faster, but not in the cards. Isaac comes back instead, and the duplicate now in Psycho's hands. On the other side, Poland does have a Rampage and a Valkyrie to their arsenal, and Fake Jake should have the overclock for this next fight.
And the res has been forced out of Poland early again, as has the Valkyrie. They're going to try and use that to get aggressive, but with how far forward the bot is, Poland have to be the aggressors. They're going to go in with the overclock. Hopefully they're able to find something here.
Almost got Onigod with that overclock, but it doesn't happen. Now Fake Jake is just out of position in the back, and Psycho's taking a lot of damage here. Isaac going to come back in for the contention forever, and Isaac just dancing around the corners while Psycho from above is looking to get that damage into the backline. Immortality Field has already been forced out, and the Rampage only hits Isaac. The rest of the team isn't there to follow up either. Psycho goes for the duplicate and looking for that anti-health in return, but doesn't find anything. Hindered by the cast nade, and they're able to get a little bit of delay, taking that Robok back towards their side. Psycho still looking for some kind of flank. Amp Matrix comes through. Texel has previously got a lot of value with it, and Forever is actually going to be able to take down Isaac because of it. Now, though, they're still having that resurrection onto the tank, and it just is so much value from Norway out of a single ability. Now a tank back in the game, and Forever goes down immediately.
There's only 15 seconds left. There's going to have to be a touch from Poland, but Forever took the bot further away, so I don't know if anyone's even going to be able to touch now. I think, yeah, no, that's just going to be Norway taking it. I mean, even if the bot had been where it was before, I don't know that there would have been anyone from Poland alive and in position to come in and try and get the touch there, but regardless, that just ends up being Norway in that tail fight. Just taking it, you know, they find the early pick off on Texel. They lose Isaac, but the res comes back through. All the picks come in favor of Norway. And even if Poland had won that fight too, there still would have been that insurmountable amount of meterage that they would have had to try and overcome. All that they had to do, all the time that it had taken to try and dispatch Poland to get rid of them there, would have been time that they just didn't have. We've seen like a last-ditch overtime push, which isn't unheard of on push, but is still not always likely because you have to be entirely perfect from there on out, and Poland just didn't have that room to operate. Norway did a great job snuffing it out once they had that checkpoint. They held on to it with an iron grip and never let go.
Yeah, and it felt like the Poland's composition was also a little bit of a hybrid between what they were trying to do as a brawl versus brawl composition, but they still had Fake Jake on the Hanzo, and ICAV for a long time was on the Ashe as well, and it just couldn't contest with the close range as well. Psycho also, in having the air control, they switched over to the 2-hit scans. They still weren't able to dispatch with Psycho as effectively as they would have liked here. Norway, both of these maps from Norway and Poland felt very dominant in one way or the other. When Poland was on their map pick, they were very comfortable. When Norway was on their map pick, they were very comfortable as well. And the push bot didn't really get very far on Poland's barrier side.
We did learn, though, that Poland has a very strong poke composition. I think that is still something to be proud of. This whole squad has a lot to be proud of. I think they might even still have one more game that they have to play. Yeah, they play against Germany tomorrow as well, so that's going to be, you know, another chance for Poland to show us what they got. But, you know, both these teams out of contention for playoffs, but still very much so in contention for our hearts, and they showed us a lot to love today. We'll be right back after a quick break. We're going to bring one of the members of Team Norway along for a quick little interview with Jim. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after the break with that. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back from the break, everyone. It's the Overwatch World Cup 2023 EMEC Online Qualifiers. I'm Jim Basco. That's Epitomes. That's CB. And we just watched Norway taking over Poland in a close game, 2-1. You know, Epitomes, break it down for us. What did we just watch for the viewers that might just be returning?
So on that very first match, we had Norway take it at first, but then at second map, Poland went to their map pick, a Circuit Royale, showed their absolute prowess on those poke compositions, and they were able to take that map in a very dominant fashion as well. But when it came back to push, Norway was on their home turf. They were able to play the brawl compositions that they prefer, and they were able to end it with 2-1 as a match score.
Yeah, Norway did a fantastic job, and I think Poland taking a map there was a little surprising, right? CB, it came pretty dominantly as well.
Yeah, I mean, Poland, they did show themselves to have a really strong poke composition. You know, they are a team that knows how to play to their strengths, so I think that's why they went to Circuit Royale. But when they're not given an opportunity to flex those strengths, they do kind of just get bullied a little bit, and that's kind of what we saw on both Ilios and Coliseo. So still a pretty good showing for Poland overall, especially considering the talent that we associate with this Norwegian squad. But Norway does win the day as was expected, but not quite in the dominant fashion that a lot of Norwegian fans might have hoped for. Still, though, a great showing, and a dub is a dub.
That's the thing, you know, a great showing, still a dub is a dub, and of course Group B, like we were talking about, has mostly settled in. So with that said, we've actually got an interview with JP, the support line from Norway, so Epitome TV, I'll be right back as we hop on with JP here. Yo, how you doing, man? Congratulations on the victory versus Poland. How are you feeling?
Thank you. I'm feeling really good. It was we kind of didn't have the best start, but we cut it up. We did well after. So
yeah, talk to me about your feelings throughout the series, right? You took map 1, you lost pretty shockingly in map 2, but then map 3 looked really good yet again. So talk to me about your feelings throughout.
I think we had an off day. I'm gonna be real. I think we didn't really do that well on the sniper map. I forgot the name of it as we speak now, but yeah, first map we had a slow start. We had an even slower map on second, and then we did really well on the third one. But people stepped it up. I stopped inting as well, so it was good.
It's okay, man. I think you guys are doing well for having so much pressure on your shoulders, right? You're representing your country on the global stage, and you guys have had a pretty great showing, you know? Like, it's been up, it's been down, it's been all over the place, but overall, Norway right now, 3rd in the standings, that's pretty damn good. So how are you guys feeling overall about your run at the World Cup this year?
Considering everyone thought that we were going to be a really bad team at the start, no one expected us to do well. So I'm really happy that we are currently in 3rd seeding, and we have a good chance of keeping the 3rd seeding. I think all hopes is lost to get the second one, but at least if we finish top 3, that's good for us. We're happy with that. People have been performing really well throughout the series, so
yeah. That's how I feel too, right? I think you guys had a lot to prove as a team as well, and you guys definitely did that against some of the best squads in the world, right? So for you personally, man, what does it feel like to represent Norway, be on the official team for the Overwatch World Cup?
Well, I don't have a history in anything. I have never been in contenders or open division or any of that, so I'm very new, very fresh. So for me, this is a really big moment, or it's very big for me, but I think it's even bigger for some of the people on our team, like Psycho. This is his best shot to get in, continue his journey. Like, he's doing really well in contenders now. Same with Isaac. So I think if we finish strong, they will probably go on to finish even stronger after this. So throughout, I think it's a positive experience for everyone.
Absolutely, man. And throughout that series too, Isaac, you know, like you mentioned, had so many fantastic plays. It was just so good to watch. Of course, what does the future hold? You know, not just for Team Norway, but for you as well, right? Like you mentioned, you're a newer face to this global competition series. So what does the future hold for you?
I need to see. I have a full-time job on the side that I have to sort of juggle between gaming and working, and I need to see if I want to pursue this esports thing after this. I'm very unsure about that. It has been probably one of the best experiences in my life, though, the last 3-4 months with scrimming and team environments, and the fact that we are doing well on the side, that's also really good experience in general. So
yeah. That makes a lot of sense, man. It's commendable what you're able to do, juggling a full-time job on the side and still competing on the global stage. So JP, thank you so much for sitting down here with me today after your victory over Poland.
Thank you for having me on.
All right, Epitome CB, you heard it from the man himself. You know, that's really hard to do, man. Working full-time and competing on the global stage, representing your country, that is a lot of pressure, CB. I couldn't imagine being him, but they definitely performed. And they performed pretty well, right? 3rd in Group B is no slouch of a result.
Yeah, I mean, working a full-time job and trying to be an esports player, like, you're juggling 2 things at once. I know the struggle. I'm a full-time student, and I do all the casting. I was also, you know, trying to play for my collegiate team for a while. I didn't have the time for it. Nearly failed half my classes trying to balance both of those things. So I know how hard it can be, and, like, it's still, even if it's not something that JP ends up pursuing, it's still something to be proud of, that you came this far, you represented your country on such a grand stage. You got to come out here, show the world what you're capable of, show your talent, represent your country. That's got to feel good, and I'm really glad that someone like JP gets to have that opportunity.
Yeah, Epitomes, I feel very much the same way, you know, like you're looking at it and it's like, yes, the World Cup is not the best of the best Overwatch League players from every region, but it is an opportunity for players that may not get the limelight, right? So it's such a good feeling to watch these stories blossom.
Yeah, I think it's definitely so exciting being able to represent your country in any way and on the global scale, you know, on such a high level as well. There are definitely some really high level players that are coming into this, and then you get to face off against them. You get to say, yeah, I went toe to toe with, you know, like I went toe to toe with the Saudi Arabian team. I went toe to toe with Finland, and it went horribly, but we did it, and we have that experience now.
Yeah, it's an experience that not many people on this planet get to have. So to all the heroes joining us in the World Cup, of course, shout outs to y'all and thank you so much for participating. That said, though, let's look ahead, right? Just around the corner, we've got Finland versus Turkey, which is bound to be a banger of a match. Epitomes and CB, I leave y'all to it. Enjoy the match, and I'll see you guys on the other side.
Thank you so much, Jim, and we are headed into that next matchup, and it is going to be pretty exciting here. I mean, Finland already kind of solidifying themselves in those top spots, but there is still maybe a little bit of ways to fall if they do lose Turkey. Turkey at the bottom of the pack, so they do have a lot to prove for themselves.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to lose to Turkey here, and Turkey is a very dangerous squad to go up against as your last match. This is the last time we're going to see the Finnish squad come through here, so they have to make sure that they're giving themselves a great showing to go out on, because after this, it's going to be kind of out of their hands. I've seen a lot of great stuff from this Turkish squad. We're not seeing Lethal today. We're actually seeing Matrak coming in. Nefrin, though, we have seen a lot of great things from. Romani is a phenomenal tank player. Occasionally, you know, has made all the difference for this team.
Yeah, I'm wondering what they are cooking, if Lethal just wasn't making it today, or if it's just a switch up to go up against Finland, who has played a lot of matches. They haven't had a break, I believe, up until now. They have played every single day. You have all the VOD review. This is their last match of this 8-day event qualifier, so it's definitely Finland's going to want to go out with a bang, and Turkey, they have a tall task ahead of them.
If you're a squad like Turkey, like, it can't hurt to try and get some of these other players up on the stage there, get them a little bit of experience under the bright lights, show them what they're capable of, especially when you don't have the pressure on. Because again, Group B is pretty much sealed up in a Ziploc bag, but one thing is still not quite for certain, and that is seeding. We might still see Finland overtake Saudi Arabia. A lot of things would have to go in their favor, but one thing that they cannot do is drop maps to Turkey here, because the more they drop to Turkey, if they even lose to Turkey, it kind of becomes out of their hands. Saudi Arabia, they get the gold, and no one's left that can really take it from them. So yeah, Finland, they want to come as correct as possible here. They can't miss a step. They got to go out with the bang and make sure that they have the best possible shot here. They're going to BlizzCon either way, I think, but first seed, second seed, it can make all the difference here. And speaking of difference, one big difference here, we're not seeing Mickey, we are seeing Ollie coming in alongside Masa for the backline there, so a slightly different look from the Finns here.
Yeah, and for Finland, when you think that they came out of wildcard Group B, they have already come such a long way, and they're ending up close to the top of Group B, only losing once, and that was to Saudi Arabia, who are basically the kings of this group, possibly the kings of this event, the way that they've been so dominant all throughout. So Finland, they've got a lot to be proud of so far, and potentially they could close out very strong with one of the best records we've seen.
I think if Finland 2-0s here and Sweden beats Saudi Arabia, there is a chance that Finland overtake them. I think that's the best possible shot. So again, I want to see perfection from Finland here. And that's a tall ask against a team like Turkey. They have at times looked very, very formidable. They have surprised us a number of times, made some matches a lot closer in retrospect than we thought they might have been, you know? Even looking back against like Saudi Arabia, they looked a lot stronger than we would have thought going up against them. I mean, we go all the way back a little bit further. They beat Sweden in like a 3-map banger, even when Sweden looked to be at like their peak. I mean, we've since learned that Sweden has a new peak, but at the time, you know, with the way Sweden was playing, Turkey still beat them. You know, so this isn't a squad that you can sleep on. This isn't a squad you can take lightly. This is a squad that Finland have to take very, very seriously if they want that first seed. If not, they can still, you know, come in, do a little bit of that Norwegian trolling, maybe walk out with a Roadhog. It looks like they're not going to do that,
Okay.
but it is an option. They can throw that first seed in the trash and just take the silver and be happy with that. That's totally cool too, but I just think it's so much more interesting if you're going to try, if you want to run over the Turks here and you want to just go all in, get the best chance you possibly can at that first seed.
Yeah, and wondering if, like, Finland going up against Turkey, if they are able to 2-0, they go over to Sweden and they're like, you have to beat them. You have to. We want the first seed so badly. Now, we see both of these teams playing a pretty...
Roadhog.
I was about to say typical, and then I stared at Romani and I was like, what is that?
Yeah, you were gonna say typical, and then you saw the Roadhog. That threw a wrench in the equation, and it might throw one in the equation for Finland as well if they're not careful. If Romani lands a big hook here, but Roadhog is not in the best of states right now. Vestola very low HP, has to get the Nemesis form pushed out early. I mean, this is already looking pretty okay for Turkey.
Yeah, Romani gets a lot of heal from the Take a Breather as well, getting a little bit more health at the beginning too. Okay, forcing out the Ice Block from Cloud though, and now finding the Immortality Field, another cooldown for Finland to expend, but ooh, Romani just gets shredded by Sana at the back, and there's not much that he can do against that, despite landing 2 pretty good hooks. Just a lack of one-shot ability from Romani on that Roadhog. It's a little bit of a struggle.
Yeah, sometimes you go fishing and you don't really catch anything. Sometimes you do catch something and it's made with an ice block and you can't really shoot through that. Romani gets potentially the worst hook you possibly can in that situation. And Finland capped the point even before he got that hook. So now they're gonna have to try and get this hog close enough to land a hook. Masa is just being a terror in the backline, so they're not even gonna be able to get through this archway safely. I mean, Finland are looking really strong so far.
Yeah, Finland already up to 40%. They have a good ult build-up. Ollie almost at the Amp Matrix, and they already just used a Deadeye. But Sana going down, that's a great shot from Matrak using the Icicle. And yeah, with the Kitsune Rush to force them forward onto that point. If they're able to get another ultimate up, this could be huge. Matrak still taking control of the high ground. They're using the Amp Matrix to force a bit of that positioning, and now using the Beat in order to try and get that overhealth up. Cloud, however, now with the Blizzard, it doesn't really find anyone inside the vicinity of the ultimate, instead going to use the ice block and now try and isolate using that that ice wall. The Romani still alive, still kicking, and now going to have to use the hog ultimate, going whole hog in order to force them off of that point. The contention is no longer there, but the annihilation comes through just in a nick of time. Vestola getting a lot of damage off, and Sana now finding that backline. Romani doesn't have any of that burst healing left over. Farouk gets very, very low, survives for a second longer, but Vestola is really looking to still get that backline out and make sure it takes longer for them to regroup. 95% now for Finland.
The annihilation from Vestola there was so well timed. There is actually going to be a contest that comes out from Farouk and a desperation Doomfist swap from Romani, but Finland are very much so in the driver's seat as long as they can navigate the blizzard that comes out from Matrak.
Yeah, Vestola is still getting a lot of damage down onto Romani, and Romani just doesn't really have that survivability. Still being contested, though. Muzo is able to just climb up and down here, using that Suzu to try and contest a little bit longer. Is the touch going to be there from Turkey? It looks like it will not. Finland take it 100-0 on first round.
I mean, and that's just Finland just playing the composition to near perfection there. I was trying to call out how the annihilation from Vestola was perfectly timed, because Turkey, with that Roadhog, they have a reasonable counter to that ability. If you just whole hog the Annihilating Ramatra away from everybody, the annihilation will eventually expire. You won't get a whole lot for it. But Vestola pops it when there's only about a second left in the whole hog ultimate, so that pretty much just becomes null and void. He can just walk forward, no threat, just dealing all the damage, forcing everybody from Turkey back, and able to take the point there, repel all comers. The Blizzard from Matrak there was actually a pretty solid way in for Turkey towards the end, but it just didn't get them enough, too little too late. 100-0 for Finland. Speaking of Finland, we're seeing Sana making a very interesting swap here onto the Bastion. I feel like Romani is about to have a bad time.
Yeah, I mean, Romani, only thing that he really has on the table here is health and damage, and it's not going to be a good look if Sana is able to just configure into the artillery form and spam down that hog. Now Sana looking to get all of the health off. They're able to get a little bit of the pressure off of their tank by using the Mei wall, but once again, another cooldown that they've had to expend. Nefrin looking to spam away from far, but Vistola actually goes down after being isolated for too long without the health by his side. Ollie unable to keep the tank up. And now with the hook onto Masa, that's an excellent one to take first touch onto this point. Although Finland has gotten a little bit of percentage onto it, this is a very quick turnover. Okay.
I mean, Turkey are going to take this, but Romani does fall towards the tail end there. I saw several really good Maywalls coming out from Matrak to help keep Romani alive, but once it gets split and Finland have too much pressure, they can just go ahead and charge right through, melt everyone down like butter with this Bastion, flip the point right back, and Turkey is only going to walk away with a scant 12% to Finland's 15 and counting. Great hook there from Romani, and it does clear out Sana, so Finland, they might have to back up a little bit.
And Sana did have an ultimate on board as well that could have zoned them a little bit further into this choke, not allowed them to actually get inside and get on the objective. It seems like they might be letting this one go without much of a fight, and they use the amp matrix in order to force a little bit of positioning, but immediately Matrak with the wall once again, and Romani with a good pick onto Masa, and now they're looking at the Kitsune rush to force them forward once again. Muzo allowing them to make so much space, the whole hog actually finding so much more value than you would have ever expected here from that Roadhog, and now Sana going down once again after using the ultimate and not finding anything with it.
Yeah, just whole hogging Vestola into a corner there, and all the focus fire that came out onto him as a result was enough. The hook hits the wall there, doesn't quite find much of anything, has to back up a little bit here, but they're gonna go right into Matrak's Blizzard here. Cloud has to try and get the better one, but Matrak strikes first.
Yeah, both of the Mays ice block. Romani does get frozen. Muzo comes in with a huge Suzu and also pick onto Sana. Farouk, however, finding Ollie, so they're trading out these healers. They're trying to trade the supports. Finland is on the back foot, however, missing out Ollie, missing out on that burst healing. And Matrak, a late pick onto Cloud, so they're actually going to get a bit more of that percentage as Finland take the time to breathe and regroup.
This is a great showing from Matrak so far. Despite dropping the first map, the Mei play from Matrak has looked phenomenal, especially here on Sanctum. They need to keep this up though, 70% and counting for Turkey. Finland have the Annihilation and they have the Sound Barrier. Turkey, no tools to speak of, coming up on a Sound Barrier of their own. Farouk has to be good here, and Romani cannot fall.
Yeah, Farouk drops that beat, but so does Masa. Still the Annihilation on the board. Vistola is waiting for a good time to use it, and Sana is so good in the backline. Romani haven't been hacked, can't really take the breather here and take so much more damage, and now Sana just shredding out that tank. Turkey, not really much to be done here except for Matrak sitting on the point with the ice block, and that's going to be all for naught. A late pick onto Muzo as well. Now going to have to regroup with the Kiriko. Kitsune Rush is almost available, however, for Turkey, but that's going to be the only ultimate they have for the next fight.
I do like the Sana swap off of the Bastion over onto the Sombra. Now you can try and navigate through the choke a lot easier, grief the team a little bit better, just hack the Roadhog and focus him down. They were having some trouble getting the Bastion into position, but they don't have to worry about that now. Turkey does have to worry about Sana's EMP. He's not really in a great position to use it. Actually, no, he might be. Once the rest of Finland can get the follow-up. Actually, Nefrin just gets bursted down by Vestola. Yeah, you can just go if you want to. Just everyone hit W, and there's the EMP.
Yeah, EMP Annihilation, that's bound to be a deadly combination, but oh my god, the whole hog, it's so well timed from Romani, who totally pushes away and neutralizes that Annihilation, and instead it gets 3! Romani has gone huge on the whole hog, and that is just not what we expected. We look at hog, we think, okay, that is a troll pick, but they switch over, and now the overtime has been activated. It doesn't look like there's going to be a touch, but Sana comes in just a nick of time, reactivates the overtime, and now Masa isolated on the point, going to dance around the walls, and the Mei is going to try and stave off the pressure off the support. Masa boops Farouk off of the map, and Romani is just taking a breather right in Vestola's face. Now with the Blizzard from Matrak, they should be able to get a lot of damage down onto Finland's squad, but they're able to take down the Bob, and Matrak also just booped off the map by Masa. 2 big boops in a row from this Lucio from Finland, and now it's Farouk that's left over looking to try and touch, but they've already flipped that point over. Now Farouk is coming back, and that is probably their speediest character. Romani's trying to get in through the top, but the tick percentage is just going out so fast, and there's no touch from Turkey with with Farouk down. Finland is able to take the win on Nepal.
Gun to my head, I could not tell you how Finland were able to claw themselves back in on Sanctum there. That definitely looked like after that whole hog from Romania, it was Turkey's map to win. Like, they had it all done and dusted, but yeah, Finland, they scratch, they claw, they just dig their nails in and just claw back into it. A couple of key boops there and kills from Masa. I think the one onto Matrak might have been the one that ended up sealing the deal. And it came so late that there was just never a chance for Turkey to get back in and get the touch. Overtime ticks away. I mean, actually, there wasn't even overtime. We just ticked up all the way up to 100, and then clock struck midnight. Turkey ended up falling. It's still a really good look from Turkey, though. They're still going to be a dangerous squad going forward, but this is what Finland needs to do. They need to be clean. They need to win. They can't drop a map. And, I mean, they nearly dropped a point there. We would have still gone to Village had we lost Sanctum there, but they just, they need to keep this tempo up. They need to keep up the big plays coming out from Cloud on May, the clutch annihilations from Vestola, and all the great things that we've seen out of this Finnish squad. They got to keep it up.
Yeah, Vistola's timings have been really good so far, but Romani has started to read into the Annihilation timings, take the whole hog, and so much focus fire onto Vestola, even in the Nemesis form, is just going to let them shred that tank away. And that was really nicely done from Turkey. I have to give them props, especially for Romani on the hog and Matrak on the May. I mean, in combination, they were able to isolate a lot of targets very, very well and just allow them to completely burn all of that health pool. And now Matrak, the switch onto the May, Matrak in this game, I feel like he's really the May specialist for this team from what we've seen. They've been using their util incredibly well.
If Matrak is a May specialist, he's definitely a damn good one for this team. I know some fans are probably going to be saying, like, where's Lethal, because he's been, you know, at times looked at as the carry for the Turkish squad, but I mean, you've got Matrak with May looking this good. You don't always necessarily need that hard carry coming out. Sometimes you just have good play, but it wasn't quite good enough to finish off the Finns there on Nepal. We're going to go to another map here. It's going to be Turkey's map pick. We'll see if they're able to play into Matrak's hands here. Maybe a little bit more of a Roadhog friendly map so Romani can keep up the hooks. I'm interested to see how the Roadhog to counter the Ramatra ends up playing out, because it looks like doable here. I think in the big picture it's not going to be the most effective counter, but hey, maybe it's something. Maybe it's a read. It could be the start of something. Who knows? You're definitely gonna want to stay tuned to this one. This one has a lot of implications for Group B. We'll be right back with Map 2 after this break. Don't go anywhere.
welcome back. We just saw a tantalizing map from MapNone on Nepal, and Turkey has taken out some strategies that we have never seen before. So we gotta know what they're cooking up for map 2 and what kind of strategies that are gonna add the flavor to this matchup.
Regardless of what they're cooking, I do hope Finland has a good plan for it, because again, Finland is playing for seeding here. They have a chance, if a lot of things go their way, to overtake Saudi Arabia for the #1 seed here in Group B. And if they want to do it, they can't drop a map to Turkey here. They got to give themselves all the breathing room they possibly can. Turkey has the chance to throw that into turmoil with their map pick here. They're taking us to King's Row.
Okay, King's Row is interesting because from what we've seen so far, they have been playing closer range compositions, but I think that Lethal might be coming back to the Turkey squad since Matrock has been playing such a heavy May, hasn't really switched, and I feel like that should be the niche for the DPS line on Turkey when they put in Matrock. However, Nefrin has been known to play the Ashe occasionally and has been able to execute it well at times, but I think Nefrin on King's Row also does tend to play the Sombra as well, so Lethal might be that old reliable for the Ashe instead.
I do want to see more of Matrock, though, and it looks like we are actually going to see Matrock and Nefrin stay in. And I mean, Matrock is a name that I hadn't heard before, but if this May performance keeps up, or even if he's able to show us a different look that is also really strong, is definitely going to be someone to pay attention to going forward. You know, one of those players that could potentially use these last couple of days to really, you know, make a name for himself here. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. Turkey is showing us some great stuff here. I mean, they're not showing us great stuff in the attacker spawn room. I mean, Roadhog was one thing. Lifeweaver is an entirely different. Yeah, okay, that's much better. Okay, so we're actually going to get to see how Matrock's ornithology plays out here, as he's going to be taken to the sky with the Farah. Finland sticking on to that Ramatra rush with Sana on the Sombra here.
Okay, the Farah is definitely interesting, especially since Finland definitely didn't expect this coming in. They have a Sombra and a May, so they can't really contend with the sky control that we see Turkey having thus far. But Romani's already made their way around the statue. Masa's looking to try and contest. Oh, that hook was close, but Sana does end up taking down Matrock after a hack. Farouk is going to come in with a good resurrection onto the Farah, but Farouk goes down and trades the life for it. And Matrock isn't going to even be able to find the value off of that. Now looking for the back line of Turkey as they head in through the choke point.
Yeah, I mean, Matrock gonna go ahead and swap to a different bird. Now, it looks like Twitter's not the only bird down right now. Turkey, they're still looking for something. I mean, Muzo's almost got that Kitsune rush. They might be able to play in with that, but Ali, if he's able to live through it, can pop the Amp Matrix here, is gonna do just that, and Romani can't stick around for that.
Yeah, the Amp Matrix, they're going to have to go ahead and disengage and kite a little bit further back. Farouk going down right after Matrock does. Not a lot of places to go. Okay, Ollie able to find Nefrin, but they trade their tank for that. Romani, however, without the DPS line, can't really push forward, so he's going to go ahead and back off a little bit more as well.
We talk about Matrock, let's talk about Ollie a little bit, because again, this is another name from Finland that we haven't seen all that much of. They've been going forward with Mickey for most of the time, and you know, maybe Mickey is their go-to flex support, but they're getting another guy in here, and Ollie is showing to be pretty competent. That Baptiste play was solid. Sana gonna go ahead and come in here with the EMP. Muzo just gets deleted, see ya bye. Romani pops the whole hog, and doesn't get much for that.
Yeah, they were completely isolated there from the rest of the team because of Cloud's wall, and there just was no healing that could be done from Turkey. Now Farouk instead is switching back over to Lucio, while Matrock finds May a lot more standard brawl comp with the addition of that hog.
Finland have a lot that Turkey is going to have to play into here. They already used the Kitsune Rush, and they don't have the whole hog. They can't just whole hog Vestola away if he pops the Annihilation. They don't really have much aside from the Suzu for Muzo to try and counteract Cloud's Blizzard, so I mean, they have to try and take an eco push here, see if they can bleed some of these ultimates out. Otherwise, I mean, this might just be it. Nefrin
Nefrin actually able to escape escape the damage that Sana was able to put down. Okay, Sana is chasing, going to go ahead and translocate since Muzo's also right there to just keep Nefren healed all the way up. And Romani's actually taken a high ground approach here, looking for a little bit of a flank onto this back line, but they're actually not there. Instead, there's the a big hack from Sana and the EMP from Masa as well. Lots of ultimates that are being bled by Finland now. As the Kitsune Rush comes out, the Bob didn't net anything for Nefren though, and Nefren is going to go down for it. The Sojourn switches over, and with a minute left over, they are still fighting for the choke point. Unfortunately, Romani, nothing to be done, goes down in a nick of time, and now they're going to have to wait for the tank to regroup in 30 seconds.
It's another great small micro play there at the tail end by Vestola to go in for the power block to stop the hook from finding any pay dirt, even though he did hook, I believe, Masa. I'll have to double check, but you know, whoever it was, they didn't die because Vestola's face checked all of that. Now Sana with the EMP, looking to put this all to bed.
Muzo is able to cleanse the EMP off of himself, but otherwise the rest of the squad is just kind of corralled in one corner. They've been really trying to force this high ground approach. Romani's been forced off of the Roadhog instead into the Junker Queen to try and counter this Ramatra pick. However, they're still looking for some kind of touch. It doesn't look like it's going to be there. Nefren yanking down early is going to be a promise of that. Turkey, not even with a first touch onto King's Row, their own map pick.
I don't think the Roadhog pick is really working out for Turkey all that well anymore. I mean, it was a good look for Sanctum, but it didn't do them all that well on Shrine back on Nepal, and it's definitely not doing them any favors here on First Point King's Row. I mean, Romani is just constantly being isolated, hacked up by Sana, freezed up by Cloud, taking all of the damage. I mean, Ollie can just charge Amp Matrices just off of pure damage, just pumping it into Roadhog's big fat belly there. And it's, Hog 1v1, no E, no, not this again. I'm starting flashbacks from the Saudi match.
Don't do it.
Turkey, don't fall for it. Matrak wants to go for it. Turkey, no.
Wait, that was against Turkey too, right? The Saudi 1v1, it was against Turkey, and Lethal was in the game.
I did see, by the way, that Yazan in that technically didn't lie. He has his abilities bound to different keys, so he didn't hit E, but he still popped the overload there. Finland, I don't know if Finland are gonna go for this, but it does look like they want to take the Hog 1v1
guys. I mean, I guess since Finland are up a map, they're like, do we really have that much to lose? Can we really count on Sweden beating Saudi Arabia? Are they actually going to do it? I feel like Finland, well, they don't have the Torb. They have the Hog. Okay, they're not falling for it? Wait, are they doing it?
on this one, not falling for that one again. They're gonna go for the Hog 1v1, but yeah, Finland are not coming out here with the Torb. And they're just gonna, like, I guess go for the Hog 1v1. Or even that, no, they're just gonna, okay, no honor. They're just gonna go ahead and take down Romani, teleport
Hog
out of sight.
first, what the heck? Rude? That's crazy. I just, wait, they actually take out the Lifeweaver though? I'm just so lost. So what is happening right now?
I mean, we are seeing Lifeweaver. I mean, he's not really much of a factor right now. Great hook there from Vestola to close this one out here. What a way to send that one off. Finland, in dominant and not very honorable fashion, do take it home. They're gonna go ahead and put down Turkey. That's the note that Finland is gonna go out on. That's their last match of the group stage here, and I mean, what a way to have them remember you by just going all in. No honor, no Torb 1v1, just delete Romani, walk forward uncontested, take the point, kick your feet up on the kitchen table like it's yours, and that's your lot, folks. That's gonna be Finland going up 2-0 over Turkey.
I mean, technically, it was, it was. I don't know if Finland is misremembering, but they were like not falling for that one again, and I'm not sure if they thought that it was Turkey that was the one who pressed C or whatever, but they just went with the Bastion knowing that there would be a Hog, and that's what Finland go out on. Turkey, I mean, they had some memorable moments. They definitely had some moments of brilliance, especially over on Sanctum with the Hog being able to get them up to 99% against the second squad in the second place squad so far in the group stages. And Finland, you wanted perfection from them, you wanted dominance. They were like, okay, we'll dominate them, but not in the way that you want us to.
Poor Turkey. They just want to take a gentleman's duel, but they are not finding anything gentlemanly about any of their opponents this stage. I mean, they still have a one more matchup to play tomorrow, so I think we'll still be seeing more of Turkey. Maybe they'll get that gentleman's duel that actually goes their way in the third attempt. Third time's the charm. But no honor among thieves. Finland do steal this one away from them with no honor to be seen. But they did set themselves up for success. Finland still have a chance at overtaking Saudi Arabia, taking that first seed. We're going to have to keep a close eye tomorrow on that Saudi Arabia versus Sweden matchup there. And I mean, that's pretty much what's going to seal it up for Group B. At this point, though, Saudi Arabia and Finland are almost definitely going to be your duo that's going to be representing the EMEC Group B region. We still have some Group A action to come today. That group, again, as contentious as it is, still all over the place. We still have to see the story of Spain unfold. Italy and Denmark can also be a banger with a lot of implications going forward if Italy's able to pull off an upset. We'll have to see all of that and more. ZP and Hex will be back here after the break to walk you through all of that and more right after this break. Thank you for having us. We'll see you guys all tomorrow.
Welcome back to the 2023 Overwatch World Cup EMEC qualifiers. I'm Jim Basco. I'm joined now by ZP and Hex. We just watched Finland take it over Turkey, and an unfortunate ending to that match left us all in shambles, but that's, of course, okay. We are on day 7 of the competition here. We're into week number 2. Before anything, let's pull up that schedule and talk about the matches that already happened and the matches that are still to come. ZP, highlights of the day so far for you?
Well, highlights for the day, I just enjoy seeing Finland continue to go and be dominant. Like both Saudi Arabia and Finland, this is the one area in this group where obviously we have our two teams that are going forward, but they've been consistent all tournament long. It's just good to see them continue to hold that line. For me, it's like I appreciate excellence, and we definitely got that from both of those teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Before we jump back into actual conversation about the matches that are still to come, a quick refresher on today's format, right? The EMEC qualifiers showcases 2 groups competing in a round-robin first-to-2 tournament. It's a single stage, but it's split over 2 weeks. Now, we're in the second week. We're in the second to last day of competition, and things are really starting to settle. Obviously, in Group B, they've settled one way. Group A, still a different question. This next matchup, though, Sweden versus Iceland, will be the last match of Group B for today. Hex, before we hop into it, give us some context on what we should be looking forward to here.
Well, I mean, Iceland has, had a rough go of it. They had a really tough early schedule, and finally pulling off some wins there. And I guess always the thing is like, what could have been for Sweden? Like this should have been a much more competitive group, but they came out really, really, slow, and it was kind of rough. But so like now Sweden has picked it up, and I think if you're Sweden, like you don't want to be the team that like ends up losing to Iceland. So like they've gotten some momentum going forward. Iceland has picked up something going too as well, but like there's some matches as we get to the end of things that aren't going to matter as much, but They matter to these teams. They matter to these players. So I would imagine that Sweden's going to come out and give it their best.
Yeah, absolutely. Something that I loved out of yesterday that we got from the Belgium versus the Netherlands match too is that even though we knew those matches didn't really amount for much, the rivalry between the two teams was awesome to watch, and I love the trash talking afterwards. So it's always good, and of course we're playing on the world stage here, so experience to be garnered for all the players, to say the least. ZP and Hex, so I leave y'all with the match, Sweden versus Iceland, just around the corner. Enjoy it, and I'll catch you guys on the other side.
Yeah, and kind of as mentioned here, Hex, we've now hit the point of the tournament, at least for these two teams, that you're not playing to qualify deeper. Like your tournament run is going to end here, but there's something about pride, particularly for Sweden, where you kind of want to smooth things out for history here, and you look back and you go, oh well, okay, they didn't lose that much, did they?
They went 4-3. 4-3 looks better than what it had. Like Sweden lost their first 3 matches, right? They had played Norway, Finland, and then Turkey, but they're on a 2-game win streak, and they beat Poland, they beat Germany. I mean, largely a lot of it is because Theomatic has come in and played tank for this team instead of Lulsage. It's been a lot of Orisa for Theomatic, and also it's pretty much just been a switch to like let the DPS carry, let Sparker play Ashe. A lot of Kevster Echo has been really good too, so like they've kind of retooled things, and that's why their streak is going the way it is. So a bad start for them, a tough schedule early on, and now they're just kind of letting it fly and being a little loose with it, and they've been playing better.
Yeah, I think also part of it, I don't think it's entirely just a tank swap, though that is certainly a big part of it. I also just think there is definitely a learning curve, at least for Kevster, and okay, you're not playing with the normal OWL level supports that you usually have behind you. Your support line is a little bit more inexperienced. And as a DPS, that means you have to rein in just how aggressive you go, because you're not going to be getting the instant healing that you do at the Overwatch League level, necessarily with the squad. But, the adjustments have been made, and Sweden's looked a lot better. But you shift gears here, you look at Iceland, and the players that they've had going, they do have a bright spot in the sense that they did finally get a W on the board, not going fully without wins in the tournament, but something tells me Sweden might be taking map 1 here, Hex, and then we'll be going right back to Watchpoint Gibraltar.
Well, I mean, Iceland, finally got their 0 off the board against Turkey yesterday, like after starting 0-5, which is just like brutal for your mental, right? So Finzi played their best match yesterday, I thought, like on Gibraltar. Like Finzi really, really took control of that map. So let's highlight some players who aren't household names though. Like, I thought Futhark has been, you got it right before me. Like, Futhark's been playing so well lately on the flex support. It's been really great to see. So, a lot of talent on this squad that maybe goes unrecognized. You know, we talk so much about Finzi and Havikul, and it's really been like why they go to Gibraltar is usually for Orion and holding their own. But, you know, Futhark and Krizzy, let's give some dap to them.
Yeah, and looking at that, Futhark has been consistently impressive, even in some of the worst losses that Iceland has had in this group. Futhark has usually looked good. Like, Futhark is the one player on Iceland where no matter what is going on, you can kind of rely on Futhark to have several good plays. And, you know, obviously Overwatch is a team game, and, you know, Iceland has had troubles on the whole, but it's always good when you can look at a team and be like, okay, well, we know that this one player is always going to contribute. But now we look towards Nepal, Sweden versus Iceland. We'll see how this one pans out. You know, sometimes Hex teams will get silly when you've gotten to this point in the tournament. They go, oh, we can play whatever, we're not advancing. Something tells me Sweden, you know, based on the Theomatics interview yesterday, they're going to be bringing their all to bear here. Just, again, even up the scoreline a little bit for the history books.
Yeah, you want Liquipedia to look good at the end of the day, right? You don't want it to look like a 0-6 or whatever. So Theo's generally been playing a lot of Orisa. You know, it's okay-ish on this map, totally fine. Like, you know, you generally want to like play in the point, but you know, we'll see what they run here. Sparker on the Sim, Kevster on the Pharah. And it looks like they're going to roll with that, too. So Iceland is playing, like, pure rush, and Sweden is going to rock something a little bit different.
Also, I feel like one thing that's happened is teams have gotten to this point. The teams have got a whole lot chattier. Where,
yeah,
a
lot of text chat.
Yeah, I feel like that's a part of the teams playing a little bit looser because, hey, like the pressure off. And speaking of pressure, Kevster applying a whole lot of it from the air, coming in on the Pharah. Gonna be looking here to the side, a little bit more rockets. Iceland find themselves really pinned in. Krizzy getting very, very low early, and Orion caught by Theomatic. Kevster just gotta clean up the rest from the back.
That's a really cool angle. A lot of times you see like Ferris just chill out and like hang out on the ledge over top of Village, but like coming out on the backside and being the hammer to the anvil that Theomatic was on the point is so cool.
Yeah, I'd also say rotation-wise, it's probably why you don't see a lot of teams go to where Iceland went there and will usually go straight to the point because it's just dangerous, especially if a Pharah just comes around from the other side. But Iceland now gonna have to find a way in, and they have to run the Pharah obstacle course here, Hex.
Yeah. Well, they're going to make a switch, too. Orion's going to go to the McCree, or, excuse me, the Cassidy. Cassidy here, and it's just not worked out for teams regardless. Kevster does go down, but not if taking his pound of flesh.
Yeah, and also it's clean enough that the res is going to be contested on top of it, and yeah, I mean, and again, to me, this just comes down to the Pharah obstacle course, right? Where the best part about playing Pharah on this stage is what Kevster gets to do right now, where Iceland just has to run and duck for cover to even contest on the point with a comp that, you know, can't really fight the Pharah as well, even with the Cassidy.
We haven't seen really good anti-Pharah comps really come out. Like, your best bet is really to try to win it on the ground and try to do your best there, but so far, like, if you really want to fight the Pharah, you have to run like a D.Va and a Cass at the same time and really focus it down. And then you have to deny res.
Pull coming out here from Krizzy. Iceland does get to the point and get a quick recap. They lost Orion so early, though, that, you know, this is Sweden's fight to lose at this point. Theomatic roll around here on the Orisa. Could use the ultimate again, but, you know, I feel like Sweden's playing this a little bit too loose here. That Orisa ultimate could have went on way earlier. Instead, Sweden ends up down a few players. Kevster back into it, finds Orion. Transcendence, or rather Annihilation, out for Iceland. And, yeah, I mean, Sweden, they could have burned ults a little bit earlier there, but they felt, nah, we don't need to. As it turns out, Hex, they needed to. But Futhark goes down, and Sweden, they get to apply pressure a little bit quicker here. Kevster is still holding on to the barrage. And you have to think Kevster's going to go the other way, drop the barrage. Barrage comes in, gets the ice block out, looking for Finzi, needs a little bit more. Theomatica fish out, and it's not super quick, but Sweden should retake the point.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of is one of the differences between, like, good teams and not so good teams, like mediocre teams. Theo should have been dead there, like, a minute ago. Theo was, like, 1v4, and they never chased them down. And so Sweden's able to bide their time, get back, and regroup, but they had the tank, like, alone and scared. They should have had Theo right there, but they didn't. They didn't chase it down, so Iceland just it never has really the aggressive push that you need to do to win maps.
Ryan come out here with the Deadeye looking for anything. Gonna get hacked in the middle of it and definitely pressured, nearly going down in turn. Iceland, though, prioritizing getting on the point. Very close to the recapture. Orion under pressure. This time falls. Theomatic right on top of it. Sweden up 5v4. Orisa ult comes on in, deals with Futhark. And that should be the round here for Sweden.
Yeah, Skyle picks up a 2-piece at the end on the Kiriko, and easy peasy. A lot of it is just, you know, we've looked at this, and it's target calling, shot calling. Like, you know, you have to pick the tank there in that situation. They had it in Iceland. Just, I think the lack of aggression for Iceland is why you see the 1-5 record.
Yeah. Well, also for Iceland, too, it's not just aggression. I also think that, you know, we talk about the neutral a lot when talking about Iceland, where there's a lot of matches that have been in where they simply just lose people before you even get to the real team fight stage, right? It's
Right.
the point where, like, teams are feeling each other out. Iceland will just have people drop to the ground, and that just, you know, puts you in a perpetual situation where you're not even able to fight cleanly. They've been doing
You're
better
not getting
in that
good
regard,
5v5s. You're not getting good 5v5s with ultimates and using them the correct way. But you know, Iceland's got the band-aid on now. It's the Reaper. Reaper fixes a lot of issues.
Reaper fixes everything. You know, half meme, half truth. Finzi getting very low early on. Immortality field forced out, and Finzi can't get away. Kevster chases it down. Now again, you got Sweden working on the 5v4 pretty early. This is where Tracer just gets to run around and do whatever they want on cleanup. Should be a quick first point capture for Sweden and Kevster. No chill. Kevster just continues to hold W.
Got to put that pressure on. Like, you know, that's the high-end Overwatch. Like, just put pressure on. As long as you're not dying and you're putting pressure on, you're making people look a different way, and then somebody else can come in for a flank.
All right, next fight underway. Sile gets caught early. Sparker, though, again, the pressure on the Finzi, unreal. Iceland is losing Finzi early in most of these fights as Kevster chases down Half. He says, nah, translocator, not gonna save it, throws out the bomb, gets the stick, and Kevster continues to crush the back line of Iceland.
Well, this is the best damage line that you can have for Sweden, right? Like, Kevster, like, on Tracer is godlike. Sparker on Ashe is the best. But what it does is, like, Kevster's putting on pressure, and then people chase Kevster to try to finish off this Tracer, and they walk into Sparker's sightlines. Like, it just works so well together.
And right now, if you're Iceland, any tweak to be had right now has to be along the lines of keep Finzi alive. Don't let Finzi get bursted down early on the Ram. That has been the #1 issue for Iceland in starting these fights. And again, look at Finzi's health. Finzi going low. Krizzy has to use the coal behind Finzi. Keep him alive. Sile this time gets caught. Happy was able to get on it. And a much better engage here for Iceland. And the key difference, Finzi stayed alive.
Yeah, rocking also. Like, Coalescence opening up is always going to be a good thing. They tried to, Sweden did, hold down the forts with an Immortality field. It's just simply not enough. I think Sweden's pretty happy with this, though, at 67% coming in. Iceland can really win this next fight, but it's all about aggression. It's all about timing. Can Hafigol hit a good EMP?
They need to get Sile down in part with the EMP before the Transcendence comes out. To me, that's the main win condition here. Look at Sile. Look at where Happy is on the EMP. So step number 1. Here's the EMP. How's it going to be set up? Happy under a little bit of pressure. Krizzy nearly falls. That would have been huge. And Krizzy does fall! Krizzy still can't get away! Now Futhark has to drop the beat under pressure. Transcendence comes out as EMP comes out. This is a really good engage for Sweden, but as I say that, Finzi caught by the Annihilation isn't going to be enough. Now the fight breaking down, getting a little bit scrappy. Orion and Finzi out of the fight, though, means Sweden can just kind of be tanky on the point. What's going to kill Theo here?
Maybe a boop, but Theo's going to be smarter than that. So Lucio just kind of
Yeah,
both supports out here.
You just look at Theo back and it's like, this Orisa isn't going to die. Nothing is left. 72% to 51. Final attempt perhaps coming up here for Iceland now.
You know, I think you had it dead to rights. Like, you know, getting the Zen there in that fight before it happened was going to be so important. And it used to be the case where Sombra would just hunt down Zen and even solo EMP that, because Zen just, like, so much shields that it's such an easy kill. Too slow to find that Zen, to find the right fight, and that's why Iceland is now one fight away from losing this first stage.
Step number one here, they have to get onto that point. They're going to open with the coal. Last coal engagement by Futhark under a whole lot of pressure. Futhark goes down. Sparker finishes off with the dynamite, and they can't stay on the point. Rough round for Iceland, but dominant for Sweden as they take map 1.
They're just able to play their best heroes right now. I mean, you get Kevster on Tracer, you get Sparker on Ashe, and it just looks better, right? And there's so much pressure that Kevster can put on, and I think Kevster is playing like in an interesting way where it's not necessarily about like getting kills, it's just about being annoying. And like as a Tracer, like that's your job, is to be annoying. Like I think a lot of people think as Tracer is like, oh, I gotta kill, I gotta trade in the backline. No, just stay alive. Just stay alive and be the constant gnats in somebody's ear.
Yeah, I mean, being alive, far better than doing a little bit more damage and dying in most cases. Like, sometimes you get a good trade, it's worth, but nothing better than actually just surviving in many cases. And you know, there was a point here where Iceland was able to get onto the point, and Sweden might have held onto their ults a little bit too long in round 1, but on the whole, there was a mechanical difference throughout, and the second round to me was just really dictated by the fact that Finzi was falling really early in these fights. The support line wasn't keeping alive, there was really good focus fire from Sweden, and then you lose your tank, and Kevster just kind of goes to the back and does whatever he wants.
Sweden's undefeated with Theomatic on this Orisa. Like, they really, really enjoy playing around it. It's been super interesting. Not to cast any shade on Lulsic at all, but like generally just like a switch has made this Swedish team look very different. They are undefeated so far with Theomatic on tank.
Yeah, and you know, to be fair, you look at strength of schedule and all the rest, it's not entirely one-to-one, to put it mildly. But yeah, you cannot deny the improvement in Sweden's gameplay. They look good here to start out their day. 1-0 over Iceland. Will Iceland find a way through to make this match a little bit more competitive, or will Sweden continue to exert dominance? We'll see in just a few. Sweden continuing their resurgence against Iceland here in the Overwatch World Cup. Again, leaving many Swedish fans to wonder, where was the Sweden back on day one? But you know what, Hex? Better late than never.
Is it, though? I mean, it would have been better earlier than late,
True.
I guess. So Iceland will have map pick here. They've generally gone to maps that have like long range hit scan. Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. So the last time they had a map pick was to Gibraltar, and they were able to pull it off against Turkey, I believe. So yeah, this has been their map choice. This was like actually the first map win was Gibraltar, so Iceland going to Gibraltar makes a ton of sense. Gonna be, you know, a little bit difficult against the likes of Sweden's damage line, but this is where they feel comfortable, and yeah, maybe they can pull one off here.
Yeah, I mean, Iceland did look much better on Gibraltar than any other map, although you think about the match we saw yesterday with how Turkey decided to play it. They definitely, I feel like the tank difference between Revenant and Finzi was something that probably won't appear here in the Sweden. I have more faith in Theomatics as a tank that it's going to be a closer tank v tank matchup. I don't think we're going to be seeing Finzi just, you know, run around and get 3 kills every team fight, because there's not a lot of contest.
I'll speak a little bit out of school. You were not thrilled with Revenant's Winston play.
No,
on
you know,
Gibraltar. It did not work out great, and I think if you watched the match, that you would agree with ZP right there. Yeah, so yeah, running the Winston into the Devo was a strange choice. We'll see what Iceland wants to run on the defense. Like, honestly, like this was Finzi's best map. Like, Finzi looked the best Finzi's looked in the entire tournament yesterday on this map on Diva. So yeah, Theo running the Winston. Well, we kind of get a rematch with a different fighter.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Sweden plays this. I think Sweden, though, you know, you look at their overall roster, at least on the DPS end and the tank end, it's going to be challenging Iceland a lot more effectively. You know, you kind of talk about Half-a-Cool's bad luck on this map, right? Of just, you know, being magnetic to everything, hitting Halfy. Well, I feel like you're going to get more of that here with, you know, Sparker leg down shots on the Ashe.
Yeah, so Iceland picks this map a lot because they really trust in Orion's long-range hit scan, so Orion versus Sparker is also a little, like, macro matchup to watch.
You know, I like this from Sweden. Running the Mercy with the Ashe, I think boosted Ashe or boosted Widow is something that's really, really good right now, and you don't see it as much. I think this makes a lot of sense when you're trying to go for long range, and what do you do as your Orion right now versus Sparker? Like, this is horrible if you're Orion trying to do this matchup. Anyone that's been in this situation, they don't like it. However, that being said, just hit the head, as it turns out, after Theo just immediately dies.
So,
not the best
you know,
engage.
like, yeah, Mercy's a damage amplifier, but also hitting headshots is a damage amplifier, and Orion gets the best of it right there. A really good opening salvo for Iceland. So they're able to just kind of sit out here and chill. And yeah, I agree with you. I think we've seen too little of the Mercy damage boost on hit scan, but now bringing it back.
Yeah, and I mean, with Widow's damage getting hit, I think you're going to see it more. And Sparker this time finds Crizzy, where, again, damage boosted Ashe is no joke. Despite what happened in the first fight, I stand by everything I said. I think that this is going to be a really tough matchup. Oh boy, you talk about Happy's bad luck, Hex. Exhibit A.
Dude, to take that volley from Genji from long term, like, I hate so much of Genji's kit, like the dash and the deflex, but to just get like a long range shuriken volley is also extra brutal. Sparker takes down his counterpart, and Orion and Sweden pushing forward.
And now Sparker is hitting the groove here, landing good shots. And again, the Mercy at his back pretty much the entire time. Makes it difficult, gets away from the bomb, but oh man, the Mercy wasn't able to get away from the bomb. Doesn't matter though. Kevster got to the back, hits 3, just dashing back and forth. And don't need a Mercy for that, as Sweden gets point A relatively quickly.
Yeah, I mean, Genji is a hero that can just take over matches, and Kevster's got such a good Genji. I think it used to be his portrait, like even in the Overwatch League before Kevster had a picture taken of him.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, he used to just be a Genji portrait, so obviously playing to the hero, but it's such a snowbally hero, such momentum going to, and also, like, it's really good at trying to take this high ground.
All right, well, Nanoblade is certainly going to be in the cards here. Sparker finds Orion early, and, you know, not for Sweden. They have enough. Oh, Oh, wow. Sparker with 2. Yeah, I was going to say Nanoblade's in the cards, but you get both DPS down like that. You know, do you really need to right now? The answer is no. You can wait.
Now, Valkyrie's popped to keep everyone alive. Valkyrie's not like the greatest of ultimates anyway, so not a huge deal. And, you know, Sweden just pushing forward without ultimates. The EMEC in trouble.
Also, Sparker is just continually punishing Orion with the beam at his back the entire way through. The EMEC down here, though, means Kevster's going to go in. Nanoblade active. On the prowl. Gets Futhark. Looking for more. Still has time. 2 seconds left. 1 more slash. 2 more slashes, maybe? Nope. But it goes in for Finzi. Still heavy pressure on the Finzi here. Kevster at the back. Sparker at the front. Kevster needing a little bit of healing. 40 HP in a Dream gets healed right back up. And you got Theomatic on the ball swap here just for the extra pressure.
I mean, Iceland has ball on the point, so it's not completely terrible. Kevster is very, very low. They might just hold. They're going to hold this. I think they're going to hold this.
Yeah, momentum kind of swung away there. The Blade didn't get as much as I think Sweden would have liked. The fact that Finzi was able to stay alive for a while definitely made it tough.
And this is a really tough spot to like have to re-engage as the offense. Obviously, Theomatic is doing something different. He's way in the back. They're probably going to make a call on that because trying to get to the shuttle is always a thing. You need to take shuttle control, otherwise you're just going to get damage rained upon you.
Also, Swap Style goes over to the Kiriko. Mercy gone. Theomatic, though, was in the back long enough to come in sneakily. Got Futhark. Now sets up the 5v4 for Sweden on the way in. Kevster real close to another blade. Bomb comes out. Bomb doesn't hit anything. Theomatic is going to go over. Happy, lucky to live. 7 HP in a Dream. Kevster coming in over the top. Is it going to be enough? Happy came back in, finishes off Theo, and Iceland being surprisingly durable here, Hex. Like, Sweden's lost enough that it's reset time.
Yeah, they have to go back. You can't fight this with 3. You know, as far as like Happy like completely whiffing that pulse bomb earlier, but he does come back and gets the ball at the end of the day. So I think Sweden is probably just taking this a little bit slower. You don't want to lose anyone early, obviously. Theomatic can come in and harass because Ball has such great survivability, but you're banking on Nanoblade.
Yeah, it's all about Nanoblade Part 2 here. Sweden, the ults all come online. Now you gotta look towards Kevster here. Kevster has the Nano. Here comes the Blade. Slices through, finds Orion. They lose on at the same time, though, so it needs to be big. Kevster with 2. Is it gonna be 3? Gets 3! It's not gonna be enough for Sweden here. They're down 1 so far. Finzi still alive on point. Drops the bomb. Bomb isn't gonna get anything, and that is enough. Yeah, Sweden
should do it.
Gets point B. 2.5 minutes left to go. Not the worst amount of time.
I mean, if you're Iceland, you know, like the clock is just ticking there, right? Like they have an Anna, they have an Genji. Like it doesn't take a genius to figure out what is going to happen for their next fight. So they figure that one out. Also, Sparker has been getting a lot of value here. Maybe a bobbin so they can take this corner. The corner is so crucial in this last push.
Sparker, though, having to play this at least on an even level. You haven't seen Sparker just filling up the kill feed since the swap off the Mercy. But, you know, the rest of Sweden benefiting from Kiriko being there. And Orion gets Sparker, says, nope, that's a fair fight. How does it feel? No res available, no beam at your back. So, good exchange there from Orion. 1:50 left to go. And Sweden has to slow play this a bit here, Hex. Maybe Kevster finds something, but no. Kevster only finds a spawn room. That's what Kevster finds.
Caster curse right there. Yeah, Sweden has to back up here. I agree with your sentiment that they should be slow playing, largely because like I think like your next fight should again be a Nanoblade, so kind of take it a little bit more passively. There's not a great engagement otherwise. I mean, Bob can engage maybe, but your best play is Nanoblade. That's what you're playing for.
Yeah, it's Nanoblade or Sparker gets a pick, and then you just go aggressive because you have the time. Like, those are the two things you're looking for here in Sweden. Half the cooldown. Pulse bomb ready. Pressure into the back. Takes down Sparker with the aid of Finzi. Gets slept, but, you know, even if Happy dies here, job was done. Sweden's push is ruined.
Right. I mean, so what you really want... Oh, a couple of pullbacks right there. Like, this is kind of still scrappy. They're still in it.
Yeah, I mean, one of those is Happy, who's probably going to go down from the sleep and will be back here soon. Finzi, though, can't go down. Oh, that's huge. The DMEC on the Finzi now gives Sweden the opportunity to go through. That's the one person that couldn't have that happen. Maybe Finzi will get back in the mech, but this is going to be tough.
Yeah, so Kitsune's got to go dead center, then you send Bob right in, and now you wait, and the closing ultimate should be this Nano Blade, but Sparker goes down!
Yeah, that was Pilot Diva coming on in. Sweden, though, trying to make the most of it. Kevster got 2. Nano Blade gonna be in the wings soon-ish, but honestly, get back to the spawn.
20 seconds left. 20 seconds.
Yeah, this is gonna be one of those things where Sweden won't have the best positioning. They're gonna throw in Kevster and go, hey, go use the Nano Blade. And you know, with how good Futhark has been, that's not a guarantee. The sleep could ruin everything here for Sweden.
One fight, one micro battle. It's gotta happen now.
Here we go, the Nano's on the Kevster. Kevster pulls out the blade. Where's the sleep? No! Does not connect. Kevster going to the back. It's hit by the bio, though. Not super healthy. Gets 1. They needed more from that, though. Iceland keeps it even. Theomatic about to get DMEC'd on the point. Drops self-destruct. Might be able to get back in. Frizzy down. Kevster out of the fight. Iceland trading up fairly evenly here still. Vinci, though, get DMEC'd, have to go under pressure. Sweden, more presence on the point, even as spawns come back in here for Iceland. Vinci desperately trying to get back in the back, not gonna happen as Sweden keeps up the pressure on point. Orion's back over, can Orion find anything? No! And that's gonna be an overtime cap here for Sweden.
A little bit longer than they would have liked. They had a really nice window there where I thought like you could have thrown some stuff in, and what you really want in that last point push is to get your Ashe on the high ground. Like that's the checkmate spot, the little bridge right there that you see on your screen. Then you throw in the Bob like on the back, and then like no one can do anything. And then if you end up throwing in the Nano Blade on top of that, it gets ridiculous. But I don't know. Am I wrong in thinking like that's good for Iceland? Like that was a pretty good defense.
Yeah, I mean, all in all, I mean, I'd say a good defense for Gibraltar is probably holding before last because you're not guaranteed. But given the amount of time Sweden had in getting there, it was still pretty decent from Iceland. I also think the composition Sweden was playing just inherently made it that they got less quality fights because, you know, the reality is when you're running a Genji, a lot of Genji's power as a hero is baked into the fact that Dragon Blade is good when paired with other ultimates like Nano, right? Like, yeah. So you're running a Genji. If you don't get an early pickoff from Sparker, you're basically hostage to the fact that you don't get a good team fight until Nano Blade is active.
It's a good cleanup hero, like we saw earlier, like 3K in a row. Like, you know, dash and dash resets are good. But yeah, essentially you're right. Like it's BladeBot 5000. Like you're waiting for the blade. Like that is the big value for that hero. Sweden on the defense.
They're back on the boosting Sparker again.
And again, so Orion's got their work cut out for them.
I also like Mercy in situations where a team is running a pick hero, just because you really limit the effectiveness and just, you know, it feels bad as a Widow or Hanzo where you get a pick and then you just see the res come back up after, right? Like, I think that this is good.
I think seeing a res always feels bad. I always feel bad when I allow res.
Quick pick off onto Theo, though. Theo didn't get the heals they needed, and yeah, that's going to put Sweden back. I think it's far enough back that Theo might be able to get back in the mech, but there's a window here for Iceland to be just more aggressive and, you know, add on to their, you know, short-term lead.
I mean, that's been the one fault, though, with Iceland, is that they've not been able to be aggressive. They don't have the kill switch.
Or the Suzu is right there. It's like big bio, meet Suzu. Just erase all that. Sparker here in the back, looking for heads. Theomatic, Kevster both down, so it really does come down to Sparker to find something really in the next moment to equalize, or this point will go directly to Iceland. Futhark, big pick for Sparker. Now, though, you gotta touch the point. You gotta hit the point. Doesn't happen. Neither Sparker nor the Mercy able to get down to the point, and that is a very quick point A take here for Iceland.
Finzi with a really good job of isolating the duo that was still up top. They were the only threat still left, able to pull that off, and then Hotly Gold will push the cart to fruition. Kind of a scrappy fight. Like, this is the most important fight.
Yeah, I mean, the upside here for Sweden is that they lost point A so decisively that they get to be fully set up here at the beginning of point B. Iceland gets no freebies into point B. But for Sweden, you know, they've been a little bit cold here. You need Sparker to hit something, or Kevster to land the bomb. Either way, something needs to happen. Sparker gets Crizzy, but falls in turn. Rez is going to be there, though. You got to kill Sparker twice, and that's the benefit to what Sweden's running.
Yeah, that's perfect. They're bringing Sparker back, and this should be a Sweden hold right here. And now Iceland really has to figure out like what they want to do on their next approach. Sights are going to come on. I don't.
Kevster's down. Kevster got caught really early, so that's step one. Step two, deal with Sparker. The bomb comes out, gets rid of the Mercy. Nearly was a 2K, but Sparker involved. Big bomb from Happy. Sparker, though, doesn't get the chance to drop bomb. Just gets mowed over by Finzi. As Iceland now, they find their groove.
Finzi loves this map. Finzi has played his best on this map for sure. It has looked really good. And Iceland really just capitalizing on all their check marks. Like every ultimate that they've used has gotten huge value.
Kitsune out from style as Sweden tries to get a recontest going on B. Sparker just has Finzi in his face. Yeah, I'm buying your theory here. Finzi goes in with the nano. Sile gets caught, and Finzi still chases down the support line as Iceland nearly gets here on point B. They're going to get it. 5 minutes, essentially, left on the clock. This is a speed run versus Sweden.
Well, you think of the 4 matches before that we casted yesterday of Iceland. Didn't say Finzi's name at all. Like, we know Finzi, like, you know, a long-term player, like, you know, a vet. But yesterday was like Finzi highlight reel. Like, this does seem like a map that really Finzi has figured out on Diva.
It has been good so far. Also, you do have the swap for Sweden. No more Mercy. Now, Sile on to the Kiriko. Sparker, again, going to have to play on an equal playing field. Happy, under heavy pressure, going for Sparker. Sparker's super low. Is Happy able to finish it? Happy gets it and forces out the panic bomb at the same time. 2 down for Sweden as Iceland keeps the pressure up. Really strong stuff, Theomatic. Gonna EMEC here, and Sweden is looking drained on Ulterior X. There's no light at the end of the tunnel. It's nothing but Iceland just dominating.
Totally correct. They just burned through all of their economy right there, and even making some switches. They got no value out of their ultimates. They tried to bust everything. That is a huge pick, though. Skyle with just the kill onto Finzi. Enormous. Oh!
My goodness, that is momentum, and that's however, Kevster dashing around the resets, giving a little bit of stability for Sweden at the end. That's tough, though. Iceland only needs one more fight, 3.5 minutes left to go. They can play this slow and do a little bit of banking here, Hex, and still win.
Relatively even trades, but those trades are always going to be in favor of the defense just based on the spawn. Yeah, so you nano Finzi here and try to bank up because you have no DPS ults.
All right,
Nano Finzi.
Coming on the Finzi, and probably one of the most terrifying things that can happen right now from what we've seen in this round. But overall, it's a fairly low-key nano. Not much happens of it. Orion gets caught. Theomatic, pretty good dive into the backline. Gets hit with the bio, but no fall through. Gonna be there. Saw close to Kitsune, and Iceland not looking as coordinated to this push. Futhark down, and yeah, that's gonna be a full reset.
Yeah,
and just good on Theo, getting some value in the back.
Well, I mean, the thing is, when you nano your tank, like Finzi right there, like, it's kind of signaling to the team that that tank is going in. They have to. So you can counter dive really easily. So it ends up coming down to which support line can peel better for each other and stay alive through the dive. And pretty much Sweden just like went in. They're like, well, Finzi's coming in. He's nanoed. So obviously Theo goes to the back line, and Theo just made it work better.
This might be the naked blade, as you call it here. No nano up. Kevster hang on to blade would be a long hold to wait for the nano.
Don't
but
even need it.
Yeah,
Primal's
doesn't
up.
need it here. 2 go down immediately. So yeah, it's worth noting here, Iceland had a ton of time getting into this point, like nearly 5 minutes. They've burned through most of it.
Yeah, it was still 2 minutes, though. It's still pretty solid. That's how good their offense is.
It stalled a lot here on point C, and could be very aggressive here from Sweden. Look at Sparker. Look at all the spy checking going on. Sparker didn't like any of that. Just like, yeah, I'm gonna go back. It'd be bad if I get caught here.
Yeah, I think Sweden actually in this point it's kind of a defensive EMP. You just wait. It's one of the very few times I would recommend Team EMP.
He comes down. Kevster's immediately there. No blade required. Dashes on through, and that's huge. That is a very economical fight coming in from Sweden. Now only a minute left to go, and they're gonna have nano blade Hex for that all important fight.
It's one of the small combos you don't think about, but like I'm pretty sure they hit a big anti before Kevster went in, and like if you're anti-healed and a Genji is getting dash resets, you're in trouble. So it's one of those small things of like not necessarily an ultimate combo, but just using ability combos together. It works so well.
Here we go, 45 seconds left. Taffy gets caught. Theo on the punish. Now they have to, well, they have enough time. They can reset. It's 40 seconds. You know, Kitsune's out from Sweden. You know, all in all for Iceland, I don't think they burned anything there. There's a world where you're okay with that exchange.
No, it's not terrible. I think, you know, well, Finzi just used, I think just use self-destruct.
Yeah.
What you would like to do is get a spot on the ledge to get Orion set up, so that Orion can get the bob in, and you can
Nanoblade.
get your Ash up there.
Kevster goes in, just cuts him on up. 3 for Kevster before you can even blink. And that might have been the death knell. 5 seconds left here for Iceland. I don't know what they're going to have to do to delay here, but it's going to require a miracle. Overtime in progress. Sweden looking very strong. Bomb comes out. Kevster just jumps away. EMP out. The finish is there. And Sweden going to hold Iceland here on their map pick. A massive hold for 5 minutes. But Sweden gets it done, and they win it in 2.
Genji can be so difficult to deal with. Do you switch out to something? Do you start running a Moira? Do you start running a Sombra? Like something to deal with a Genji that just gets so much value. And I think Sweden in the last couple of matches that we've seen has just flexed like, oh, we are just better at this game than people. Yeah. Like they just have like people who are better at the game than most people. Sparker and Kevster, like Kevin Person, crazy on that Genji, crazy good. But like, it's very difficult to deal with. You don't really have necessarily, like, obviously there's not CC anymore, but do you put somebody on Cassidy? You don't want to take Orion off. Like, it just gets really difficult, and yeah, man, I mean, know. I've been thinking about like how good Sweden, like it would have been so good to see Sweden.
Truthfully, I feel like the weakness of Genji to an extent is that the fact that Genji still like relies on Blade for big plays. I feel like the counter, at least the soft counter, is that you just force more fights. Like, the more fights you force, the more fights it's going to be with Genji with no Nano Blade, right? Whereas, with how slow Iceland was playing, you were able to see Sweden use Blade in a higher percentage of fights than I think you'd normally get with Genji versus most teams.
Yeah, I think Iceland always waits for, like, the perfect fight, where Sweden kind of scrapped it out, right? And so... also, it's like a really good counter to like the reason Iceland picks these maps is for Orion to play like Widow or Ashe, and Genji, it's such a good counter to those heroes. And unless the other team is going to run a Winston, which is a bad idea, or a Moira, probably a bad idea, you're going to have free reign. You're going to get in, you're going to get out. So really well played. I mean, the Swedish team, good on the record. You know, maybe next year. Maybe next year for the Swedish team.
Yeah, I mean, again, at the very least, when people go back and they look at the history of Sweden in the Overwatch World Cup, Sweden does have the potential now to end 4-3 and be like, oh, it wasn't that bad of a year. This is 4-3. Like, you know, just hope that people, you know, don't have the memory and remember how week 1 went, where all the dreams got dashed for going forward. But hey, look, you know, all in all, you still try and put W's on the board, and Sweden has looked good. I just think it leaves Swedish fans wanting and going, if only this happened a little bit sooner. But either way, that is Sweden versus Iceland. Coming up next, a match a whole lot of people have eyes on. It's going to be Spain taking on Great Britain at a match where everything matters.
months. Competitors from all over the world have battled through trials to prove themselves as the best of the best. Now the teams have assembled, ready to fight for the title of Overwatch World Cup champion. It wouldn't be the Overwatch World Cup without an epic in-person conclusion at the place where it all began, BlizzCon. Which team will emerge victorious and become the first World Cup champions of Overwatch 2? Tune in to find out. Learn more at overwatchworldcup.com.
You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. The World Cup Finals will be on LAN at BlizzCon 2023. Of course, the tickets will be on sale soon. Keep an eye on those social media channels, pages, whatever you want to call them, because that's where you're going to get your information. There's more specific details live at overwatchworldcup.com, but you're not going to want to miss it. Of course, we are back with Day 7 of the 2023 Overwatch World Cup, the EMEC qualifiers. I'm Jim Basco, that's ZP, and that's Hex, and we just watched Sweden take it over Iceland. Hex, lay it out for us. That Swedish team looks so different this week.
I mean, they're a good team. There's a lot of talent on that team. Like, you have Kevster, you have Sparker. Like, the overwhelming mechanical difference. But also, like, the tank switch has been really, really interesting for that squad. It's undefeated with Theo. So yeah, but yeah, it's just really difficult to play against Kevster. I don't know what else to tell you, Jim. Yeah, I wish I had something deeper for you. Kevster's a really, really good player.
That Nanoblade is insane, getting 3 kills in the blink of an eye. Let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule so we can cover some of the matches that have already happened and take a look ahead. Of course, we started our day today with Saudi Arabia in a quick 2-0 over Germany, Norway close 2-1 over Poland, Finland 2-0 over Turkey, and we just finished off with Sweden 2-0 over Iceland. Now, though, we are flipping back on up to Group A, where there is still a lot to be decided. There are 3 spots at the top of Group A that'll determine who will make it forward. Spain right now edges on the border of that, with Great Britain in second, France sitting on top. France, the only team that taken them down was Spain, and now we've got them up against Great Britain. Both these teams are tied right now, 4-1 in their game scores. So this map is going to be extremely important. ZP, lay out some context here before we hop into the game.
Yeah, I think the context you have to understand is that regardless of which region of the Overwatch World Cup you've been watching thus far, Spain is the most interesting story across every single region right now. It is a team that no one really expected to be playing anywhere near as good as they have been coming in. They've gotten several major upsets and have been part of an upset against them where they lost to a team that people saw as weaker in Italy. So they've had really high highs, really low lows, but as a result, they have introduced nothing but pure chaos into this group, and they've set the stage for a bunch of very, very interesting matches as we round up the rest of the week. And this is step 1 here, right? Spain versus Great Britain is going to be a massive match in terms of impact on the standings and seeing who can get to BlizzCon later in the year.
Yeah, with the tone set, the tension palpable, I leave y'all to it. ZP and Hex, Spain and Great Britain just around the corner. And I'll catch you guys on the flip side.
All right, so we're heading into it, Hex, and what more can you say? I'd be repeating myself if I just talked about it again, but I mean, this is the match. Yeah. This is the match.
I mean, you're absolutely right. You and I were talking offline about this. ZP and I are friends. We talk, but like the story has been Spain. This Spain squad has been amazing, and just watching Naz talk about his team and that they're stun the world. It's been phenomenal. Like this group has been so good, and Spain, like they beat France 2-1 yesterday. They beat France on Coliseum. Like I thought France was going to be unbeatable on Coliseum, and they were not. Like it was an insane game. I mean, they should be undefeated. This Spain team should be undefeated, but they lost to Italy, where they got out-reapered, which is another conversation you and I have had.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like right now, if you're Christopher and you're looking at this and you're thinking, how can I just bring out some real coaching and some real EU action to Spain? You just bring out the Reaper, man, because clearly that is the one hero that Spain has troubles playing and has troubles playing against based on their match versus Italy. Because if you play the Spain team on the meta, they are really, really good at the meta, particularly with their DPS coordination between Lauren and Hira.
It's actually really important for Spain. Well, obviously, it's really important for Spain to win this map. But like they've dropped maps, so their map differential's not great, and also Denmark is still like lurking in the background. Denmark's going to play in our last match of the day, so like Denmark is there. Like, there's been a lot of 2-1s for Spain, so their map differential's not great. But yeah, I mean, this is the story. This is the team. When we first watched this team play, like we watched Helve like tactically crouch on teams. We watched Hira play like sick Widowmaker. The support line's so good. Lauren has put up so much good work. I mean, yeah, this is the story. I kind of want to buy a Spain jersey. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I think this is the team you look at. It, you know, they kind of capture the energy for me, Hex, of previous OWWC like sweethearts, right? Like Thailand in 2016, where it's like I just love watching this team play. But you look at the competition they're up against here. Great Britain is a strong team. Kai came in and has lived up to the hype and then some, where, you know, players like Kevster might have had a slow start. Kai really hasn't. Kai has been lights out. You have known quantities like Astro. Maimon has looked really good, and Jakaru, you know, feast or famine, but oftentimes just making Winston look incredible. This team has been stacked.
It's going to be, you know, the talent test today for Spain. I think it's their biggest talent test. Great Britain is a rock-solid squad. They can run anything. They have versatility. And then, you know, on occasion, you're just going to get rocked by Funny Astro. Somehow, the Lucio's going to kill you. So, yeah, I'm so stoked for this matchup. I think you made a good point about Jakaru. Like, just... I don't think they deserved the ire that was thrown their way, like in the map that the Great Britain lost. Like, I don't think that was a tank fault right there, but also Maimon, like, making a name for sure.
I mean, to me, I feel like you talk about matchups within matchups here. I'm very curious to see just the Maimon versus Hira matchup that's going to be going on, where Hira has been dynamic, has been lights out, has been very, very good on Tracer. But no matter how good you are on a hero like Tracer, one of the best counters in the game is another Tracer playing at that level. Also the fact that Funny Astro really is a pretty aggro support in these situations, right? Like, you're going to be at times where it's like, it's Tracer v Tracer, and whoa, where'd that Lucio just come from? I'm dead. Like, there's multiple threats on this Great Britain team to challenge just how aggressive Spain can be.
Yeah, it's something no one really talks about, but a good Lucio is a nightmare for a Tracer. Absolute nightmare. Can't shoot them. They keep healing and like surprisingly large damage output. We're going to kick it off on Lijiang Tower. I'm interested to see if either of these teams wants to start running a Pharah Mercy. The one thing, the one knock I will put on Spain is they pretty much only run the same comp. They don't run a lot of different stuff.
I think that is their Achilles heel here, is that the one thing about Spain, as you say, I don't think they're a very adaptable team from what we've seen so far, given the fact that, you know, they run what they're good at, and wow, they're incredible. And then you just drag them down to the depths and you go, no, we're going to turn this into a Reaper game, and it just feels like Spain's head explodes and they lose, like, control of what they're trying to do. So we'll see how Great Britain wants to play this and what is in their back pocket, but you know, I feel like the way Great Britain is going to approach this, they're still going to play their game, which means Spain will get to play what they're comfortable on, and should make for a fun game.
Well, Spain right now, we'll see if they end up switching. I wouldn't mind the Junkrat. I really wouldn't, especially like this stage is really good for it. We've seen like Norway run Junkrat too. No, gonna be some switches here, so it looks like Spain's going to go full rush on.
All right, here we go. And you talk about things that Great Britain used to run in the past. You know, you run this a few years back, there's not a chance they're not running a Reinhardt here, but times do change. It's going to be Ryan v. Winston. Kai fishing for some early picks here on the Hanzo. Spain has to respect this.
Yeah, it's going to be slow going overall, as Great Britain is going to take the top spot as well. So the moment Spain goes on, they're going to get jumped on.
All right. Point unlocked. Spain goes in. Kai under a bit of pressure. And you have to look at Jakaru here. I feel like if you're Spain, you focus Jakaru down early. But it's Kai that's, you know, finding himself on the end of the pressure here so far. Now, going for more shots in Hanzo. Nothing landing here just yet. Bionade on to Hira. Jakaru, heavy focus. Is Jakaru going to get away? He does, just barely. But that's going to be the story here. Oh, the dive on the Kai. Teleporter says hello. Kai, nice little evasive move there. Use the wall climb, but just gets knocked on out. the teleporter to get rid of the problem, and while all this has been going on, Spain got first control of the point.
What a rope-a-dope. Like, they're just chilling. They're just like, oh, we're just hanging out. We're going to try to take center here. No big deal, no problem. And all of a sudden, teleporter across the map, and they clean it up.
Kai just looks at that as like,
team. I really do. I really love the Spain team.
I feel like Kai just looked at it as like, that ain't right. Like, uh-oh. This is a problem. Yeah, actually, it's more of a Ralph Wiggum. I'm in danger.
Go banana. Spain's going to have Shatter as well coming in. So I think, like, you know, with the composition Great Britain's running, they're looking for picks. So you have to look for, like, Kai to hit an arrow or also Pulse Bomb.
Yeah, I think right now you look towards Maimon. Jakaro leaps in off the nano. The focus fire on Jakaro is hard, but the bomb comes into the back. It gets rid of Canale. And I think there was good focus fire on the Immortality field right before it came in as well. So really good stuff from Great Britain. They knew their win condition, but you know, that's kind of expected because Spain didn't use anything. The ult economy for Spain is so good on the counter engage, and they have the progress lead. You like Spain's position here.
Yeah, I mean, it's just different compositions, right? So Great Britain's just waiting for those ultimates to come up and to get value out of them. But yeah, as you said, Spain is in such a decent spot to be able to take this one back. One of the issues is just going to be engaging. What angle do you come in so that you're not eating dragons, you're not eating headshots?
Don't get picked by Hanzo. That's the only win condition for Spain here. If Spain doesn't get picked by Hanzo, they win the fight. They're going to open here with the Sim ult, already making things difficult for Kai. Hell, holding on to the shatters, Jakaro goes, maybe I don't want to hit the floor here just yet. Beat comes out. Spain investing. Great Britain right now just trying to play the sides, not get caught. Funny Astro. Real low. Maimon got Canale. Beat getting dropped by Astro. Hits 3. And Spain turning into absolute pain on the other end as the bio just finishes off the rest. Great Britain played that about as well as you could expect. And, you know, Hexy said it the other day, I'll say it for you this time, the Spain economy is in shambles after that fight.
Yeah. I mean, the investment looking like my crypto stocks. Like, it's pretty brutal right there. They put everything in. Spain really, really needed to win that fight. They had everything that they pushed on. A couple of switches here. Again, though, Spain had such good control of the map that they're at 73. We're nearing last fight, and really, this is like Blizzard versus Pulse Bomb. If they can dodge Pulse Bomb, it's huge.
Bomb comes in from Maimon. Doesn't connect. Lauren, though, getting pretty low.
Spain's got to come out.
Spain got out of the worst of it. They recover. Help under pressure. Wall comes out looking for Jakaro. Jakaro gets frozen. Can they finish it before Primal? They do! Mira on the finish on the Reaper. Once Spain's kryptonite. Now something they break out when things are dire. And Great Britain going to be pushed back. But next fight looking kind of bright for them, Hex.
Well, I mean, Spain's taking control of this, though. That's the important point. So, like, Great Britain has to win this fight. I mean, is Dragon a good ult? No, but, like, Nano Monkey would be really nice.
Backbone comes down! Guys! Backbone can't get the Nano off! Huge pick off by Mira, and Great Britain is in danger. The Primal can be faint. Wait, Jakaro got May. That's huge. Even though Jakaro can be get alive. No, Helv doesn't let the Winston escape. Pulse Bomb comes out. Now Helv's in danger. Dragon nearly eats him alive. 50 HP. Maimon finishes off the rest. As Gala has to just beat its Lucio Reaper on the point and get Spain still in control. This is a low numbers fight because most of both teams is dead. Kai, though, comes back in, lands the arrow. Hira needs to get away, can't make it happen. 99 to 98, and all right, Hail Mary here from Spain, and no, they cannot get back to the point.
What a close match. I mean, Maimon put in so much work, too, and Spain just never really had a solid answer for the Tracer. I mean, Tracer's always tough to deal with, but really, really solid play there from both squads. And I think we're gonna see a clash of styles throughout this entire series. I think Spain is gonna play different stuff, and Great Britain is just gonna rely on, you know, Kai and Maimon going nuts.
Yeah,
like, Great Britain should not have won the last fight. Like, Backbone getting killed there was brutal. That should not have happened, and then they were still able to.
Well, I think that wasn't even the biggest robbery from Great Britain. The greatest robbery was the fight that Spain came in with all the ults in the world. Great Britain was drained, and Spain still didn't win, and it wasn't even a Hanzo pick. That just everything went wrong for them from that point forward, and that's really where Great Britain won the round. But we are in round 2, looking at Hira. Under a bit of pressure, Jakaro just going in, but you know, Jakaro has to be careful here. Spain has been very keen on just laying into Winston early, and Astro goes aggressive, gets punished for it. 5v4 here for Spain. Spain overall looking pretty healthy. Everything they need for a quick first capture, and they're not stopping.
Yeah. Well, Spain on the Reaper, man, too. Like, also, like, what are you going to do as Jakaro? Like, you can't really dive this composition with a Reaper. Like, who you even diving? Who's your target to dive on Spain?
Yeah.
One of the supports that can leave. like you just don't really have a good target. Jakaro's going to stick on the Winston. It's going to be tough to find something here. My eyes are on Kai's Sojourn. Sojourn is such a feast or famine hero. Let's see if we can get anything going.
Yeah, I mean, Kai also is pretty darn good at just popping Reapers, right? Where Reaper is the public enemy #1 because Spain clearly has laid out the ground rules here. The ground rules are, we're killing Jakaro. Doesn't matter. Now, the upside, if Kai can find the railgun shot on the Lauren, well, Jakaro's probably not going to die in the fight. So that's what I'm looking at here. Jakaro, though, under pressure early. Lauren laying in shots as Kai charges in the back. Jakaro very, very low. Able to get away. Spain, though, looking healthier. Spain's still in control of the point. And here comes the leap in from the back. Help! Forcing the issue. Kai looking. Bomb connects on the help. And Nano on the Jakaro. Gets him healthy again. Big advantage here from Great Britain as they get to just walk onto the point.
Yeah, and really decent economy there, too, just to be able to use the Nano and go in. Like you could see them timing it out. They were really waiting for that Nano, and that would charge them so quickly. I think Spain's doing a nice job of, ticking it out here a little bit, though. Like, get your percentage while you can.
Yeah, I mean, 69%. It's a super good start.
Nice.
Yeah. Low-hanging fruit, but Neymar
I know, I'm
punishes
sorry.
Hera.
I wasn't happy about it.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's it's like, it just had to. But Lauren, out of the fight, Spain needs to go for the full reset. But, I mean, look at Spain. They're in a great spot for the next fight. We'll see if Great Britain can just, again, hold strong after a tough start.
Well, I think Spain, waits for the initiative. You open with Cole, right? We say open with Cole so often because it just works out really well. You just have to get some space for your team. That you don't want to fight into Coalescence. There's Cole.
Yeah, also look at Jakaro's health. Jakaru, public enemy #1, gets low, gets Gala before ending up flying away from the fight. Big for Spain, or rather big for Great Britain, as now they don't have the beat. They have to get something on the other end. Death Balls from Lauren gets Kai. So somewhat evened out, but, with Canale out of the fight, Spain, you look at the health of health. He's going to die soon. Maymon proves that correct. Now Maymon going in, has the bomb. I think if you're Great Britain, you'd like to save it.
I mean, there's no reason to use it at all right now. So Great Britain's going to take control of this. It's very rarely that you say safe Pulse Bomb. Pulse Bomb is one of those. I also thought I just saw an opportunity he could pop that one in right there. Yeah, but Great Britain really nice catching the dive that has happened.
Super early beat. Spain just wants the initiative. They beat, they go in. Kai, meanwhile, has the Nano overclock, and it is a disaster as Kai just crushes. Incredible execution off the overclock, and now Great Britain one fight away from taking map 1.
Yeah, my favorite hero is that Kai guy. Hits 3 right there. You can't replace mechanical skill. Sojourn's not necessarily meta, but solid enough where you can have those kind of peaks. Spain's going to put it in here right now, but they've got nothing in the bank.
Yeah, I mean, they're hoping for a mistake. They're hoping Jakaru stays in too long, but here comes the rally, and Great Britain's going to say, get off our point. Kai on the Gauntlet, the hit of the whip shot. And Kai's just cleaning up. It's nothing but Kai right now. We're looking at the mace, but truly, it's Kai cleaning up at the end. The rally, too much to overcome, and Great Britain, once more, coming back from the abyss on a control round, and they're going to take map 1 over Spain.
I mean, that's what, 300 hours in Kovacs Aim Trainer does for you. Kai just absolutely crushing it. This is what we expected from Great Britain. Spain is a really, really good team. And they're able to win based off of economy and fight sequences. But then you throw, the wrench in there of somebody who does just have that great mechanical skill like Kai. And all of it goes out the window. It's not like picking a fight where you can have an ult advantage and we're going to do this and this and this. It's not flowchart Overwatch anymore because you just got 3 people shot in the head.
Yeah, I love the, me and the boys all go to Mug Kai moment here from Spain. That was, that was a brutal teleporter. Again, I'm going to go back to this. I feel like the number one thing that haunts Spain, if they end up losing this match because of this map, it's the moment on round 1 where they had all the ults in the world and they let Great Britain win the fight. It just, that's the one thing that you can't give extra chances at a team like Great Britain like that. They won't let you back in the game. So,
I thought you were going to take a larger view from it. I thought you were going to say Italy again. Like, every time you'd message me on Discord, it's like, oh, can you believe they lost to Italy?
I mean, Italy played well in that, but also, you know, Reaper threw Spain for, you know, quite a loop. Although it's kind of funny in taking attributes from those that have caught you off guard. Spain ran Reaper of their own, and it was a good strategy, but you have to give credit to Jakaru for just realizing, hey, everyone's going for me. I'm going to play more conservative. And Jakaru did a great job of avoiding first deaths, especially on the second round.
Yeah, so when someone picks your hard counter, you don't necessarily have to switch, but you do have to switch how you play, right? So, like, you know, if you're playing Diva and someone picks Zarya, you don't have to switch. You just have to switch, like, how you're going to play. So when someone picks Reaper and you're playing Winston, you just kind of avoid it. You play differently, and I think that's a great point, ZP. Like, Jakaru played around that Reaper, not jumping into it. It's not necessarily like I have to switch because this person picked, you know, Paper while I have Rock. Like, I will just play Rock differently, and it's a phenomenal play. And I think Denmark is looking at this match with like very, very strong interest.
Yeah, Denmark, very big interest in Spain, not winning as it turns out, but. You know, Spain, this is a team we have seen bounce back over and over again. Great Britain, though, a strong showing to kick off the match. Does Spain have what it takes to make this another 3-map series, or will Great Britain establish dominance? Join us in just a few as we find out. Great Britain taking the first map over Spain. And Hex, I can think back to old political statements here and describing what happened to Spain. And for me, it's the economy, stupid. Where you look at what happened, and Spain, they were winning in the neutral in most fights, but when it came to using ults and managing ult economy, it was not good.
I was so worried. Like, you're talking about old political statements when thinking about Great Britain and Spain, and I'm like,
no, we're not going that old. We're just going to, like,
there's a lot you can
neutral
dive
political
into here.
campaigns, yeah. not too far in the past.
No, absolutely. Like the Spain team is really good when they get the fight that they want, and when they can figure it out, and like their coordination has been so good. But yeah, you're absolutely right to point out that one single fight where they threw 4 ultimates, I believe, into it and got nothing out of it. But a lot of that is like just really good disengage from Great Britain too. And also Great Britain just also has, I mean, it's not even a wild card. It's like the ace that you know you're going against. Like Kai's just going to shoot you in the head. Like you don't see a ton of Sojourn a lot, like in most of these games. And then the Sojourn carry from Kai, it's going to be brutal. And then also we looked at some of those replays, and Spain's idea was just like, hey, let's just jump Kai, and Great Britain wasn't having it.
Yeah, and I mean, you kind of saw a little bit about how Spain approached it. I think really they had 2 objectives, especially in neutral fights. Step 1, pressure Jakaru. And if they couldn't get Jakaru, they went for Kai. Those are clearly the 2 people that Spain has identified as the main threats, and also the main people that if they take out, they win the fight. I also think that's a pretty accurate assessment. I think those are the targets you go for on Great Britain. Maybe a little bit of funny Astro if, Astro's playing a little bit over aggro. But other than that, I think Spain had a very good game plan. It's just execution and managing their ult economy really bit them. But as we go to Havana, which is their map pick, we'll see if things smooth out a little bit.
Yeah, Spain has picked this map before. I don't love this pick. I think like it's not necessarily something that they're picking like against Great Britain or thinking about Great Britain as far as a team running on Havana. I think it's just a map that Spain likes. But I don't want to play Kai on Havana. Do you?
I think the problem is like, where do you really want to play against Kai? Is there a good map where you'd be like,
fair enough?
It's like, Kai's just gonna be like awful on this map. Like, I don't know. I feel like he's a player well-rounded and good enough that you're gonna be facing some danger no matter where you play. Yeah. So you might as well play at something you feel good on.
So I think Spain took this because I think they're gonna spawn camp, right? So like we've seen this from teams before that you definitely just try to get the spawn camp going, and you buy yourself a minute, maybe 2 minutes, depending on how successful your spawn camp is. And I think they'll wait here for a moment, but they will be at the front door in a second.
Yeah, I think Spain, their goal here is the goal of any Havana spawn camp, right? You want to drain, like, ideally about 1.5 minutes off the clock, and if you get beyond that, wow, you are enjoying your time. Great Britain, meanwhile,
well, when they see this, they should probably switch some stuff, like maybe a Hanzo, maybe a Mei.
You would think. Kai, though, meanwhile, going, you know what? I like what I'm seeing with this Hanzo here. I'm a hack, I'm gonna go for it. Pressure onto Hira. You see it coming from the back. I don't know if anything is coming from the front, but Hack is going to fade here in a moment. Helv, though, is under so much pressure as Ryan. Canale keeping Helv alive, but the bio forces out the immortality nade, and it's too much. Helv is down. A great bio by Backbone to really seal the deal.
I don't think I've seen a team break a spawn camp without the heroes I mentioned, right? Like, they broke this with, Spy Dive. That's crazy. I thought they were going to wait and, just let Kai, really charge up the ultimate and wait for an EMP, but what a great break by Great Britain. I've never seen that. I've never seen that composition break a spawn camp.
Yeah, and this is really bad for Spain. Not only do they not get the time they were looking for, but the ult economy side of things gets really, really tough. Great Britain's going to have a really big power point here sooner rather than later. The best thing that can happen for Spain is Hira just finds a head. Any head will do. Ideally on the supports, but gets Maimon. That's big. Step number 1 for Spain. Lauren, though, down. Very winnable here for Great Britain, but you look at Jakaru running, can't outrun the arrow. And Hira coming in big for Spain when they need it most.
Still not quite over just yet. They're going to clean up Backbone, though, so that should be over. And now this is where you want to fight. You want to fight in the corner. I don't know. Hold on. I think, is that the most disrespectful melee in the game, the palm strike?
It's pretty up there.
Yeah.
Either way, though, Hira just gave Spain a breath of fresh air. They burn another minute off the clock. They're able to get a little bit more equal on ultimates. There's going to be a moment here where Great Britain is just going to nano Jakaru and go to town, right, and hope Kai builds the EMP. But if Spain can withstand that, they have a great chance of a point A.
Well, yeah, it is all about the withstanding it. So maybe Gala has to play a little bit passive and try to get to the beat, because that's going to be a really important ultimate.
Nano's in. Jakaru immediately on dive, and Kai gets punished! Kai got caught by Helv. There won't be an EMP. And Great Britain's invested a lot here. Primal and Nano. Jakaru just gets crunched. Oh, that is an enormous play for Spain.
Yeah, Gala actually picks up Maimon too, who might have been one of the best gasps there too. Now Spain, I mean, we talk about their economy, and now it's thriving. You know,
Yeah.
S&P is up right now for Spain. I don't think that happens in Spain anyway. But 4 ultimates ready to go. I thought they were going to have to commit beat just to make sure that they won that last fight, but now they have beats here. They've got like such good defensive ultimates. Like Dragon, not a great ultimate, but it's a decent defensive ultimate. And Blizzard and Beat, so solid. As long as they don't get EMP'd.
Yeah, they
The
need to
big
just stay
thing
spread
is like
out.
Kai right now.
Don't give
Yeah.
Kai an insta-kill off the EMP. That's really the only way Great Britain wins this next fight. Dragon out early. Backbone gets caught by the Shatter. Helv seizes the opportunity. EMP, though, comes in from the back, but Kai immediately goes down, and I think we're going to see a swap from Kai here. That would be my
Less
guess.
than
It's-
ideal. Like, we're at 30 seconds, and the great thing Spain did was hold on to this Blizzard. Like, now they still have another defensive ult for the last fight of the game.
Kai the Hanzo is what I expected. Astro gets Hira, that's massive! Now the Blizzard is gonna be, oh god, can we stall until Hira is back? Huge, huge pickoff from Astro on the Kiriko. And now you look at Lauren here. What is the delay gonna be? They have the window up. Jakaru has to respect it! Jakaru nearly goes down! This Gangpunk from the other side, but a lot of healing came back in. And Lauren, on a support hunting spree, drops the Blizzard back here. Forces the disengage, but Helv and Gala are down, and Hex, it all comes down to that pick on Hira. Ass off to put Spain in a bad spot.
I mean, the pick on Hero was enormous, and they should have played it slow. So I don't love Lauren just going to that one side and trying to pick off 2, because everyone's going to react to that. It's not just 1v2, it's eventually going to be like 1v5. Everyone's going to come back and deal with you. So that Blizzard, absolutely no value, kind of a waste of the economy. And now we talk about economy, and Great Britain, they're going to have 4 ultimates coming up.
Yeah, I mean, the tides have turned. Bionade on the Gala and Lauren early. I don't know if the Falter's going to be there. No, the Falter is decent. Immortality Field forced out early as Maimon lands the bomb. Jakaru just juggling people in and around it. That is a full team wipe. Sound the horn. And this is where things get ugly on Havana. That decisive of a wipe means Spain could be stuck dealing with a point C defense.
Yeah, not ideal. Great Britain throws in exactly as much as they needed, but they're still holding on to a couple. Spain's best hope is in the hands of the hammer right now. Maybe you get a decent shatter, yeah. Well,
or that?
Never mind.
What?
Don't even shatter.
What if Lauren and Hira just get 2 kills simultaneously in the neutral off-screen? What about that, Hex? Did you consider that as a possibility?
It's a better what-if series than Marvel put out, so I'll say that much. Really well played by Spain. And now, again, let's look at the clock. I always forget the clock on these maps when everything's going nuts, but it's only a minute. Spain has to win 1 more fight.
Yeah, also because of the neutral picks, they get to save the Shatter. Helv gets to go for it in a way better position on top of that. Now a true threat to Great Britain as they look for a way in. 45 seconds left to go. Backbone gets caught! Oh man, the rotation from Spain. They just speed boosted in. Get rid of Backbone! Big.
Yeah, when I grow up, I want to have Gala's Lucio aim. There's been so many decent picks here. Also, Hira's going to have the Dragon.
Uh-oh, Gala!
Gala, don't make me look bad.
Careful, don't die! That, yeah, you just hyped it up, but honestly, it was a decent trade all in all.
No,
They still got
totally
2
solid
from
right now.
that
And also,
aggression. Yeah.
with the Dragon coming up, they can shut off 1 access off aggression, too.
Oh, the Dragon. Good Dragon from Kai.
Really good emo.
Yeah, I mean, force the immortality out, essentially. That is how on point it was. But Canale dropping the window here in the back. Canale has been laser accurate after the window's been dropped. Look at the pressure on the Jakaru! Jakaru, lucky to live. Pressure on the back line. Pulse bomb stick connects. Maimon! on the canal. Great Britain in overtime, but a really,
Blizzard's
really
up.
good start to the fight. Beat out here from Spain. Lauren with the Blizzard. Jakaru might be dead because of it. Jakaru, super low, caught, and Helm swings the hammer on the point, gets the cleanup. Great Britain, they have to keep going into the hammer. It's overtime. Who's next? Who will be the sacrifice? And that's it. The payload held here.
You don't often see a Nano Kiriko, but knock that one off. Hero's calling a C9. I would disagree with that one. I think that term is widely misused, terribly misused. They were trying to get to the cart, couldn't get to the cart. Rough stuff. They didn't make a unforced mistake, which is what a C9 is predicated upon. Please write that down. Yeah, nice from Spain to be able to bounce back on that second point and just kind of really good rotation of the ultimates. It seemed like there was always a fight where Spain had an advantage as far as defensive ultimates were coming up. Is it Blizzard? Was it Dragon? Was it Shatter? And you can't help but love health. Everyone loves a good Reinhardt. I think that's universal. For the last 7 years we've been doing, Overwatch. Everyone loves a good Reinhardt, and Helv is living up to the billing.
Yeah, and again, I love the way Spain plays. There's just like a hint of attitude in everything they're doing where, we talk about ult economy, but to me, the impressive thing about how the back of that worked is that they were just getting kills in the neutral. I mean, the tag team between Hira and Lauren, where they just got 2 kills back to back, and we're wondering, how's the Shatter going to work? It just bought them time and positioning. Spain is deadly, and they don't need ult to do it. It'd be good for them if they had better play when they had an ult advantage, but I just feel like they're unpredictable with how streaky and bursty they tend to be. But here we go, Hex. They're on the offense. Still very winnable here for Great Britain. Getting that deep on Havana is not a given.
Yeah, no spawn camp either coming out for Great Britain. So Spain, this is their bread and butter. This is their comp that they love. They love, Sombra, Tracer, Winston.
Both teams right now feeling each other out. Spain getting a good amount of payload progress here. Something that Great Britain is giving up because they're not going for the spawn camp early on. Castro gets a little bit of the hack. Gala getting real low. Kai tried to seize the opportunity. Now looking the other way. Pressured from the back. 35 HP. Hira nearly grabbing it. Instead, Hira takes Astro. Astro had a get down Mr. President moment. Did not live to tell the tale. And Lauren gets Kai from the back as Spain, again, having a great neutral fight.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we've talked enough about Lauren because we're so in love with Hira, which we should be because it's Tracer and it's great play. Lauren has got so much value out of the Sombra. Every time they play it, it has been insanity. I mean, Spain, every one of these players is making a case, but the Sombra Tracer
Lauren
dive
slept.
does not work if your Sombra's not good enough.
Lauren goes down. Big play by Backbone. Lauren not going to be up here for this fight. 5 equal for Great Britain on the recontest. Hira, though, looking for the stick as a guy connect. No, Kai able to get away from it. Now Hira under pressure. And, for Spain, that pick on the Lauren really hurt
right
them.
now.
And Backbone made it happen.
So I think they chill a little bit, let Lauren get in position where they want to be, and then you Nano Monkey, and then see if you can thrive in the chaos. Oh no!
But you lose your Ana right away! And they lost the Nano. The Nano didn't get applied.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, boy.
Are they still pulling it off, though? 2 kills.
They're still pulling it off, even with the Ajax Nano edition. What in the world? But, okay, not for much longer. That is one of the most painful turn of events I've seen. How often do you see a Nano get canceled?
I'm crying in Spanish right now. Like that, I don't think I've ever seen a Nano get canceled. That was insanity. So they had the right idea. Like, Nano your Winston. Now you're waiting for EMP. EMP comes in, and then maybe Kitsune on the cards, but EMP is the first and foremost.
Well, oh my god, that was a mugging! Backbone just got crunched in the back. The coordination between Hira and Lauren, unreal. And that is how you get back into the game, Hex, after a bad series of ultimates. My word.
I'm pretty sure Hira and Lauren are the same person. This is like a Cho'Gall situation happening right now. They're crazy coordination.
That was just, that was like something out of the Mighty Ducks for the Bash Brothers, just, put you against the ice. Oh, dear.
3
Here we
minutes. Yeah, 3 minutes. Plenty of meters to go. Spain is looking pretty solid right now. This is kind of a fire and forget it pulse bomb. Find anything and go for it.
Find anything, maybe forget it. Hira, pulse bomb ready to go, and it might just be going to the Winston when the Nano's done. Nano about to fade. Hira looking for that Winston. Sees him at the back. Gonna turn around. Is it going for the Winston? I feel like it's
the Ana up top looks better, but
yeah, there is a brief moment, but still not bad for Spain. Able to disengage from the Nano.
Nice hack.
Jakaru. Bomb in the back from Maymon, though. Hits Canale. Both teams down one, but the healing for Spain is going to be rough if they can't get another kill soon. You're going to see the impact of it. Great Britain getting low. Jakaru can get probably before dying here. 99% looking like it, and probably gets to save it as well.
yeah. You got to reset that, but like the nice thing for Spain is that they will have Nano coming up. But I mean, Great Britain, as enthralled as I am with Spain, which I am, not lying. Great Britain has like banked up so many ultimates right now. Their defense is actually looking pretty solid, and I love Funny Astro going on to this Brig. Like Brig is so much better against Tracer Sombra than like a Lucio is, so it's a really smart pick.
I think it removes some variability from the equation. Sometimes Astro gets a little bit too aggro on Lucio, and you can't do that as much on the break, although he's in danger on the break right now, goes down! The Biomade into the jump. Sorry, Astro, for the curse. Dragon Strike over and out. Great Britain now in danger. Kai, though, evens the odds. Falls to hell, but that's big to get Hira out of the fight. Makes it way more winnable for Backbone and Maymon. And Great Britain avoids the worst of it.
Okay, so 90 seconds remaining. Spain has everything they want online, like the core of their composition, the core of their gameplay, the core of their story is Sombra, Tracer, Winston. And they're going to have all three ultimates online. Now it's just execution. And Great Britain has to know this. They have to be spread out.
They're going to go for the assassination of Backbone again. That is the play here for Spain. They want to EMP, get Backbone out early. EMP comes out. Is Backbone going to live? Astro, there on the peel, lives enough to nano Astro as Maymon gets Gala. They were prepared for the dive on the Backbone. They had the answer. 1 minute left for Spain, and this fight so far looking very good for Great Britain.
Yeah, just really intelligent play. You called it out. Like, they know they're coming for Backbone. Immediately, it's the best target to go for in that dive, and the peel is there 100%. And, the Brig pickup has been so critical. Spain's last best hopes actually rest on this pulse bomb.
Jakaru in the rougher spot might have to burn Prowl. No, not just yet, but they've looked to Hira. When Spain is in trouble, they look to Hira for the big play. Jakaru's so low, living on life and death as Kai gets Canale. 23 seconds left, no Ana for Spain. This might be the worst timeline for them finishing out the map. You can't really go in without the Ana right now. And all that pressure on Jakaru amounts to not a whole lot. Is Astro goes for the rally. Great Britain's going for the stagger. They get Gala. Smart rally, smart decision. Spain now in the position of looking for the miracle to get the win over Great Britain. Kai punishes hell. Denmark is cheering right now here, Hex, as Hira goes down. Great Britain holding strong. Sleep on the Jakaru at the end. The counter C9 call from Great Britain as they take Havana and the series.
Yeah, a lot of it is so much of just like kind of game sense and understanding. Like understanding like this is the one target they're going to go for. This is what they do in their dive. Who is our one dive target? We look at it all the time. We're like, who are you going to dive? Like, who's that? It's going to be the Ana, of course. So the pullback, the switch to the Brigida was pretty nice there. Great Britain, like we talked about Spain, which we should have. Like they're the story. It's an amazing story what Spain is pull off, but Great Britain just stiff upper lip. Quietly pulls it off 2-0, kind of made it look easy. Like there's so much talent on this Great Britain squad that it's easy to overlook any one person. Obviously Kai is going to be a big story. Maymon making a name in the World Cup.
Also, Backbone, I thought, was very consistent at points when they needed it most. I think to the point where Spain was on the verge of getting momentum that easily could have carried them through the rest of the map.
Yeah.
And what do they do to calm it down? Lands a key sleep on the Lauren, makes Spain fight a 4v5, and delays them for an extra minute and a half on the first point. I mean, Backbone's play there was impressive.
We actually just saw the moment like I really didn't like from Spain, from Lauren, like going aggressive with the Blizzard when I thought they could have just chilled out on it. Like that kind of flipped the momentum that needed to happen for Spain. But yeah, I mean, this Great Britain squad is as good as can be. I think they'd be undefeated if they hadn't lost to Denmark earlier. So, Denmark's still in it. Denmark will be, at the end of the day, this Spain team, having lost to Italy, is now looking more brutal and brutal. Like, this revisionist history that we have to do with the World Cup is tough.
Yeah, because I think, I don't know if this puts Spain out. I have to look at the math, but certainly if they didn't lose to Italy, Spain could have absorbed this one and they would be fine. But that loss to Italy is the thing that's going to come back and just live rent-free in the minds of the Spanish fan base.
Well, three come out of A, so you'd expect, like, France, Great Britain, and now, like, in my mind anyway, some mathematician and statistician will figure this out more than I will, but it's like Denmark and Spain for that last spot is what I think.
Yeah, which makes the Italy versus Denmark match later today important, because even though you think, Denmark will probably win, Italy has already shown upset potential, right? As Spain has very well learned. So nothing comes free here in the Overwatch World Cup, but that was Spain versus Great Britain. Coming up next, it's Netherlands taking on Portugal.
Welcome back to the 2023 Overwatch World Cup. I'm Jim Basco, that's CP, and that's Hex, and we're bringing you the EMEC qualifiers. We just watched Great Britain honestly make pretty light work out of Spain. That second map definitely looked closer than the first, though. ZP, talk to us, lay out some context here.
Yeah, I mean, look, you cannot deny Spain's power in the neutral and their power of the surprise teams, but there were unforced errors from Spain at times in ult economy, and also at times just taking risks they did not need to take when they were at the advantage. But also, sometimes you get that with good aggressive teams, right? Like, because they're being aggressive all the time, you really praise it when it works, but sometimes you have some plays where you go, oh man, I wish we could have that one back. To me, it was still a very entertaining series, but Great Britain really did flex their experience and pedigree at the end.
Yeah, that high-risk, high-reward style that you talk about creates for an emotional watch, and definitely there were moments throughout that second map where we were all feeling it for the Spanish team. But with that said, let's take a look at the schedule. Let's recap some of the matches that have happened throughout the day, and let's take a look ahead. Of course, we started out the day with Saudi Arabia 2-0ing Germany, Norway 2-1 over Poland, Finland 2-0 over Turkey, Sweden 2-0 over Iceland, and now Great Britain 2-0 over Spain. We are wrapping up Group A here for the day with Netherlands versus Portugal up next, and then Italy versus Denmark. But there are some implications in these coming up matches that we'll need to cover when they come up. You know, the points are still not settled for Group A. We talk about the top 3 making it out from Group A and the top 2 making it out from Group B. Currently in the top of Group A, we've got France, we've got Great Britain, and we have Spain. But with Denmark and Italy facing off later in the day, that is all up for grabs. So ZP and Hags, Netherlands and Portugal just around the corner. Enjoy the match, and I'll see you guys afterwards.
Yeah, Netherlands v Portugal, Hex. This again brings us to another one of those matches where it's kind of about national pride at this point, right? Where, you know, the standings have kind of left both of these teams in the dust, but it's still a point of, look, have a good showing, you know, look good for the last little bit of the Overwatch World Cup, and that's kind of what the teams are playing for at this point.
Right. I mean, like, Netherlands is on a 3-game losing streak, you know, but those losses are against Great Britain, France, and Belgium. Like, that's not the saddest 3-game losing streak I've ever seen. They've had solid tank play, and like, I think, you know, you and I both like how Tap played the May. Like, Tap was tapping some heads with those icicles, and absolutely a game changer, carrying fights. I think their best composition is when they put Dana on the Ramatra and then they get Tap on the May. So I would expect like more of a rush composition as opposed to like a Sombra, Tracer, dive composition. Of course, the roster comes up and tells me that A10 and Tap both want to play Tracer. That ain't going to happen. So
classic cast, classic matchups. You know, double Tracer, double Winston, double Lucia. Let's really throw it back.
Oh, the Twinston Tucio Trey. Yeah, we had a lot of names for it back in the day. But yeah, I mean, you know, the Netherlands obviously this match is not for implications of who's going to move on, but you always want to put that better number on the board as far as like archives go, as far as the history of everything goes. And these guys are competitors; they want to win matches. You know, Buddy's played well. There's been moments from this squad that have looked decent. I would expect Don to like play like I really expect Ramatra and May to come out for Netherlands if they want to pull off this match.
Well, again, I feel like from what I've seen from Tap, if Tap were to only just play May and that's it, I would support that decision based on the level of May play I've seen. But yeah, looking over to the Portugal side of things and things to talk about here for Portugal, you know, there's a few things that bring up the bright spots. I mean, I think there's been moments where Karama has looked pretty decent on the hit scan. You know, Dizzle's had moments on the support. It's been, you know, I think the tough part for Portugal, it's just inconsistent, right? Like, you don't see Portugal put together for a full map of Overwatch. There's just, you know, brief flashes of that was good, followed by, man, they're just not in sync.
Well, Portugal's still looking to put a crooked number on the board, which is a baseball term, but they have all zeros on the board. They have yet to win a map, so let's at least start there. I mean, they were working with like a flex DPS on tank, but HK3 is going to come on and play tank now instead of Ego 1. And I guess the best part of Portugal so far actually has been their support lines, really. Like, Dizzle and Rod have had, like, the biggest moments. They've been their best playmakers. Perhaps that will continue. Flamenzo on the Sombra has been inconsistent. When they do get it right, they get it really right. And when they get it wrong, they get it really wrong.
Yeah, and, you know, as we've been saying here in the Overwatch World Cup, you know, you never like to see a team go out with nothing on the board. So, there's a mild rooting interest here in being like, it'd be cool to see Portugal get a win here, but I do think it's going to be tough against a Netherlands squad, which, while not playing at quite the level of some of the other teams we've seen in this group, still having their moments and can be a force to be reckoned with.
We're going to kick it off on Ilios. I wonder if the tank difference is going to, be a different hero for Portugal. Like I said, they've been running like Ego 1, who was a flex DPS playing tank, and now they're finally bringing in a different player to play the tank for them. So
a little bit of a swap up.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, tank swaps definitely did Sweden a whole world of good, right? Where sometimes, it's not even about, like, is this player bad, is this player good? The change of scenery, just changing things up can make wonders if things are just stuck.
Well, I mean, it's also at the point of the tournament, too, where it's like, you're on the team, you should play.
Yeah, that is also
you should get
fair
some play.
It's like old Celtics games back in the day where you knew it was... a time where you didn't have as much to play for when Scalabrini entered the games. It referenced that maybe like 5 people got in chat, but I'll make it all
maybe 5 people, because like I'm into sports and I have no idea what you just said. Like I really have no idea.
Scalabrini? Oh man.
I'm not that into basketball, so that happens. If you made an NFL reference, I'd probably get it, but not necessarily basketball.
Well, right now, we are waiting on 2 players from the Netherlands. That's why we're back here as opposed to going in-game, and we were on rosters for a while. But you know what? That is all good. Sometimes it happens in scheduling where it just takes a little bit to corral the players. The fact that it's as seamless as it is most of the time is just a testament to how good Comp Ops is at getting players in the lobby.
Yeah, you wouldn't think it'd be... well, actually, it should have gotten easier with Overwatch 2. Only 10 people instead of 12. So it should got a little bit easier. But still, gathering these gamers... I think also, like, just the time zones and stuff gets really wonky as well. Do you remember, while we're filling... I have a good fill story. Do you remember when we had to go to, I think, the Brazil servers when we did a Korea versus Europe match or something?
Oh, yeah.
It's like Luxury Watch Red versus, what was
it was Black Dragons, I think, right? Like, that was the... Yeah, because there was a member in Blizzard, Team 4 at the time, that was, like, really just hyping up the potential of Overwatch in Brazil, right? And that team looked really, really good at the time. And it was back in the Stone Ages. It was back in the Stone Ages where, like, a lot of players at, like, personalities in the West were saying, like, will Korea dominate this game? I don't think so. Like, oh, man, some of those takes really aged badly, right? But
some soft takes.
I think it was Slasher. Slasher, at the time was just going like, dude, European players are the absolute best. Like, there's no way they're going to lose to Korea in the next 3 years. Like, maybe they'll catch up. Then later that year where, talk about Overwatch World Cup setting trends. What South Korea did in 2016. It's like, oh yeah, this Miro guy's pretty good. Never quite made it to the Combine, but still... how time flies. Yeah,
I mean, that's a Counter-Strike bias. I had my own Team Fortress bias. I'm like, well, clearly Clockwork's going to be the best racer ever in the game. Did not work out necessarily. We are into Ilios. Didn't even get to finish my Phil story, but, that's why we keep them. We keep them in the back pocket for the Phils.
That's right. You got some in reserve. If you ever have a position where you need half of a Phil story,
we'll get there in the end. Ilios here between the Netherlands and Portugal. I've said it before, like, I always root for a team to, at least get a map on the board, so slightly rooting for Portugal. Netherlands has had a rough go of things. Like, they had a rough schedule early on, and that can just be demoralizing. And we'll see if they can pull one out here against a winless Portugal squad.
And Portugal, again, I think the upside here, too, is truly in the mode of the pressure is off now, right? Like, you want to get the win, but you don't have to worry about extra things of, will we go deeper in the tournament or anything like that? No, it's just play whatever you want, play what you're comfortable on, and see if you surprise the other team. That's what we're here on, as we just look at the various sites of Ilios. Should be seeing the players in just a second.
Yeah, lighthouse, beautiful. Statue, beautiful. I think that's a new edition of the game, right? They just put the Junker Queen statue out there. It used to be a different statue, I thought.
Yeah, well, I was going to say it would have to be, unless people would just be like, what? Junker Queen's been here forever. It's like, no.
An homage to the Colossus of Rhodes, I believe.
Yeah, I think it was just a generic, like, Greek statue or thereabouts.
Yeah.
Something like that. Or is it
Or-
more
or
like,
that-
was it
that-
like
that-
Trojan armor type of deal? Like,
Yeah, or like maybe the Titan of Bravos, right? If you want to get Game of Thronesy.
Yeah, somewhere out there, like as we're being uncultured on these issues, you know, Matt, he might not be watching. I feel like Bonte is just like, you know, it's a tingling like people are getting the history wrong. What
If
is
you're one of those
happening here?
few people who've read a book, let us know. Let us know that you've read a book and that we're wrong. But I'm pretty sure that statue doesn't exist actually. No, there's no Junker Queen statue. Isn't the Colossus of Rhodes like one of the 7 like wonders of the world?
That sounds right. I'll go with that, and if it's wrong, I'll just ignore I had any feedback on it at all. But in case you're wondering, we are waiting for the players to load in. There we go. The fly-in is over. The match can officially begin here.
As much as I love Ilios, I almost got sick of Ilios there, but here we go. We're about to get in. And we'll see what either of these teams looks just off the bat, like very different compositions. I mean, it's a map that a lot of teams have felt very comfortable running a Pharah on.
Yeah, and for good reason. I mean, Pharah has always been in vogue on this map. Again, even in metas where you'd go, well, why would you ever run a Pharah? It's just one of those eternal picks in Overwatch where the hero will get played on this point. Doesn't really matter what else is going on in the game. It just shows up. It's like Mei on Nepal.
Yeah. So we're going to load into the murder hole. Both teams are going to sim out. We'll see who takes a little bit better a position. I actually kind of love this Ball versus Orisa tank matchup.
I'm just
I don't think they're going to play against each other very often, but it's an interesting comp.
Quick hack coming out here from A10, and the boys rolling up on Dizzle as Dizzle just immediately teleports out of there. Did not like how that was starting at all. A10 almost gets punished, but gets to go forward here. Portugal already getting pressured quite a bit. Don gets a hack, and that's going to be Don's nemesis the entire way through as Flumenzo looking for hacks, but Flumenzo might be looking for the spawn point here soon. Heavy pressure on both DPS Portugal. Tap getting low in turn. Both teams looking for the all-important first pick. Don, a little bit of swinging around here. Good pressure onto the back line, looking for the brig. Broad FD getting low. HK3 able to get Buddy, though, and Netherlands down 2. Odds of winning this fight quickly slipping away as Portugal just stays consistent.
Well, I mean, Netherlands is running kind of this like pit composition, and you saw them go for it early of like trying to dive on somebody and get a kill and win the fight and then sit on the point. Portugal's running like more of a sit on the point composition, mostly because of the Orisa. Like the Orisa just gets to like chill there and be the horse on the point and be fine. Nice 1v1. So yeah, Portugal, like the longer that went on without a kill from the Netherlands, they were going to be fine, just taking percentage and sitting on the point. Woo.
Karama on fire, not only chases down Tap, gets the stagger, gets the last little bit of build, and gets the bomb on the Buddy. Karama starting off on fire right now for Portugal.
Very nice play from them. Also, now they have the EMP. It's going to be EMP versus EMP here too, right? I know we say it a lot, but it really is like the critical matter of ultimates going forward.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the biggest flashpoints of any game where you're running Sombra v Sombra, and they both have ult up at the same time. Flumenzo goes for the EMP first, hits 3. Rally, though, in turn from A&J, and Netherlands, they weather it, and then some really good rally to set it up, and Netherlands, they get to save EMP for the next fight. About the best Netherlands could hope for.
60% for Portugal still on the board, and I think they'll get most people out alive. But yeah, definitely saw like being able to save like the EMP is critical there in that fight. And now like you're just ticking up and chill. And the Junker Queen switch is great. It's going to give you more points. I prefer it to the ball, especially when going up against Orisa.
Yeah, I think the Junker Queen makes more sense here. A10. Waiting for the EMP opportunity. Portugal taking a while to go through. Nice hack on the Flumenzo. Nearly results in a pickoff. But Flumenzo far off the point. Pretty low HP. Thought they're going to be here. We'll see. Netherlands deciding to go in. Kitsune rush out. Tap finds Rod FD. Transcendence fading here for the Netherlands. Portugal an opportunity to perhaps turn, but they're down 1, so it's just hard. But Flumenzo finds Buddy. That's first part. Very back and forth, and you know, heck, Netherlands is okay with back and forth right now because they still have the point.
Yeah, still holding on to it. I mean, it's been very scrappy. I mean, they could commit to like ultimates if they have to, but Portugal sneaks the point in.
Oh, Tap goes for the old pulse bomb tracer v tracer. You know, again, it makes sense, but also historically a bit of a disrespect move when you're just like,
Dude,
yeah,
those are
I'm using this for
uninstall
you.
moments. When you get pulse bombed by the other tracer, those are questioning your life kind of moments, existential crisis moment.
EMP ready here for A10. Waiting. 2 early picks here from Portugal. A10 gets HK3. He's still investing EMP here. It's a little bit questionable. Don down. Now you probably save it.
So Netherlands really just has one last fight. Like, it's been like super scrappy in the last bit, but it's been Portugal like charging it up. So 95. Netherlands, I mean,
Pulse bomb for
you gotta put somebody on the point right now and then wait for EMP.
They're going to get on the point. I think they're going to have most everyone back up and ready here. Karama had a chance to maybe stagger with the pulse bomb. It didn't connect. Now you look towards A10. Netherlands back at full strength in overtime. A fight they must win. EMP comes out. Rod FD immediately hits the ground. It's a great EMP and a better fall through for the Netherlands.
Yeah, should be fine. Then they will take off the points, and now we will go into probably a final fight as this one will tick forward. Not much on the board for either. It's kind of funny because Portugal saw it coming. They saw the rotation, but they were just a second too late. You saw them like rotate into the lighthouse there. Like, it was
Watch that here.
late.
Tap's going to get bombed. This is what Netherlands needs to really force a good final fight. Just a quick bomb pickoff, delay it. Tap throws out the pulse bomb. No, doesn't get what he's looking for. Got stunned, I think, on the approach. Dizzle finds A&J, and Netherlands getting pushed back. They commit a lot there, and that's brutal. But he was so close to Transcendence. Wasn't able to build it up. And this time around, I don't know if there's going to be a miracle comeback for the Netherlands as Portugal looking much stronger, back in control of the point, overtime ticking down. You might see the sad Transcendence come in, but I don't think he's going to get there in time.
The sad sentence. No.
Yeah.
Doesn't come in. Portugal able to pull that one back at the last seconds, and well played for this squad. Now they got a map on the board. That's step one. You get a map on the board, then you get a match on the board.
Yeah, you know, round one, not too shabby. And yeah, I mean, for Portugal, yeah, this could be a Iceland redux, right? Where they were looking a little bit tough, no wins on the board, but before it's all said and done, they get at least one because they're playing Netherlands very evenly here so far. However, okay, Tap just swapped us. Tap on the Cassie. I would love to see the May here for Tap. Like, I feel like this stage is pretty good for May, and Tap's May feels so much stronger than the other heroes in Tap's pool that I don't know. I guess they're a little worrisome over the Pharah.
It's a weird to pick it blind cast, like to not know what you're running against, but also Tap's going to go to the Tracer. So we have a Fair Mercy composition versus the odd composition from the Netherlands.
Don picks up 2 super early, but the Pharah's on point. Gets rid of the BAP. Karama evens it up. And Karama currently a problem here for the Netherlands. And if anything, that was probably why Netherlands might have showed Cassidy at the beginning. They probably thought there could be a Pharah. They decide against it. Look at Tap here. See if Tap swaps Cass off of this.
It would have been better to run Cass out the gate. Yeah. Good call.
Tap should have trusted the gut, I feel like, is the actual conclusion there as Karama continues laying the rockets. I mean, Don's been a problem, though. Don's controlled enough space. The Netherlands really hasn't lost presence on the point. They got first control, so all the picks in the world don't matter if you don't have people on the point. Even as Karama continues to put in work on this fire, one rocket after another, trying to chop down the mountain that is Don. A little bit up close and personal, like, get out of here.
Eventually able to cut through. Like, there's been so much damage put out from this Pharah. Not going to use the barrage because, well, it's a death sentence, but really well played from Portugal. I mean, Netherlands actually, like, you're not unhappy with that. Like, you kind of got counterpicked and then still pulled off 25%.
Yeah, I just imagine Tap like going, it's like, should I go cast?
I knew it.
No.
I knew it.
Yeah, that was an I knew it moment for sure. We're just like, I knew they were going out the Pharah. Let's see if Tap can suppress the Pharah on the Cassidy. Cast shots can be as fearsome as the May Icicles as Tap gets Karama. They deny the res, though. The res waiting in the wings. Don, meanwhile, onto that point, swings away. Hack on the Rod FD. I think Rod was going for the res. So they deny the res. The Deadeye gets value, and Netherlands right back in it.
Yeah, write that down in your journals, everybody. Deadeye got value. Was able to pull off one right there. It's an ultimate that doesn't really pull things off very often, but it's really good against the Fair Mercy, at least to make them stay away. Not necessarily getting kills right there, but yeah, Netherlands with a nice switch and just holding on to this. Portugal's got a ton of ults.
Yeah, and they immediately capitalize on it. EMP into fight over, by the way.
That's super solid, though. If it's only the damage ults, like if it's just EMP and Barrage, you're thrilled with that fight.
Rewind, though. Is Dawn swapping? Or, like, what's going on there? I need to see a swap for Dawn. Okay, good. I was going to say, maybe Diva to deal with the Pharah. Good, because that shatter would have made me sad otherwise.
It's tough to play Reinhardt against Pharah, right? You're just sitting there either taking damage on your shield or just eating it for your team.
All right, Buddy. Buddy down. He's like, here's Buddy's point of view, and here's the rocket from above. Very quick pick here for Portugal. Portugal still in control of the point, and losing your Moira that early, that's tough, Hex. It's hard to come back from that one. You're just down far too much healing against a Pharah that has been way too accurate.
Portugal's been like very aggressive, and it's looked really nice. Like, there's not a lot of teams who go past like kind of this center point on Pharah, but Portugal's been chasing down kills. It has looked solid for them. And it just staggers out these fights. Now Portugal is in a one defense win the map situation.
Yeah, you gotta love where Portugal stands right now, and the answer for Karama's not been found. Flamenzo gets rid of Tap, so Karama once more. The skies are his. Oh, EMP comes out here from A10. The fall through not going to be there. Karama got low for a split second, but Portugal still in control of the point. Netherlands at 96% need to get over there. They're trying to take down HK3. Super low. A&J chases it down. They get the recap. In Portugal, they might just wait till HK3 is back. They don't have to force anything here, Hex.
No, you chill here. You just sit, you wait for EMP, you wait for mines, you wait for barrage. Like, you've got everything going for you. There's only going to be one fight anyway. Do you want to take the fight now, or do you want to take the fight in a good position? So you wait about 6 seconds here, and you wait for Flamenzo to call it. Like, that's got to be the initiator.
Well, Flamenzo calls it. The EMP is out. The barrage comes in from the back. Karama, though, under pressure, goes down. It was a press Q to die moment. The execution not there when needed most. The Netherlands now in a great spot to take the round, force round 3. And Portugal just could not get the coordination on that final setup.
Yeah, I mean, the EMP came out, and, excuse me, and Flamenzo died immediately. The barrage came out. Fire died immediately. I mean, Tap was proving that it's not just icicles that they can top into the heads. Like, the very decent cast came out and wrecked a lot of the plans of Portugal there. I mean, they had it all going for them, just not executed correctly.
Alrighty, so going to round 3. Netherlands finding their moment versus Portugal. Portugal, though, was looking fearsome pretty much throughout until the very end, and I don't think Kram will be swapping for the Pharah here, although it's interesting from Netherlands where, you look at this, you should expect the Pharah, but instead they're going to much more of a, we're going to ignore the Pharah, win the ground battle, which means look at HK3 carefully here, Hex. Oh, I gotta say.
I mean, it's kind of a sky fight. Like when you run an Echo versus O'Faro, that's like slightly a counter. But like, yeah, the idea would be to like definitely with the ground, like run the ground. But then, I mean, it's a 3v3 and a 2v2, right? Like that's how these compositions are set up.
Dawn under a lot of pressure early on, able to get healed back up. Netherlands better presence on the point here so far. Tap though gets hacked. Tap in danger. You gotta think rockets are heading for Tap in a hurry. Tap though, able to shake a lot of the pressure, still good. That's Netherlands going the other way, and it gets Rod! Tap got low, got a reset, goes in, gets Rod, and Karama's off the map. I wonder if Karama's, I wonder if there'll be a swap up here. Yeah, it's kind of what I was thinking. Rod going to Lucio, and onto the Tracer you go.
Well, I mean, it's kind of the double-edged sword right there. Like, as good as Mercy is, as critical as Mercy can be to team compositions, if you kill the Mercy, they lose. Like, that's the end of the fight.
And Jay, speaking of killing the Mercy, super low after the hack, can't get away. Karama with a little bit of quick revenge. Tap now got to fly without the safety blanket that is the Mercy. Portugal Really good opening to this team fight here. Now the pressure on the Dawn. Dawn just backing up after that, going, please, anyone, save me. However, saving is there. Swap up for ANJ. Tap probably the last life here on the Echo. Get play till duplicate.
Yeah, Menzo pushing a little bit forward, but like they should be holding ultimates right now.
It comes out. And yeah, this duplicate for Netherlands, it's Tap's gonna swap. This is just a swan song for the Echo here as they try and swap some momentum. I mean, they have a full 5 here. Portugal does need to disengage a bit. They're looking for it. Kitsune rush out. Tap still stuck on the Echo with no swap. Buddy gets HK3 down. Still very winnable here for the Netherlands. Bomb comes out from Karama, and that is the end to the fight. Huge from Karama.
I mean, a lot of times you see sticks that are like accidental and just throw it and hope, but like that was a beautifully orchestrated stick, waiting for some of the utility to be down from the supports and ends up just clutching out 2. What a play. Put that in the highlight reel, Karama.
Yeah, and no surprise at the swap here. You saw Tap just stuck on that Echo for the longest time. It's like, well, there's no mercy. I guess I used duplicate, but yeah, finally swap comes in. Portugal, though, nursing a pretty decent lead here so far. A10, Death Blossom good to go. Looking for the opportunity. Dawn finds one. 5v4 for Netherlands as A10 just gets the walk forward. Might go spin the win here. Would be a decent opportunity. Going to save it instead. 86 HP. Under pressure from HK3. Going to turn it back onto the Diva in just a second. Netherlands really bringing this on to the point. Portugal weathering a lot of it. Able to stay on. Point control does flip here, Hex, but you look at HK3. HK3 so close to getting DMEC. DMEC comes in, and that could be the turning point now for Netherlands as they get Rod FD.
Yeah, I was pretty certain that they were just waiting for just stalling out, right? Like they were just going to stall out the point and wait to come back, and then they ended up losing Flamenzo, which is a little bit rough, but I thought they were just going to buy their time because at 86, you're 1 fight away, and you know that point still stands, 1 fight away. This one, I mean, when you're running these compositions with Sombra v Sombra, it's like who gets better MP? Like that's going to decide this map right now.
Yeah, and the EMPs are good to go, so map on the line. Flamenzo EMPs first, Tap EMPs second. And it might be a little bit better for Netherlands. It's super, super close, but Netherlands gets 2 pickoffs off the EMP. A10 staying alive here on the point, gets the DMEC. And it's enough for Netherlands. They get the better of it in the EMP showdown, and Portugal have one final attempted delay. They might get back to that point in time, but really, they're just hoping for chaos off the Karama bomb. 95%, who's going to touch?
I mean, you have to have Tracer touch, right? Like, it's not going to be ideal, and then rewind right away. Maybe you get this. It sucks when you use your rewind in all your plays, and then you try to stick a false bomb. Like, there's no good way to do it.
HK3 gets one on the Dawn. Portugal still alive. Bomb still in reserve here for Karama. Gets a health pack. Heals back up. Waiting for the stick. Gonna go for it. Waiting. Looking into the point it goes. Doesn't get A10 because Flamenzo got it first. Flamenzo back in on the skies as Portugal looks to pick up this map win. They get the control point back. And now Netherlands, they'll have enough time for their last gas push here, Hex.
I mean, just back and forth right away.
Here we go. Back on it. A10 nearly falls, barely stays alive. Rampage out, hits HK3. Pressure onto the tank. Netherlands, they get Karama. It's going to be enough. B comes out from Rod FD. Really well timed, but still not enough to save HK3 as Netherlands fully regroup, fully resettle on the point. And this time, Hex, I don't think Portugal's coming back as the Netherlands bring back the map. They take map 1 over Portugal here, but it was about as close as you can get.
I mean, that's one thing that we should always keep in mind, too, when you start looking at these scores and looking at these numbers. Like, if you don't watch the match, you don't really get it, right? Like, Portugal is not this 0-4 absolutely getting dunked on squad. They are so close to beating so many teams, and every time they play, there's been very few matches overall in the World Cup that the team's just like, well, yeah, they got beat. They're bad. Like, that's not happened very often. So Portugal is so close to pulling it off. The very nice touch at the end from the Tracer to blink in and bring it back a little bit to buy some time. But as it stands, Portugal yet to win a map.
Ooh. That always hurts. Anytime you got a Tracer v Tracer stick, it just hurts to watch. But yeah, I mean, this is one of those games where it kind of got away from Portugal. Portugal was in winning positions multiple times, but when it came due to just cash the final check, it bounced.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even like execution. It ends up just coming down to like alt timing, that the other team is like 4 ults when you have 3. It's not necessarily like bad play or bad communication. There's not really anything to look at individually as Portugal. It just seems like it's just not come together in the way that it needs to. I guess, like, if I were to say something about Portugal, like, they need to coordinate, like, their dives a little bit better, especially when you're running a Sombra Tracer. We've seen teams be able to do it, like, within an instant, and that's the one thing I looked at, like, Portugal before, is Flamenzo's Sombra is so streaky, and we use that term a lot, but it's either very good and you get an EMP and that's a team wipe, or you're dead and you're not charging or something like that. So that's the one thing I'd look at Portugal if I'm going to run this Tracer Sombra dive consistently.
I'm curious to see where Portugal brings us to the next map, because I do feel like they have something going with Karama on the Pharah. I don't think, tap on the Cassie was, kind of hit and miss, but I feel like you look at how that played out, you run it again. I feel like you challenge that if you can, but we'll just have to see when that map choice comes out. One of the longer control maps we've had, though, Hex, just as evidenced by the fact that that was a lot of highlights relative to what we've done today.
Well, I was consulting my spreadsheet. I have a spreadsheet. I'm a big deal. It's either going to be Blizzworld or Numbani. So they've had like 4 map loss picks, maybe more. Maybe my spreadsheet's not perfect, but most of the time they go to Blizzworld or Numbani on their second map pick. So probably one of those, or maybe it'll be surprised. But it would make a little bit of sense. Kind of works out for Portugal that way.
Well, so far it has been close between Netherlands and Portugal. What is in store? Round 2 coming at you next. We are back in it. Netherlands versus Portugal. First map going the distance hex. Both teams with high points and low points. And for Portugal, again, the question has to be asked, can they put it together for a full map? Because they're so close and yet so far.
I mean, yeah, I'm rooting for them. I'm really rooting for them to get that 0 off the board. Pretty evenly matched, both of these squads. And I mean, if you think about it, like, I mean, Netherlands was a team that we thought could do well. They've struggled a little bit, but like, this is really just about like, I don't know. Is it reductive to say it's about getting Portugal a win on the board? Should that be the most important thing going forward? Yeah. The troubling thing is about like watching some of these teams that have struggled so far and have not had map wins is it looks so close. They're like so close to pulling it off of like just this one execution, this one fight, this one kill here or there. So when you look at like the map scores and the actual achievements of these teams, it doesn't tell the whole story. And Portugal is not a terrible team. They're so close to winning some of these maps.
Yeah, and again, it's one of those things where it reminds me of what happened with Iceland, where Iceland did have like a few maps, not against Finland. We ignore the Finland match, but some of the other matches they had where we knew they were good enough to get a win somewhere, we just didn't know where. I feel like Portugal can turn this. I mean, there's nothing that we've seen between these two teams that says that Portugal can't bring this one back. But Netherlands is good enough that Portugal is going to have to find a level of consistency that they haven't been able to show so far. Play the full duration of the Overwatch game, not just, the 80% of it they're doing right now where they fall off at the final 20.
Yeah, so Portugal's going to pick Gibraltar here, which is a little bit interesting because mostly Portugal has picked Blizzworld and Numbani. So, I kind of dig it because it's like, well, obviously we picked those and they didn't work. So let's pick something else. And Gibraltar has been a map where like kind of like you see some underdogs pull this off, mostly just based on like the snowball potential and the momentum this map offers.
Alrighty, so both teams getting ready for this first round. We'll see what heroes are coming out, if there's any change-ups. I feel like it's going to be pretty standard of what we're seeing. I mean, the biggest change-up that would be a little bit non-standard to be seeing if, Tap tries to run a Mei, where you don't always see Mei here early, but I don't think that's going to be the case. Meanwhile,
I thought we were going to get Portugal. The hog. Thought we were going to get the road hog. If any team was going to do it, it might be Portugal. But no Roadhog for Portugal, as they will come out.
Unfortunate. I mean, Hog will have his... I feel like Hog is one of those, like, very divisive heroes, though. It's one of those things where when Hog isn't played, you have a contingent of people going, like, I wish Hog was playable. And then, especially with one tank, when Hog is playable, you have a bunch of people going, like, please save us from the Hog meta. It's a hero where I don't think anyone will ever be happy with. It's either, there's always discontent regardless of the state of Hog.
It's kind of a funny thing where, like, when you talk to pro gamers about meta, and this is like, Hearthstone, Heroes of the Storm, StarCraft, pro gamers just like accept what the meta is without trying things out. So like Hog might actually be really good, just no one's trying it, right? So like Marauders are really good in StarCraft, but no one is trying it. Like everyone just kind of blindly accepts when they see the numbers nerfs that it's over without like trying it out. I want Hog to be meta again. I love Roadhog as a character.
There it is. We found which side of the fence Hex is on when it comes to the love Hog, hate Hog debate. But right now, both teams trading out blows at the beginning, and Karama gets caught by A10. Pretty good payload push coming in from the Netherlands also. Portugal really hasn't tried the contest, and as a result, we've gone through the car wash with very little fanfare here thus far. Portugal, though, finally going to be taking the fight over HK3 under pressure. Gets bioed. Netherlands just swarming over and in. HK3 able to stay alive for a moment, but you look at the kill feed right now, and it's a real tough spot for Portugal. HK3 going to get demec'd, and it's just a wave from the Netherlands rushing on through.
Well, the idea on the defense is it's not necessarily car wash anymore. Like it's kind of a tough spot to hold. So you like try to maybe get some poke in on your first hold, but like then you hold server room because it's a really nice place to stall out the cart. But also the offense knows that, so you just kind of get bum rushed by the Netherlands right there. They roll right through server room. Portugal's never able to set up correctly, and that's why we're in second point here as Netherlands keeps pushing forward.
Come to my position.
Netherlands, incredibly quick start. Portugal looking to find their footing. If Portugal loses next fight, they're going to be critically behind in Ultimate's momentum. Karama, though, finding tap early, huge for giving time to set up here on this point B defense.
I mean, just one of those kills is critical for you to be able to set up on your B, like you said. Now the door is closed. There's only like 4 doors that are all tiny, and they're all bad to push into.
Netherlands taking the initiative onto the payload. Portugal going to play high ground a little bit longer. Karama, pulse bomb ready to go, looking for the supports. Does not connect. Netherlands now get to go a little bit forward without as much fear. Pulse bomb from Tap comes out, and it's going to get HK3 out of the mech. That is good enough for the Netherlands. And now Portugal, they have to contest this down their diva. Unless HK3 can remech, but there's still a period of time where there's just no effective diva on the board. Buddy gonna come up. Nano ready to go here for the Netherlands. Likely gonna go onto the Winston. Waiting. Winston jumps in. Nano comes out. Kron going in a little bit deep, looking for anything here. Tap gets HK3 in the meanwhile, and it is, again, the Netherlands looking untouchable on this dive. Very methodical.
Yeah, methodical, and it's all like very orchestrated, but it's all readable too. But Portugal doesn't have an answer to it. Like I think you saw Portugal in that stairway, and they kind of knew like they were just gonna get Nano Winston like right there. Like you could almost see it on the characters' faces. There's nothing to do about it. Netherlands is just painting by numbers right now. This is exactly how it goes. You get Nano and Winston Nano. You push through, and then here's the Sombra. Portugal has got no answers. They're gonna try to run their same composition they've always run, but is not looking good.
No, it isn't. And I mean, I think a lot of that just went downhill where HK3 got demeched. And it was one of those things where, you know, Diva can be a little bit of a curse if you're not able to remech and you're just stuck trying the remech, hoping to, you know, fix it. It just, I don't know, it was a long time without a main tank presence, and that can be lethal in Overwatch 2 especially. Dive in here
Netherlands
for
will,
Kron.
yeah, they continue to push, but now we're just waiting for the EMP setup.
He comes out from A10. Karama feeling the brunt of it. Quick one up here for the Netherlands. Portugal down 1. They have a rally in reserve. Bob going to go away here in a second. But again, this is surgical from Netherlands. They're just doing exactly what they need to do. They're not giving up any picks, and Portugal is finding it difficult to punish here thus far. Pulse bomb in from Karama as it get connect. No, and Kron goes down. Doesn't get the primal off under pressure. That is really a big break here for Portugal. I think Kron would have liked to have just primal. Doesn't happen. And now you see Portugal turning the tide. Use the Bionade onto the back. There's just not enough pressure when you lose the Winston early.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking back at that last fight where they EMP'd, but then like they got stalled out by a Bob. Like, how is no one there to hack or sleep the Bob and get some pressure on it? Like, you use EMP and you actually get like 0 push out of it.
Netherlands making something happen out of nothing here. They basically stayed in the fight with 3, kept delaying, Tap picked off 2, and Portugal is now in a really, really tough spot at pretty much nowhere. HK3 Giga 3 mech. Tap finds Rod FD, and Tap is just uncontested right now for the last like 30-second stretch. Pickoff after pickoff. Kron bouncing around. Tap with another. It just continually Tap on cleanup duty all around the outskirts, and that's going to be enough for Netherlands to finish out the attack round. 2.5 minutes on Gibraltar. That is fast.
Yeah, solid, especially when it's your opponent's map pick as well. Yeah, a lot of like kind of interesting play, which is, you know, my code word for kind of sloppy, weird play that happened there in that last match. But, you know, Netherlands, you know, able to pull it off at the end. Just, I don't know if Portugal has another card to play. That's the question I'm asking. You know, as a team that's not won a map, do you have anything that you can just bust out that maybe throws somebody off? Because running mirror comps and meta comps has not worked out.
Well, I mean, their biggest wild card that they had that was effective was the Farah. It literally was the Farah. And Gibraltar, you know, overall, historically, not really the best Farah map. I mean, sometimes you can use it on 3rd, but you know, it's hard.
Yeah, it's absolutely terrible Farah map.
Yeah, look, I'm looking for a bright side here if any way they could do it, X, okay? Like, I know it's a terrible Farah map, but, yeah, I think Portugal, you know, unfortunately for them, they have to play this more by the books, and Netherlands has just been way more solid and consistent. I mean, nothing was like super flashy there. Just
No.
they used their ultimates well and they took advantage. They got good focus on the HK3, and after getting main tank advantage, they just pushed in. It was about as standard as it gets.
It's always the thing I look for in kind of these matchups between teams that like not much to play for in the lower end of the bracket. How's your focus going, right? And usually the team with a better focus fire is going to be the team that wins the match.
And, you know, focus fire on the tanks in particular has been so big in a lot of the matchups we've been seeing.
It's not even plural. Tanka.
Yeah. Well, tanks is in like both teams.
I was making a joke, ZP. Come on.
I know, and I'm just ruining the joke as Tap fights Karama. Tap continues to just get high-quality neutral kills on the back end. Hasn't really been checked at the same time, so... Portugal, though, getting decent progress at the beginning. A lot of it free, because as you say, teams tend to contest a little bit further back.
Yeah. Either like hold really hard first and then like really hard on back ledge. Like car wash is not really a place that you're going to see a ton of fights lately.
By the way, taking a look here, you see Tap and A10 looking for pickoffs around the bottom. HK3 under a bit of pressure right now in the server room. 200 HP, heads back a bit. Buddy getting really, really low. That was a massive pickup for Portugal. It doesn't quite happen. HK3 goes back up. War for the server room continues. Bionade, though, connects. Netherlands looking real low. And look at Buddy and ANJ. Super, super low after Bio. The support does not come in. And Portugal finds their moment of opportunity. Kron is going to go down. Not anywhere close to Primal. At least not in time. And HK3 just gets the dive on over. Going to be difficult here for Netherlands to keep this in contest. Not impossible, but not the ideal spot. And Tap goes down. Massive pickoff for Karama.
Really nice chase there. Yeah, you're going to see most of the fights actually center around like server room. It's kind of like the second fight spot that you're going to see on Gibraltar for the most part. Third fight spot being actually on the carts, and that is Portugal pulling it through on the carts, and also really, really good setup as far as their ultimates go. Netherlands as well. So, you know, we talk so much about execution. This is all about execution. If I'm the well, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, quick pick off on the break. That's all you need there. Now, Rally's not going to be up. It would have been up. And Netherlands just goes, hey, we get to get full control. We got your brig for free. 5-on-4. You know, consider a different way in. And that's tough when you break a team's momentum here on B, in Gibraltar particularly.
Yeah, I mean, the question is now, like, looking at the Sombra ultimate, like, do you just let them in a little bit and try to bait them that way? Do you try to be aggressive with it? I think
they're going
A10's in a weird spot.
Kron goes in off the nano. A10, I think, was trying to set up an EMP. It doesn't really happen, so Netherlands kind of beefed the engage there a little bit. Bionade on the supports again. Buddy and ANJ in trouble. This time, though, ANJ gets the rally off. They're still alive. A10 while low, not dead, and they changed the focus bar on the HK3. HK3 tried to dive the Bionade. The fall through wasn't there for the rest of the team, and Netherlands just barely sneak away from that one.
Able to hold it out there too. Yeah, I mean, it's just such an interesting situation as a Sombra right here. Like, there's not really a great way to like engage a composition. You kind of have to sit and chill, and that's why I think we're seeing A10 kind of struggle a little bit with it. But I think like maybe you're here, yeah.
Yeah, well, that is devastating. EMP goes off in the fall through right there, and you know, I think you talked about earlier is that EMP right as a Bionade comes in is scarily effective, and that was executed to perfection between A10 and Buddy.
I mean, there's a lot of abilities in the game that I would consider ultimates, and like Bionade kind of comes to mind. Immortality Field amongst them. Like, yeah, supports have some pretty good utility. Let's just say that supports have good stuff.
Yeah, that's putting it mildly. Kron though, a little bit of jump up, jump down as Netherlands. Look there, Tap with the stick. Dizzle goes down, and probably one of the biggest picks you get. Not just because it's an Ana, but Dizzle has just had, you know, an absolute grudge against the supports of the Netherlands with really good Bionades, and can't throw a Bionade when you're dead, Hex.
Yeah, it is more difficult. I mean, this is kind of like morality, like, or this hurts your morale, like to be pushed back to your spawn like this on Gibraltar. And with some of the changes on Gibraltar, it's actually much easier for the defense to really, really push back on the offensive second spawn.
Karama is in some danger. He was getting pushed from both ends. Still was able to shake the pressure. Bomb up. Portugal desperately trying to go in. HK3 going in. Rod getting taken down immediately. Bomb out for Karama. No, doesn't hit. trying to fight Buddy. Buddy's just giving him the old AD right now. Gets support the other way, just gets flattened by the Brig. And that keeps Netherlands in the fight, holding just a vice grip-like hold here on B ever since they won that first fight on B.
I mean, I think what you have to do, it's tough because you don't have EMP right now either, but like you kind of just have to like nano your diva and pray.
The Bionade's so big. Rod, Dizzle, and HK3 all turn purple. Nano comes out here from Portugal as they try and flip it. So this is Nano onto the diva like you were just saying, but the opportunity isn't huge. I mean, Krama's still able to get to the back, finds the Ana. Both teams may be down in Ana, but Netherlands, they're going to have respawns coming in soon. If Kron lives, I think you're okay with this as Netherlands.
For the moment you are. Yeah, absolutely. But we are getting to that point where like both the Sombras are equaling up as far
Tap goes down. Tap tried to go down, get fancy. I think was looking for a bomb, didn't see it. Krama immediately finishes it, and now Portugal with an opportunity. HK3, bomb in reserve. A10 holding on to the EMP.
You have to do it right now.
You gotta go for the EMP here. A10 looking, has to telelocate back. That is not great, but Tap comes back in, lands the bomb onto the Ana. Both teams down a key part. Dizzle gone, Kron gone. But it's Tap just cleaning things up, going around the outskirts. Tap did this last round, doing it here. 3 before Tap is all said and done.
Little Sombra v Sombra action on the cart, but as it gets really, really dicey, this is when Tracer excels.
10 seconds left. I don't know if anyone's going to be able to touch you. This is going to be, if they touch, it's going to be one of those sad touches where, okay,
no, they're fine.
Sombra gets over. Yeah.
Also, you can EMP as well. Oh.
Who's next? Is anyone next? No, Netherlands. They take Portugal's map away from them, and Portugal does not break the loss streak here just yet, but you gotta give credit to Netherlands, Hex. That was a very clean Gibraltar, both on attack and defense. Doesn't really get more methodical than that.
No, not with a bang, but with a whimper. Portugal is not able to pull that off. They had EMP in the bank and didn't clutch it out at the end. But yeah, I mean, Netherlands has, you know, they've got good players, they're pretty strong, and always it's just about execution. We always line up these alternates of like, they have this, whichever one is better is going to win. And I know that's reductive, but that's how it is. That's kind of how it has gone. Really well played. I think A10 has maybe not got enough credit as much as we like Tap. Like A10 has got really good EMPs, and mostly like not even the EMPs, but just look at this right now, like actually just getting like tracking damage done. I think it's an overlooked part of Sombra's kit of like, well, you hack and you EMP, but also like if you can actually hit shots as Sombra, it's a really decent gun.
Yeah. All in all, I mean, again, this is kind of an interesting match because it wasn't one really defined by massive hero plays. I mean, I guess you could argue Tap was just like scarily consistent, but a lot of that wasn't even first pick-off plays from Tracer that you kind of see when a Tracer is really taking over a game. It was just when a fight was starting to trend towards over, Tap made sure it was over. Like, Tap was just super consistent when it was needed most for the Netherlands.
Well, it's also like the map too. Like you mentioned, like, oh, huge Bionade. It's because like there's 4 small doors. Like they're gonna come through one of those doors unless they diva like the Bionade. Everyone's gonna get purple. Like it's gonna be an enormous nade. That's why like we talk so much about momentum on that map, because you know trying to push a 5-man squad through those tiny doors when the other team knows you're coming, has high ground, has like excellent high ground. It's just tough. Gibraltar B is tough once you get stalled out.
Well, that was the Netherlands versus Portugal, but coming up next, a must-win match for Denmark as they play against a team that would look to play spoiler in Italy.
Welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup. It's the online qualifiers for the EMEC region. I'm Jim Basco. I'm joined by ZP and Hex, and we just watched the Netherlands take Portugal 2-0. ZP, lay out some context for the people that may just be joining.
Yeah, and the context is that Portugal looked really good when they could play a little bit off meta with things like Pharah, but Portugal was still plagued by the same problems that they've had all tournament long, which is that they look good in short periods of time, but they have difficult putting together over a full match. And the Netherlands, especially on Watchpoint Gibraltar, played about some of the cleanest Overwatch you could see. It wasn't flashy, you didn't see a ton of hero plays, but they played ult economy to perfection, and they had plays when they needed it most. So on the whole, really good showing from the Netherlands, and the troubles just continued for Portugal.
Yeah, they continued, and I think with that, their standings are as such that they're at the bottom of Group A right now and may not be able to proceed. Of course, only the top 3 of Group A will be moving on to the main event. So with that said, let's pull up the schedule and give you a recap of the day so far. Of course, we're on the last match of the day here, and there are a lot of implications that I'm going to go to Hex for in just a second, but let's cover some of the matches and some of the highlights from today. Of course, Saudi Arabia 2-0 Germany to start the day, Norway with a quick 2-1 over Poland, Finland, and Sweden with very similar scores here over their respective opponents. Spain versus Great Britain was a match that had a lot of hype riding behind it, but of course, we were shown the layers and the levels of Overwatch that there are at the World Cup. Great Britain making some simple work out of Spain, and then we just came out of Netherlands versus Portugal, and now finally Italy versus Denmark. There's a bit of a fiasco going on in Group A right now, and that third spot is still at large here. Hex, give us the background here. Talk to us about what's happening.
Well, I mean, so for France and Great Britain, you expect to get out of group, right? But there's a third spot in Group A, and that's Spain surprising everybody, like kind of taking the lead there, and then Denmark is still looking for it, right? There's a couple matches left. It's not over yet. It's not locked in. It's not solid yet. Right now, Spain has the lead, but Denmark has to win. They have to win and then hope for other stuff to happen. They have to keep winning. That's your only goal. I believe if Denmark wins, they're still below Spain. Like, there's map differentials, there's math You know me and math. I'm not about it at all. But, like, the bottom line is for Denmark, just win. Just keep winning. Keep winning, and then hope what comes out comes out. So those are the implications. Because of the implication, and that's... Yeah, that's it, Jim.
Yeah, I mean, man, there's 2 days of competition left. This is the one spot that's still undecided. Who will take that third spot in Group A? And so I'll leave it to y'all. Of course, Italy versus Denmark just around the corner. Enjoy it, and I'll be back after the match.
Yeah, and heading into this here, Hex, you gotta look at this and remember, Italy is the team that stung Spain, right?
Yeah,
like
they
are the team that, like, they do have fangs, like, and those fangs come in the Reaper Man as it comes out. And this is something where going into this, Denmark has to be prepared to play against that style of play. And in the Spain versus Italy match, the control map just went so outrageously in favor of Spain. But Italy adapted and found something that worked, and you think of reasons that was the case. Part of it was that Chimera was also very solid. Maybe not as flashy as Hera, but still very, very good. And Yukino on the Reaper, also incredibly solid. They actually swapped between Chimera and Yukino as to who was on it, but Italy found a style that works, and it shouldn't be underestimated.
Oh, for sure. Like, Italy's pulled off a couple of wins, and beating Spain just looks better and better by the day. Like, the DPS line is absolutely solid. The question is always, like, who will play tank? Is it going to be Andrew or Rajan? We've seen a shuffle in the support line lately with Katakome playing for Maikon, but not necessarily. But I think this is the first time, actually, we've seen Katakome and Maikon in the same support line. For me, the X factor for this Italy squad is Yukino. Like, the long range hit scan has been like hot and cold, so we'll see what they can pull off as well. But yeah, I mean, Italy's shuffled their roster a lot, but this is not a team that's like winless. Again, I look back, like, they beat Spain, and if you want to like devalue it based on the fact like they played Reaper and like the final match, they had to win a map before that to get to the final match. So this is a decent squad that has played well with the best of them.
Yeah, and to me it makes it exciting, but looking at the Denmark side of things, obviously Denmark, not a team you can ever sleep on. And okay, I was actually about to bring this up. I wondered if we'd see Shax. I like this change up here because, look, I think Shockwave is a very talented player. I also think that as good as Shockwave is, at times there are limits, particularly the Shockwave on the Sombra, which looked a little bit rough last time Denmark was up. And also, Shax is really good at the video game, as it turns out. Like, for how good Shax is and how often we see teams playing Tracer, I do feel like one criticism you can make of this Denmark team is that why has Shax not been playing as much? I get the logic behind it, but I still think with how good Tracer is right now, when you look at the top teams, Shax probably should have been getting more game time. Firmly believe.
Yeah, and I think we look at this Denmark team as like a team that is kind of like the root of all the chaos in Group A. Like them beating Great Britain early on kind of started the cycle of things going a little bit odd. But like in the meantime, they've dropped 2 matches against Spain. They've dropped it against France. I think we had Shax playing support yesterday because maybe someone didn't show up to VOD review. But like, yeah, there was some interesting stuff. It's a supremely talented team, and we know that about Denmark. But it's just like, are you going to play up to your talent, or are you going to get out-Reapered by Italy?
Yeah, and you best believe Italy is going to be bringing the Reaper here on Lijiang, at the very least on Control Center. You know, if we're able here at the casting side of things to look at this and be like, wow, you started winning when you played Reaper, certainly that fact is not lost on the team that is actually playing it, right? So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it pans out, but I feel like for Denmark, this change in at least running Shax here, I think it's a good one. I just feel there's very little things that in the game that can compare to a Tracer that is playing at a high, and you think about where Shax's career has been over time. Shax has had some of the highest highs on Tracer that we've ever seen.
Shax's Tracer peaks are amongst the best of all time. Like, it's easy to say and easy to back up with like video evidence.
Yeah, it's not one of those things like, Caster, why you say that? It's like, no, who's gonna come out here and say Shax is bad? I dare you. I'll fight you. Like, but yeah, we're into it. Italy versus Denmark. Denmark gonna be opening up here at the teleport, but other than that, I mean, Denmark's comp about as expected. Quite the same for Italy. I think the difference though might be you could see Shax on Tracer and Yukino onto the Reaper.
Yeah,
well,
I mean,
they stay
that's
Sim the whole way through.
Well, I mean, Sim's totally solid on this map.
Yeah.
You can totally play it.
Oh,
well, and that's that's fight over.
Yeah, that.
How you doing?
We go into the menu for a split second, and it just, it was actually censorship over what we just saw. It's like, oh, we can't show that on camera. What just happened? Because yeah, that was a blink and you miss it.
That was not PG.
No.
Immediately, some changes going to come out from Italy. Change some tank. So it's really tough to push back into this too. Like at this point specifically, this stage specifically, like once you get a Mei and a Sim set up on point, it's brutal. It's so hard to push back in.
You know, gonna be setting the tone here. We know Sojourn can end it with one shot. Looks for there, and Lucio doesn't get it. Italy right now, poking. A little bit more charge up coming up from Yukino. Next railgun attempt. Gonna be on the way. Doge under a little bit of pressure. As Rajion just starts pounding away here. Katakomi gets Shax. That's a start. Italy. One here so far. Immortality field. Really nicely timed here from Italy and Maiken. Keeps it alive. But Naga comes in over. Gets a really nice blizzard. And that just gives Denmark the advantage they need.
I mean, talk about playing it to the bleeding edge. Look at that. Look at that progress meter. It was so darn close, but Denmark knows exactly where their ratios are, and they like pull back just for a second. They ended up losing somebody because they're playing back on like I think it's like an air conditioner back there, and they lose one, and then but like the Blizzard recontest is enormous, and now again it's so hard to push in as Italy. You're kind of waiting for Yukino to get something done, but they might Blizzard engage.
Well, they open with the window, and they look for Doge. They nearly get Doge at that. Now Chimera's going to chase us down. Blizzard's going to be coming out here in just a second. They lose Katakomi. Okay, Chimera, where's the Blizzard? I don't think Italy has enough time to go for a full reset here, so yeah. Blizzard comes out. Doge looking to get away, gets frozen on down. Yukino with the finish. Exactly what Italy needed. Yukino, one after another there. No overclock required. Denmark, though, still going to try and delay this. They use the Symmetra ult. They have the Mei on point. They can at least bring this to 99, if not outright win, if Italy isn't careful. At the very least, get something else out of Italy. Maybe get the beat out of Italy if they can.
Yeah.
Shax goes down. Immortality field in, and oh, the shatter as Doge comes back in. Is it going to be enough?
Dump him.
Yeah, he did dump him. Dump Rajan right off the point. Oh boy, Denmark doesn't give it up without a fight. They get back in after 15%. Chimera, sad Hanzo recontest at the very end.
Well, I mean, you said like, you know, they're trying to stall out for points. I'm like, well, you know, it's like 87. You're not really stalling out for like tick or progress there. They really thought that they could bring it back in, and absolutely they could bring it back in. It's not like the Blizzard came out, but like that shatter was beautiful. I love great right arm play, and you know, I love someone getting dumped off the edge. It's been really good. You know, but for Denmark, right? So like we talk about Shax so much, and also we've given credit to the Twisted Minds support line of Kelix and Slay. Obviously great. I cannot believe how well Doge has been playing. Like since we first watched them, like I did not rate Doge very highly when I watched him play in the Overwatch League. I just did not. But it has been amazing tank play from Denmark's
particularly on Ram. I feel like Doge has arguably had the most impressive Ram we've seen in terms of just
it's been sick.
Yeah, like I like this comp from Denmark too. They were expecting a Reaper. Italy actually is even running it. Denmark running something that's super consistent here, and it's going to be hard for Italy to find their way through as Yukino just gets chunked by Naga, finished off by Kelix. Already a massive edge. Doge though getting really low. How does Doge live? Doge got so close to dying, somehow gets healed back up. Now Shax low. Italy staying in it reasonably well, but Rajan, look at all the pressure on the Rajan here. Nice wall. Wall really shed some of the pressure on the Rajan. Italy hanging in there, but Yukino gets Kelix, Mikan along on the other end. Still pretty even. Italy's built up the beat, and oh no, drops the beat right as Rajan falls. It's a little bit slow. Italy still trying to make something off of it, but Naga has been Mr. Consistent here on the outskirts.
Did that Blizzard come out from Chimera? What was that? That got absolutely nothing. That's tough. Yeah, overall, just better value from Naga because, well, Naga's still got a check mark, but mostly, like, Naga's, like, ice blocking, coming out of ice blocking, like, hitting headshots.
I mean, the biggest thing to me, the beat was just a little bit late. If it hit Rajan, it's probably a different fight, but here we go, Italy recontesting. This is going to be difficult because Doge is just going to say suffer and run right into them with Annihilation. Oh! The shatter! Can't annihilate when you're on the floor! Massive shatter from Rajan, and that completely turns the fight for Italy.
Yeah, should be an absolute reset. Lucio's going to get a couple ticks onto the point there, but yeah, that's a shatter that ends you back in spawn. 50% for Denmark as they come back out. I don't know if Italy really has enough to sustain the storm that is coming to them, because they're going to, like, Blizzard, Annihilation, Death Blossom, those are all terrifying.
I mean, they need Yukino to just get a railgun, right? Preferably now.
Just
like, right now. Like, the time has probably passed. Doge is saying it's time to suffer. Walks on forward. Fist a swinging. Rajan goes for the pin. Not going to hit it. Swinging away. Under pressure.
Good wall.
Rajan going to live. The wall was good, but still not enough to save. Denmark emptying the bank, cashing out, and Italy ends up paying the bill.
Yeah, I mean, those kind of walls are just brutal for a tank. Like, what do you even do? Like, you're 2 feet ahead of your team, and you get bisected. Then you're 1v5. Like, the Mei walls just make you a 1v5, and you can't do anything about it. So brutal.
Oh,
again,
Rajan, the
right
wall!
there. Yeah.
Immortality Field came out. Might save. Actually might save. Rajan lives. I mean, it still gets the Immortality Field out, but good Immortality Field timing, good heals. Cole comes out, not in time to save Naga. And Italy, they use the beat to engage. They get 2 here so far, make it 3. Denmark caught off guard. And, you know, that's about as cheap as a fight as Italy needed here to keep this somewhat in reach. They're still really far behind, but now, Hex, you go to Yukino and you go, what are you going to do with the overclock?
I mean, they did use the Blizzard. I'd rather have a Blizzard than an overclock here. So yeah, Italy, I think, like, their defense going forward, they have to win 2 fights in a row, like, cleanly. You kind of maybe hope for a shatter. Like, Shatter's got to be the big one. Shatter, and then maybe buy time for the next fight to have Blizzard. Those are like the good defense ults.
I think Shadow's Prow 1. If nothing happens, you're going to see Yukino immediately drop the overclock. But here we go, Rajan. Shatter, ready to go. Oh, the fire strike! Catches Slay! Oh, you take those. The freebie. Look at how much extra progress Italy is going to get here.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Well, you can't do anything without your Moira in this composition. Like, that's all your healing. That's all of your healing.
Oh, man. Italy gets a free fight. Shatter still in the bank. And once more, Rajian's still the story for setting this up. Shatter, baby attempt here. Goes for that. Drops the Shatter. No, nothing going to be big there. Yukino immediately drops overclocked. Doge on the Annihilation. Chimera down early. And yeah, Yukino gets one off the overclock. It's kind of a big pick, but Shax did so much damage. It's still going to be tough to turn around. Doge is taking presence on the point here. Kelvin sends Yukino off the map. 99% for Denmark, and Italy looking for a miracle to bring this back. This is a tough recontest under the best of circumstances.
Yeah.
Rajian goes down. Denmark swarms the point, and they take map 1. Oh, come on.
C9 is called. Not sure if it was a C9. I feel, again, egregiously overused, that term C9. But yeah, I mean, a lot of it is just the tank play. I mean, Doge is so good at the tank, and especially, like, if you're not going to mirror the Ramatra, you're kind of behind, unless you pick, like, the really good counter picks for Ramatra. But, like, Ramatra's going to beat a Reinhardt, like, 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, I mean, Rajian had some good moments there. I mean, the Fire Strike. If there could have been a good Shatter after, there's real potential for Italy to take that round. But they just got into the hole, and it was difficult to get out of it, really, when it was all said and done. And some of these fights here also for Denmark were just disgustingly decisive. Like, the way that this point started out was just... You know, right. We had the screen up for a moment, and we could make a censorship joke, because that's how fast it went away. You know?
Well, it's also, like, kind of making me bitter, like you and I have talked about, like, why would you run a Sojourn? Like, you have to hit shots. Why wouldn't you just run, like, a Mei or a Reaper? Like, there's an argument to be made about, like, super consistent DPS versus, like, Hanzos and Sojourns and Ashes, right? Where you, like, have to mechanically outplay the other team and hope that they don't dive on you, whereas the other squad, like Reaper, Mei, you're going to get yours. It doesn't matter what the other team's doing. You're going to get yours. So, like, the argument is being made in the Overwatch World Cup that, like, hey, hitting shots is overrated.
Yeah, unless you're Kai, in which case, you know, just keep doing what you're doing. But
yeah, I mean, just be, like, you know, one of the 0.001% of people who can hit every single shot. Like, just do that. Otherwise, play Reaper, I guess.
Yeah, well, it's interesting from Italy, given the fact that, you know, Reaper was their key to taking away from Spain. They go for the Sojourn. It comes up short, but hey, we saw Italy make a big comeback against Spain in maps 2 and 3. Do they have a little bit more of that in stock versus Denmark as the series continues? Join us right after the break. Denmark doing what they need to do to stay alive here in this very, very competitive group in the Overwatch World Cup. Italy, though, they've played spoiler before. They're looking to do it again. And Hex, when you look at Denmark's road here, they still might not get in because of the head-to-head with Spain, even if they win here today, but they're definitely not getting in if they lose. So it has to be all W's from here for Denmark if they want to make it deeper into the tournament.
Yeah, and that has to be your mentality too, right? Like, just take care of your business. Can't deal with anything else. Whatever's in front of you, you win that map, you win that match. You take care of your business, and then whatever happens, happens. That's okay. You can't worry about needing help from other teams or needing another team to lose. Doesn't matter. If they lose, yeah, that's it. So, take care of what's in front of you. So Italy's going to have the map choice here. Previously, they've gone to Gibraltar. They've gone to Havana. Then let's see what else. Yeah, I think that's it. Like, Gibraltar or Havana is pretty much mostly where we're going to see Italy go to as far as maps go. But yeah, if you're Denmark, like, you could look back and be mad at the maps you lost, but also, upset Great Britain to even be in this position. So just take care of business in front of you and hope it all shakes out your way.
Yeah, pretty much. And I mean, it does mean that everything matters down to the final day, which, you love to see in groups. It's, sometimes you get situations like the other group where, yeah, it's all said and done before the final day, but it is a little bit more exciting when you need all the matches to figure out who's truly going forward.
So match 56 of the Overwatch World Cup qualifiers, according to my spreadsheet, is Great Britain versus France. So that might end up just being for seeding, but there's a lot still play for tomorrow. Another 7 matches tomorrow. These have been some long days of matches. But good.
Definitely have, but we'll get to see what Italy has in store for the offense. I don't trust anything they're showing right now because they're on attack, but Denmark, I feel like they did their prep here, and they're just like, well, Italy looks best on Reaper, so what if we just mirror and make sure that there's no way they even get an edge with that strategy as Shax. And this is a change-up for Denmark. No Shockwave again. Just Shax back in on the lineup.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like kind of a spawn campy style composition from Denmark, honestly. Like, this is not generally a defense that you see on Gibraltar first for the most part, so yeah, they're going to play very far forward.
Might be a support swap here in a moment, too, with Yukino going onto the Echo. Can't imagine they're going to do Echo with Brigana. I mean, wouldn't be the first time we've seen it, just not ultra-conventional. And they're going with the Tracer Echo Brigana right now. Interesting setup here from Italy. Denmark just looking to play ground and pound right now, where this particular part of the map, not the absolute best for the comp, but it gets better as they get deeper. But Doge finds Yukino early on the Junker Queen. Chimera returning fire. Italy, decent trade-outs here. You like the trade-outs more on attack at this point. And Denmark, kind of at the point here, X, where they should just start back.
Yeah, I mean, if they even get the luxury to do so, I don't think they will. Getting absolutely cleaned up. And you mentioned, like, the Echo without a Mercy, but I think it's kind of interesting to run on that first point, like, when you're just trying to break something, right? Like, it's not necessarily something you're going to run the entire map. Maybe they will. But, like, just to break something when they're running that whole ground composition, yeah, throw in some stickies, throw in some beams.
Well, they're going to stand for a while just because they're in that weird, like, well, you almost have support ults, you don't want to throw it away.
Right.
They're just waiting here, like, get out of the ice, mate. Drops the bomb. Does it connect? No. Looking for Doge. Chimera staying here in the underpass. Denmark looking pretty wounded after the Bionade. Italy trying to press the issue. Kelix, though. Whoa, is Kelix getting away? Kelix under pressure. No, can't get away. Rajion finishes off the Nano. And Italy keeping the pressure going. And this, very static ground comp from Denmark is not working out at all. I mean, that's why they've already swapped off the Reaper.
Yeah, I mean, swapping off the Reaper, though, against a Winston is kind of odd.
Yeah, I don't know if it was the right move, but I mean, clearly Denmark wanted to change things up a bit.
Yeah, I'm trying to make heads or tails of this Denmark composition. It is really just like kind of ground and pound and then hope for it. I mean, the big thing is going to be if Doge gets a really nice ultimate here. Like, Rampage could be critical, but the weird thing is about Italy is, like, you're not going to find more than one person on the ground at a time.
Naga, quick nice block under pressure. Shax looking for a bomb. You see Naga here trying to slow down Rajion a bit. Oh, the Junker Queen clone comes out. Rampage in for Denmark. Is Falter going to be there? Rajion looking low. Yukino popped out of the clone. But Naga went down and all that. Italy kept her alive. Even Rajion, well, not for long. Shax chases it down. Back onto the point, though. Both teams down to tank. Shax, Pulse Bomb trying to put this away, gets the stick! As Denmark desperately tries to hold on here on point A. Yukino gonna get sniped out of the sky. And Shax, Mr. Reliable for Denmark when they need it most.
I mean, that Tracer is just so good. It took all of my being to say, like, not say "eat it, Brig" when he hit that stick. And I guess I just said it now, so, like, there it is. So, yeah, I mean, Shax on the Tracer, we all know how great that can be. And as bad as it looked for Denmark in the early phases of this defense, there are only 40 seconds left, CP. 40 seconds left, and Italy has to push into a blizzard.
Yeah, Italy did swap up, by the way. Finally, Yukino has a Mercy.
Finally, some heals.
Yeah, Yukino not playing Echo on ultra hard mode. Naga, though, just hanging on to Blizzard. And you look at Denmark, this is old school holding on Gibraltar. It always reminds me of Goats style holding, where you just, you know, touch a payload, use terrain to your advantage. Chimera, meanwhile, though, holding on to the Pulse Bomb.
Myken.
Nano's already out. Myken's down. Pulse Bomb in from Chimera, though, gets Kelix as Italy gets very beneficial trades here. Is it going to be enough to get this through?
It should be. I
Yeah.
mean, Naga dying with Blizzard still in hand is like kind of the difference maker right there. A little bit brutal. And now Denmark just has to figure out like where they can actually hold on the second point. Naga's going to switch off of the Mei with Blizzard in hand. I get it. It makes sense for this map, but man, it's hard to give up Blizzard.
Yeah, I think the idea here is that Hack is pretty strong against Echo, especially on this map where like there's really no
Right.
place the Echo can go that isn't a Hack target or
No,
the Mercy,
no,
right?
trust me. Like I agree,
yeah.
this is the right play. It's just Blizzard's so good. Like that's
Blizzard is
such
really
a good
good.
ultimate.
I guess part of it too, though, is it's hard to land the high value Blizzard points on this
Yeah.
game with like the vertical high.
Well,
low.
especially
Chimera-
like what Italy's playing. Like you know, who's on the card really? It's like one person.
Doge got demeched early. This is very, very winnable for Italy. Yukino getting nice value off the duplicate. The old, you play Diva? I play Diva now.
Look at me. I am
Shax-
the diva now.
Ooh, Shax though. Bomb on the mic into the back. That's pretty big.
Might be the Turner. Yeah, that's huge.
Yeah, because look at Rajian's health now. Rajian is either going to have to get out or die or use Primal when they don't want to use Primal. Either way, your life without the Ana gets a lot harder as Katakomi caught and chased down by Shax. Yukino under pressure here from Doge, looking for the run back, going, I can't believe you did that to me, Diva v Diva. And Yukino's going to back on and be like,
Yeah,
Ana,
they're gonna
please.
back. I mean, you can't ask for more than
Yukino's
what
swapping.
Shax did. Shax just killed both supports.
Yeah, they're swapping. Katakomi went Brig, Yukino's going all the way back to spawn. Might be Sombra from Yukino.
You would think.
Nope, going May. All right, one team
Offensive
goes
May.
May, and the other team, one team gives it up, the other team gains it, I suppose.
I mean, you do need to be able to like find your path in to get to these fights. That's why like defender's advantage on Gibraltar B especially is kind of brutal. So like maybe drop a wall just to get into pack room, then drop a wall just to get near shuttle. Like I kind of get it.
Nano on the Rajian, Italy, immediate value. Find Slay and Shax, Chimera and Rajian, a brutal dive onto Denmark. Exactly what's needed, the crack point B, and I don't think Denmark gets a second chance here. This is way too decisive, Hex.
And Kelix is in trouble too. Like, is getting nothing done. No value out of the coalescence. Like, there's just a Tracer and Sombra on the point. As good as Shax is, getting
wow,
one kill.
ambitious. That is so ambitious to burn EMP there. I mean, it gives time for Doge to come back in, but I don't know about that one, Hex. I just don't know about that one.
Maybe it saves them from the terrible spawns that are on Gibraltar, but I thought that was fixed. I don't know. But I do appreciate your use of the word ambitious, which we all know what that means. That was
Yeah, when a
that was
caster says ambitious, they're
ultimate.
rarely complimenting your ambition. That's all you gotta really know there. Oh boy, that
Well, Italy rolling through, but only a minute. So, like, they really have to win 2 fights in a row here. It's a long point to push.
slightly better point though for the Blizzard, especially as the payload goes up. Italy looking reasonably healthy here. Shax could end that in a moment with the pulse bomb. We look at Shax, pressure onto the May, looking and
Target's
waiting.
Brig. You can't ever pulse bomb May. Like, well, I guess
Waiting,
now that
goes
it's
for the
out,
pulse bomb onto May. Showed you.
Once you get ice block out, you can pulse bomb May.
Yeah. So Slade text there, but also Denmark, even with Rajian getting Slade in the back, Denmark gets the fight pretty cleanly off the pulse bomb there, and yeah, the subtext there, pulse ice block was gone. It was a good pulse bomb. There's just funny comedic timing. This is why Shax is good at Tracer.
I mean, you really have to pick your targets. Like, the game used to be like you could pulse bomb anyone and they died, and it was awesome, and it was Tracer's heyday. Nowadays, you have to figure out like, oh, they have abilities and stuff, and you have to work around. But nice play there. Italy, last go here. You kind of just have to yeet in this blizzard and pray for the best because no one else is near enough.
Yeah. Also, Rajan needs. Oh my goodness! Yukino went fishing and came up with a whopper. Finds Shax immediately. 5v4 setup for Italy. Blizzard still in the tank. Rajan healed back up. Denmark double support ult in reserve. They pop one on the Doge, but the Blizzard's gonna slow it way down. Rajan got hit with the bio. Rajan super low, finished off by Naga. But Yukino, the executioner, grabs another. Shax though got to the back, lands a pulse bomb, and I think this payload has gone about as far as it's gonna go. Heroic efforts by Yukino, but not quite enough.
I mean, some of those shots were insane, but yeah, the wind is taken out of our sails a little bit when we realize everyone else is dying during those shots. If I'm, offense, I'm pretty happy with that one. Like, it's a tough map to push. Where the cart is right now, where the payload is kind of a weird spot because, like, if you get that corner, you should be able to push it a little further than that. We shall see how it goes. But Italy with some nice, nice swaps going on there. Some swaps that I did not expect. And then I told you before the match, like, Yukino could be like an X factor. And it definitely was there.
Well, it's kind of funny how you go with this, like, Denmark abandons the May, and Italy's like, but wait, we want to play May. Also, Italy, again, thinking back to their match with Spain, it is so weird how they are just like, we love the Reaper, man, and played it well, and they've yet to play it here today. Even now on defense, Chimera on the Tracer, Yukino on Ashe, although I think they didn't go to Reaper until point B the last time, which kind of makes sense. Like, the long-range power of Ashe on this very first point is a little bit hard to deny.
Yeah, whatever Italy switches to would not surprise me. Like, offensive Gibraltar may be, sure, why not? It's not something you generally see. Denmark coming out with a Reaper and a Sombra, gonna make Rajan's life very, very difficult, which I think is the right play. Sorry, Rajan.
Alrighty, Italy now on the defense. See what is in store here if Yukino can get value on the Ashe. Denmark, meanwhile, playing for consistency on the Reaper. Quick hack and dispatch on the Rajan. Blink and you miss it. You just saw the hack go on, and then the life bar just whoop, gone. Shax now. Just a little bit of cleaning out here on the point. Italy, I mean, the upside, they will be able to recontest pretty soon here, but very solid start for Denmark.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much you can do when you lose your tank first on defense. You kind of have to just wait and...
Slay got caught. That was a combo. Rajan. And Rajan just picking really good moments. Denmark getting run over at the end there, so good recontest here by Italy. Definitely keeping things a lot more even than many would have thought coming into this match.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're going for this grounded pound, like, I get that Kelix wants to run this Lucio early, but, like, maybe early until you get to, like, a more open area where it makes sense. Like, maybe run a Moira just to get some more healing going on. Because, like, they lost Slay, and then, like, that's it. Now your healing's out. And also, like, Kiriko's not, like, the greatest, like, full-on healer either.
Rajan just waiting for the jump down. A little bit tickling from the top and jumps on in. Good damage off the Bionade. Shax and Kelix getting very low. Fall through wasn't there. Don't think Yukino had the angle, but guess what? Sixth man now ready to go here for Italy. The Bob charged up, good to go. Denmark, I mean, looking stalled a little bit here, Hex. Like, this is a long moment of Denmark just trying to figure out how to approach. Dynamite comes in from the top. Rajan getting really, really low again. Is the fall through going to be there? Rajan on death's door. Rajan actually living. What in the world? Meanwhile, Bob coming out, pressure going on the Yukino in turn, and Bob will cool down the pressure that nearly took down the main tank of Italy.
That was insanity. I have no idea how some of the people in Italy lived. Just absolutely nuts. Now trying to get something done.
Out.
Yeah. Naga's got EMP.
Rajan's gonna jump in on this with Nano. This is the most obvious Nano Winston ever. Yeah, he just jumps on in, and it's gonna be high value. You see Denmark super committed to the point. Rajan pulls them back. Will chain into a primal here in just a moment as Kelix gets caught! Kelix couldn't drop the beat! Chimera just stops him, and you know, I think there's a moment, there's a loose area, just like, I've entered the Ajax zone, I'm gonna hold it, you know?
Yeah, Denmark has not gotten value out of their ultimates at all. Like, they have to set it up for an EMP going forward next. But yeah, there's been times where Denmark is in a decent position and then they just lose one or two. Chimera with probably his best tracer map I've seen in a bit.
Italy in general, especially the main tank play. I think this is the best map I've seen from Rajion ever in this tournament so far.
Well, getting out with like a razor's edge too, like just playing it to the bleeding edge.
The timing on the dives has been good. Now pressure on the Rajion again. Hack comes in. Primal in reserve. Naga in danger, just barely gets away. Won't be able to drop an EMP just yet now because of how far away he is from the fight. Meanwhile, Italy, was going for more of engage. It cools down a bit. Last opportunity for Denmark here on point A. Shax going to the back line. Yukino already down. Denmark finally finds their good engage, and Rajion can thrash upon the point all he wants. This time around,
Right.
not going to be enough. In fact, he does go to the point. He just goes, I'm out.
Yeah, EMP beat, that's going to be enough sustain and enough push through for Denmark to take the point. The real question now is where do they set up? Because Junker Queen is like not Winston, not D.Va, so like it's very difficult to get on the point. Has to do some,
I think this is the
parkour
last
to get up there.
Unless Doge uses ultimate and then gets another one real quick. This is probably oh my goodness, the rampage hits four. Was the fall through there? I don't know if the rest of Denmark was ready. Doge just dies instead. Oh man, I mean, you probably should wait for the team on some level. That's one of those things where you go, team?
At some level, a sick rampage is a sick rampage. But yeah, you're right. Absolutely no follow through. Like everyone goes purple, everyone goes to 25%, and no kills. No kills.
Yeah, I feel like this is a moment where you'd swap. I would have expected a swap, but
yeah,
Doge still on the Junker Queen. All right, they stand the Junker Queen for this point.
Well, you're gonna have
Verticality be damned.
And yeah, everyone up top. Like, so here's the thing though. Like for Denmark, like even if you try to like jump to shuttle right now, you're not getting to shuttle. There's coach gun. There's whip shot. Like you're never landing shuttle.
Well, Denmark is in a pickle. A long way to go, and only a minute 30 left to do it. Kellex gets caught. Oh, you take that trade all day if you're Italy, because the healing is just not there now for Denmark.
Yeah, you can absolutely have my tracer. You can have it.
You can have. I don't want this anymore. Rajion, though, down. Shax finds that the tables do turn a bit. Nano Yukino, I don't know if that was the intention. It might have been trying to go for Rajion instead, but hey, Yukino making good use of it nonetheless.
It's like those moments where like you shouldn't have been Nano, where you're like, I guess, and then you try your best, right? Like
cue the Boostio memes.
Right.
I don't think we've casted the Boostio yet this tournament.
It's been a bit. Maybe you willed it into existence. Okay, so Denmark trying to set back up. Like it's really about the EMP again, trying to get everyone on EMP. Italy is running a composition that like not everyone's always near each other, but I think what you're trying to do is get like one support in the tank. It should be like a shuttle EMP. Maybe you even like aggressively translocate, but they're gonna see it coming. Yeah, this squad right here. This is what you want.
This is the view. Viewpoint of a Sombra about to
like
do
you don't have a
things.
tank to dive on this.
Catacombe down immediately. Shax was there. Yukino just gets gunned down! The clip from Naga. Poetry in motion. You love to see it. And Denmark, very strong engage off the EMP. The follow-through is there, and with 5 seconds left to go, Denmark still has the opportunity to end this in 2.
Italy's going to stall this. They have Primal. You definitely stall this. You stall it for Primal, you stall it for Rally.
Here they go. Stall comes out. Yukino needs to live. Yukino needs to live. Rajion needs a Primal. Yukino still alive. Primal comes out. Here's the rally. Italy almost back up to full strength. Kellex real close to the cold. Needs to get it soon as Doge gets taken on down. Italy wants the map 3, and they're so close to forcing it. Chimera. Bomb ready to go. Cole gets one. Counter bomb. Gets the stick. The fade! Oh, Kellex staying alive. Kept the fade in reserve. Denies the bomb value. But Italy still around on the point. Rajion and Yukino just stubbornly alive. Somehow, some way. Rajion is like 5 HP for 5 hours. What is going on? Italy holding on. Respawn advantage now rearing its head. Good delay by Doge, but how much longer can it last? Down goes Doge. Down goes Denmark. Map 3 is in the cards.
Down goes Freysia. Down goes Denmark. I mean, to say it again, if you've not watched every single one of these matchups, you look at like these teams' records and be like, oh, well, clearly they're bad. No, not at all. Like this Italy squad was so good, really good stall out at the end there, and you knew it was coming. Like primals on the books, rallies on the books. Like you're not gonna give up point B. Italy pushing Denmark to the brink. Denmark has to win this map. They have to win this match. Like, it is so critical for Denmark to try to get out of Group A. So Group A, like, let's look at the top. France, United Kingdom, Spain, Denmark. One of those teams does not get to go. One of these teams does not get to go, and that's a tragedy. Italy, actually, mathematically, still technically alive as well. So just to put that in there, Italy's still fighting for their lives.
Also, I feel like Denmark struggling this much with Italy. I feel like Spain is just watching this with popcorn, and it's kind of like Loki and Ragnarok, the movie, where he's like, yeah, that's how it feels.
Yeah.
It's like, oh boy.
Yeah, first time.
No one expects Italy to just come in and ruin your day, but we talk about Spain being an X factor. Gotta put some respect on Italy's name here, forcing a map 3 where anything can happen.
Absolutely. I mean, and this has been super fun to watch. I mean, like Denmark by talent and like mechanics and pedigree should be the favorites in this, but then all of a sudden you just get like Yukino hitting shots that are insane. Chimera. I said it before, but I'll say it again. Like probably their best tracer map that I've seen them play on recently, and I think you hit the nail on the head. Like the tank play has been exceptional today from Italy.
Yeah, I mean, Rajion has been living in situations where, quite frankly, Rajion should have died, and when Rajion has had good engages, they have been great engages. Huge step up in tank play, I feel like, for Italy, and, if you're a fan of Denmark, you are watching this right now, and you are sweating.
Well, I mean, give credit to Italy's like newly revamped like support line too. Like this is the first time we've seen Katakomi and Mike play together. Generally, they were running like Fryu on support, and nothing against Fryu, but like Katakomi came in yesterday. Well, actually, yeah, Katakomi played with Fryu yesterday. I don't know. There was some weird account stuff. Anyway, so this is like the first time that we've seen the names Katakomi and Maiken show up and for Italy. And, I think the tank play being as good as it has, that's always a reflection of the support play.
All right, well, you love to see it. Map 3 in the cards, Italy versus Denmark. Will Denmark keep their hopes alive, or will their tournament hopes be as broken as Twitter? We're going to find out in just a few moments. You know what? Italy came into this tournament with one goal. Mess up everyone's bracket, bring some chaos, Hex, because that's what we got here as Denmark is sweating. Map 3 in the cards once more as Italy once again pushes the limit. And remember, if they win here, Denmark is out. Denmark is quite literally fighting for their life in the tournament.
Right. Yeah. I mean, Denmark's early win over Great Britain was an astounding thing. It's thrown everything into chaos, but I mean, Italy is the chaos agent. They are the agent of chaos. So, I mean, the question is like, where does, okay. That question answered. Where does Denmark bring us was my question. New Queen Street, because we saw Italy rock Spain on Esperanza. And also I think Colosseo actually plays into their vibe as well. So Denmark's going to take us to New Queen Street. And probably, yeah. I mean, this is...
Yeah. Well, not Esperanza. Like, I feel like Esperanza would have been the worst because we saw Italy win there, and we saw Denmark just... Yeah. The reason why Denmark is in this is because they couldn't, like, finish out Strongline Esperanza. So, yeah, I feel like for Denmark, that's a no-go zone. They're like, no, we're not going there.
Yeah, I mean, it took me a second to think about it, but, like, also Denmark really likes playing, like, Junker Queen and, like, kind of ground and pound, and this is the best map for it as far as, like, the push maps that are in the pool. Junker Queen is better on this map than anywhere else because there's not a ton of high ground to be able to contest. So maybe that's the thinking going into this. I'll have to wait and see on the compositions. That would make the most sense to me because even in situations where they shouldn't have run JQ, they ended up running.
Yeah, and look at the rosters here, see if there's any late subs. Oh, there is. Interesting decision here. So
Shockwave's in.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, Shockwave is really good. I just think that the last time we saw Shockwave on push, it was a little bit underwhelming. I think in part because I don't think Sombra at times is Shockwave's most comfortable hero.
Well, I mean, it's just a question if you want to run like Ash or Tracer. Like, that's it.
Yeah.
Like, that's the question. That's how you decide between Shockwave and Shax.
I just worry here is that, again, there's always that element of... I never really like the swapping someone in only for the final map. There's that element of you're coming in...
Like warming up, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it has worked sometimes, but overall in Overwatch history, it's been more of a negative omen than a good omen.
Yeah.
It really has.
I'll give you a huge throwback. Taimu used to, like, complain to me constantly about getting subbed in. He hated it. He hated it.
That fits. I mean, Taibu also complained about a lot of things, but that in particular, I did see as Shockwave says, what are you talking about? Gets Chimera immediately. No complaints there, just performance. Exactly what Denmark needs to come out strong here on push.
Yeah, huge opening there. Denmark should be able to take it right now. And also, it's so clutch for, like, the composition they're running, too, because it allows Shockwave to, like, pick whatever he wants to play from angle-wise. Also, like, I generally just thought this was going to be a good map for Denmark, just, like, seeing Doge on Ramatra. Like, Rajan has been a solid tank. He's been fine for Italy. But if I'm going Ramatra versus Ramatra, I take Doge 11 times out of 10.
I think that's a super good point. In terms of tank matchups, last tank matchup was in Rajan's favor. Doge's Ram has been pristine for most of this tournament. So, yeah, I like the tank matchup for Denmark. Shockwave, though, caught this time. Yukino on the ambush. Shockwave did not see it coming. And Italy, a little bit of revenge here on the Denmark. This could go pretty fast the other way. Rajan getting poked down a bit. Doge under heavy pressure from all sides. Lycan has the Cole, probably going to drop it here early, you would think, as Denmark just in continual retreat. Not even as the robot getting pushed here, the robot just standing on his lonesome here.
I mean, like, it looks cowardly, but, like, that's a beautiful disengage. Like, they keep everyone alive. Everyone gets alt charge. Like, Denmark's disengage there was absolutely sick.
Chimera low, beat in from Catacombe. Doesn't hit Yukino. Yukino still might fall here. One person not hit. Italy, though, still pretty healthy. Denmark dropped the beat in turn. Blizzard out here from Naga. Yeah, Rajan wasn't able to escape it. Good enough from Naga. Gets Chimera to add on to it. Good Blizzard, good fall through. Denmark about to add on to their lead.
Walled, blizzarded, you're not going to survive that if you're the enemy tank. Well, I mean, the nice thing is, I was just looking at, like, Rajan, like, oh, he's got ults, but Doge has saved his ult. Doge has been chilling on ult for a while. So I think the big thing that we're looking for Italy, if they want to try to pull this back, is, like, Yukino's got to go nuts, you know? And, like, it's that thing, it's like, hit shots, it's a gamble.
You got overclock, time to use it. Overclock comes out. Yukino, that's it!
That's nice.
Finds Naga! Exactly what was needed here for Italy. Now, even if they don't get any more, Naga's been offering so much control. Rajion has to stay alive. Oh, Rajion goes down! That little bit of extra DPS from Kelix enough to push it over the edge. But Doge falls in turn. Italy's still going to keep momentum here on the fight. But really good effort by Denmark to maybe turn that at the end.
Yeah, well, it's also important, though, too, like, you know, Denmark does not get forward spawns. I don't think they got it. Yeah, it's going to be all about, like, Yukino. Like, Yukino trying to get something going on here.
I mean, that Cole got that Cole is like, nothing's gonna happen here. Just, you know, the last little reach out and touch shockwave.
Yeah, that's the weird thing about Coalescence is like you don't think it's that damaging, but then you're dead, and you're like, oh, I guess I guess it was. I guess the Ghostbusters beam like is really strong.
All right, Italy getting themselves back into it. Denmark looking drained on this fight. Gonna need to dodge the cold and wear some headphones, block out the music. Tough fight for Denmark. Though a beat almost up on their own. Italy wants to engage now. They want to engage before Denmark is fully ready. Immortality field forced out early. Slay in danger. Gonna counter here at the window, trying to punish in turn. Italy still rushing forward. Chimera drops a blizzard super low. Chimera going to live. Heals coming in just in time. Denmark had to drop the beat to stay in it. Both teams using a lot of resources. Blizzard out here for now from Denmark, and it freezes Rajion right out of the fight. Good really counterplay from Denmark.
Yeah, really patient play from Slay to just know exactly when to heal and when to shoot, rotating them like absolutely perfectly. I mean, there's times where like you feel like you should be pumping in your tanks with heals, but at the highest level, like they can deal with one. You take one heal, I'm busy, I'm shooting other people, and just went 1v1 with Yukino, and like, not that he killed Yukino, but he put Yukino back enough and like put the fear of God in him.
We'll see if Yukino can do it again. Last overclock for Yukino was good. Found Naga immediately. Yukino on the setup here. Overclock ready to go, and you look at Italy's bank. It is what they're going to be clutching on here. Katakome getting low. Yukino still looking for the opportunity. The bomb comes out! And everything goes wrong for Italy before Yukino can fire a shot.
In spawn with a check mark is not the place you necessarily want to be. A little bit brutal, and now Denmark taking a super hard advantage here. I mean, this one, like, so I guess like mathematically, Italy has to win like 4 fights in a row uncontested.
Yeah, and I mean, step one is the overclock that
first fight,
they didn't use. Yeah, like, but they're in a tough spot. They had to come from behind in the last match too. Never forget. So here we go, Italy. On the approach. 90% for Rajion. Chimera down! The burst off the back window. Yukino, though, overclock says, I got some burst of my own. And Italy, despite the rough start, the counter engage, really good. Even though they have to use both overclock and coal for it. Better to use it and win than use it and lose, I suppose.
No, it's brilliant. Like, there's two things you can do in that scenario. Like, you lose Chimera, like, oh, well, I guess we fall back and play passive. We're like, you know what? We got to win right now. We got to go
97
now,
meters, you can't fall back at that point. Like,
exactly, right? So we're boned otherwise, so might as well throw it down. And Yukino hitting the shots. What a great play. And yeah, now they're in decent position to start getting cart push, but Denmark is going to just pull the bot right back.
Chimera finds Shockwave early. Both teams down their ranged hit scan, so it's all about May. Blizzards on both ends. Naga versus Chimera. Who's going to come out on top here? Naga, Blizzard first. Chimera down! Once again, it's Slay. No window required. Finds it. Rajion turns into a popsicle. And Denmark maintains the pressure as only 3 minutes remain for Italy in a big, big gap to overcome.
It's going to be May, as always, it turns out. And Denmark now both support ultimates, too. Like, actually, the support ultimates look great, but, like, one of the closeout ultimates here, if they can turn the corner, is getting Bob, like, right around the corner. It ends up being so brutal to fight into. So, yeah, like, right here, if they can turn, like, 4 more meters, the Bob's a closeout ult.
Chimera, meanwhile, onto the Hanzo. Sometimes you go fishing, hope you land a few logs. You see Slay here in the back.
Logs?
Well, you know, just know your limits, is what I'll say here. Italy, Yukino, getting low super early. Chimera still looking. Doge on the point. Yukino able to finish off Doge. A lot of damage coalesced on the Doge real fast. Italy, though, lose Yukino. A little bit wounded across the board. Rajan needs to stay alive. If Rajan dies, it's all sorts of bad. You see the pressure coming in. Beat comes out from Italy. They know how they have to hold here. They drop the beat, but can they get a kill? They can't. Slan Shockwave finish off those in the front. Shockwave now looking for the back. Hanzo in his sights. Denmark. It's a clean sweep. 100 meters, and this is looking grim for Italy.
There will be one more fight, but it's not going to be a pretty one. And then even if Italy wins this fight, they have to be flawless the rest of the map based on the meterage. Also, Annihilation, Blizzard, those are not things you
Window out.
fight into.
Yukino used the window. Doesn't even use window. In fact, that was just raw. Fine Shockwave. Nice little pick off by Yukino. Makes this fight a lot less stressful than it could be. But yeah, it's.
I think Denmark didn't really care about losing that fight.
No. I mean, Italy's at the foot of Mount Everest right now.
Yeah.
Can't really claim you've climbed it at this point. Very long way to go, and it's going to be arduous. Realistically, Denmark needs to make multiple mistakes, and Italy needs to play out of their minds as we enter the final minute.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really interesting thing about, like, how this map plays out to, like, just be like, oh, yeah, just lose the fight, don't give up anything. So, really important here.
Yeah. Looking, fading, Yukino under pressure in turn. Doge goes for the Annihilation and wasn't really near a bunch of people either. Annihilation fades early. Doge now under very heavy pressure. Yukino looking to charge here in the back. Rajan still has his Annihilation. Rajan getting super low. Rajan needs to live. Immortality Field comes out. Does Rajan go for the Annihilation here? They're down Catacombe. Immortality Field gone. Italy, 28 seconds. Holding on, and yeah, Annihilation into the fray. Yukino goes down, though. Denmark is winning this on the fringes. Rajan falls, 18 seconds left for Italy, and time running out.
Denmark's done a really good job of segmenting off, like, parts of the squad. So, like, a Ramatra and a Lucio and a Bap, they kind of all want to play together, and Denmark's done a really good job. Like, Kelix takes the 1v1 for Lucio.
Catacombe down.
So Lucio down again.
Yeah, Catacombe went down for the contest. 4 left for Italy. Emergency Reinhardt swap, if you got it. They have to work around the Bob. Italy, the worst situation imaginable. They drop the window. Myken down immediately. Kelix dives it like he just don't care. And Denmark, they're going to take it. They stay alive here in the Overwatch World Cup. They don't let Italy succeed in the snipe.
Still alive. Denmark wins. And when they're running kind of a mirror match, and we've mentioned this several times before, it's the focus fire and like kind of figuring out one person to kill. And what Denmark did so well is they took the segmented parts of the team, and the Lucio would go 1v1 the Lucio. You're out of the fight. You're out of the fight. Here's a wall. Here's the tank. Like they were just really good at picking apart parts of the squad that Italy was bringing to them. Very good for them. Denmark stays alive.
Yeah, and we say that in a somewhat liberal sense because I think you take a look at the standings because of the head-to-head. Denmark, it's one of those things, they did what they needed to do here today, but they still need help. And that help is they need Spain to lose, I believe. So, it's going to be a tense day tomorrow for Overwatch for Denmark as they, their fate is no longer in their own hands, but it would have been brutal if they lost this here because then, of course, there's no speculation, they're just done. So, Denmark, they do what they need to do, but Italy didn't make it easy on them here, Hex.
Well, yeah, no, as far as stakes go, at least there's something to play for tomorrow now, which is good for us. I don't care about anybody else. It's good for us. No, it's a good product. It's good entertainment to watch. Yeah, I mean, this Denmark team, I feel they could beat almost anybody above them in Group A. And we've seen them beat some of the best teams in Group A. We've seen them beat Great Britain. This is a squad that if they don't make it, it's going to be tragic. But also, if Spain doesn't make it, it's going to be tragic. So there's some really interesting stuff happening in Group A, and a lot of players playing really well. And I don't know. I know I've said it, but Doge's tank has been the best I've seen him play tank.
Yeah, I mean, Salon's Doge is on the ram. I feel like Gibraltar was probably not the best example of play coming in from Doge, but on the whole, Denmark stay alive. Still a lot of bright spots for this team. They don't let Italy eliminate them here just yet. But you know what, Hex? It's not over here just yet. That might have been the last match of the day, but we're going to take a break, and when we come back in interview, to break down that action just a little bit more.
Welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup EMEC Online Qualifiers. I'm Jim Basco, of course, that's ZP, and that's Hex, and we just watched Denmark take it over Italy, but not without a fight, ZP. Break it down for us.
Yeah, I mean, Italy is scary, especially when other teams need the win to stay in the tournament. Their ability to snipe and just cause chaos in the group is still unmatched, and for me, the standout for Italy was map 2. The tank play coming out from Rajion was incredible. Italy really made a difference in engaging, disengaging, and when they were able to play Winston on that level, it really did throw Denmark for a loop. They weren't able to quite do as well in the Ram mirror on the map 3, but still a valiant effort nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely, Hex. You know, when we looked at the Italian squad, we would think initially that Denmark might just have this in the bag, but really they came out swinging. Denmark, though, secured it in 3. Thoughts on that matchup?
Well, I mean, like, the Italian teams, it's not a team that has, like, 0 wins, right? Like,
right?
They've beaten some squads. So I was readjusting my rankings yesterday. Like, well, Italy beat Spain, and that victory looks better and better and better every time that Spain plays. So, yeah, it's a tough team to beat. So Denmark able to pull it off in the end, and Denmark, you know, still keeping their hopes alive. Denmark got a rough draw as far as groups go. Like, there's just a lot of solid teams, and I don't think anyone expected Spain to be what they are. I think everyone expected Denmark to be solidified in this 3 spot, but they're still working for it.
Yeah, the possibility is still there. We can't rule them out just yet. But with that said, we actually have an interview with Fisher from Team Denmark. So, ZP and Hex, I'll be back with you in just a moment. Yo, Fisher, congrats on the victory over Italy. How you feeling, man?
Thank you. Yeah, I feel good. We still look a bit shaky in officials, unfortunately, but I'm happy we got the dub. We're going to keep on focusing on the wins from now on. We'll have one more match to go, so all the focus is on tomorrow.
Absolutely. You know, that 3rd place spot is still very possible. Only the top 3 make it out of Group A. So, man, talk about the journey, right, to make it to this point. What were the past couple of months like, the past couple of weeks leading up to the World Cup?
Yeah, I mean, World Cup has always been super fun. I've been on the team for 3 years before I, retired, before I started coaching. And I think World Cup has always been this magical sort of event that makes Overwatch really special. So we obviously want to do well. So you start scrimming pretty early. You start talking to the players about when do you want to start scrimming? How much do you actually want to scrim? How much motivation do you have to do this stuff? And the general consensus every time is that they want to do really, really well every time. Every player has their own respective team. Some players are in Overwatch League, some are in contenders and whatever. So scheduling can be difficult from time to time, but the general consensus, like I said, is that they always want to do well. And I think Denmark has a special camaraderie that also makes that process really fun. So it's been an enjoyable couple of months. Obviously some tough losses here and there. We're still shaky in officials, unfortunately, but hopefully it's something we can look to work on if we qualify. Hopefully we do.
Yeah, fingers crossed, man. Everyone's crossing their fingers for you guys, I'm sure. But talk to me about that dynamic on the team, right? You guys have mentioned Denmark has you guys have a history in the World Cup. Y'all are no slouches year after year. You know what I mean? You guys always put up an amazing roster and always do well. So what's the dynamic like on the team? What's it like to play? What's the team like in the intense moments of those matches?
Yeah, in the intense moments, it unfortunately gets a little bit hectic. I think everyone starts overcoming a little bit. They start getting too excited. They make mistakes that they wouldn't do in scrims, which is really unfortunate and really hard to deal with as a coach. Because if it doesn't happen in scrims, it's hard to work on already. But I think I think Denmark has had a past of being this sort of dark horse in Overwatch World Cup, where I think most people might underestimate us, for the initial sort of thing, and then they actually see us play, and then they think differently. And I kind of think that we like that sort of ideology about the team. I think everyone kind of resonates with that. So that's the sort of vibe we're going for, at least.
Absolutely, man. I mean, talk to us about what it's been like competing on the world stage, representing Denmark. Of course, like you said, you were on the team yourself for a couple years in a row before stepping into the coaching role. What does it mean to you to represent the country on a global stage in front of tens of thousands of people watching all over the world?
Yeah, it's absolutely awesome. Like when I think back of the events that when we were in World Cup in China, for example, in 2017, I think it was, and in 18 in Thailand, and 2019 in Los Angeles. Like every time you're on stage for these events, the atmosphere is just electric, and everyone is just there to like represent your teams and cheer for your teams. And every viewer, whether it's casual or a competitive player, it doesn't really matter. Like people are tuning in to just watch their team play, and I think that's super special. I think that's one of the greatest feelings I've ever had, is like sitting on stage at these events and just like feeling the electric vibe from the audience. You can literally feel the stage rumbling when you're sitting there. It's absolutely amazing. It's one of the best feelings ever.
What a crazy feeling, man. And I'm sure the fans watching, like you're saying, right, they've got to be feeling that spirit, right? Denmark is here to play. Y'all are not out yet. Everyone's crossing your fingers for you. So what's your message to the Danish fan base that's watching at home right now?
Honestly, I really apologize for the poor performances we had versus France and Spain. I think the France one was a good wake-up call. I still don't think we should have lost. I think we made silly mistakes. The Spain loss was absolutely embarrassing. I think they have great players on the team, but I don't think we should ever lose to them. So I just want to apologize to the Danish fans. But hopefully they'll keep cheering for us. We need to make sure that UK loses a match. They are playing versus France tomorrow, so we have to cheer on our French friends tomorrow and make sure that UK loses so we can qualify.
Oh, man, we are crossing our fingers for you, man. I appreciate you sitting down here with me today, and best of luck in the next couple matches.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, man. ZP Hex, man. I mean, I love this energy in that, right? You got to give it to them. I love the positivity that they're bringing into it, but like they said, they have one match remaining. They're going to give it their best, but their fate is a little bit out of their own hands, Hex.
Need a little help. That happens in every kind of sport, every kind of competition. You do what you can. You do what's in front of you, and maybe need a little help. You can't worry about anything else like that. So, I totally agree with that. Like, I think it's totally legitimate that, maybe Great Britain loses. Like, it's possible. So you're saying there's a chance. There's a chance.
Yeah. Why don't we go ahead and take a look at the schedule and recap some of the matches that happened today, and then we'll take a moment here to discuss what we're looking forward at. Of course, we started our day today with the Saudi Arabia 2-0 over Germany. Norway then 2-1 to Poland, followed by Finland going 2-0 over Turkey as well. Sweden then continued that with 2-0 over Iceland. Great Britain in a 2-0 over Spain. The Netherlands 2-0 over Portugal. And we just came out of the match, Denmark 2-1 over Italy. Coming into tomorrow, though, that is where this third spot will get decided, ZP. All the tensions will be riding on it. How are you feeling coming into day 8, the final day of the EMEC qualifiers?
Oh, I'm excited just to see what happens. It's also funny to see this new era of diplomacy going out here where, we're just improving and enforcing international relations by teams you need to win or lose, where all of a sudden Denmark is like, look, we love France. Like, France is the best. Like, please, we also don't like the UK, Great Britain nearly as much here in this case. Actually, not a fan, at least for one day, right, as they go into this. So it definitely, seeing the rooting interest, change depending on what end result you want to happen is pretty fun. And, the tough thing for Denmark, of course, is that they do not control their own destiny anymore. They have to be passengers on a train that they do not control, but it is going to be fun to watch nonetheless.
Sorry, go ahead, X.
There's a lot of matches that mean something tomorrow, and there's some teams that are in, there's some teams that are out. In one of those matches, the teams are in and out that I want to really watch. Sweden versus Saudi Arabia. I really, really want to see it. Sweden's out, Saudi Arabia's in. Group B is locked up, but I would love to see Sweden actually put a beating and figure out how to put down the Faroe Mercy. Nothing against Saudi Arabia, but I think if anyone is going to show you how you can knock the Faroe or the Echo out of the sky, it is going to be the Swedish squad. So I love it. They have nothing to play for, either squad really. That's the one I'm looking forward to with no stakes at all. Sweden, Saudi Arabia, match 2. Looking forward.
Yeah, and Hex, real quick on that, my quick add-on to that is that there's a term for that in sports, whether it be esports, traditional sports, or me, that's putting down a blueprint, where Sweden might be out of it, but they can throw down the blueprint of how to beat Saudi Arabia tomorrow is, kind of their parting gift to the tournament, perhaps. So, that, if nothing else, that's something you can take pride in if Sweden is able to pull it off.
Yeah, that's the reality, right? Saudi Arabia set the stage for making that Pharah just an absolute abomination to deal with. People tried to, and people tried replicating the Pharah gameplay as well, and it did not go nearly as well for those teams as it did for Saudi Arabia. That said, though, day 7 in the books. 1 day remains to figure out which 5 teams will advance to the main event. The Overwatch World Cup 2023 continues tomorrow. Same time, same place, same people. We'll see you then. Thanks so much for tuning in.
Is it